Chapter 6 Accept. Finally, I can go home. Xuanhuan doesn't dislike ancient times. Actually, these past few days, even without a phone or whiff, life here has been quite pleasant and full of novelty. Xuanhuan, you can go out first.
Young master will take a nap. Xuanhuan, I'll fan you, the little maid said. So sensible at only 14 or 15. Where can you find that in modern times? It's only April. Go out and find Juxiang, Yingzang,
Xuanhuan said. Young master, then I'll go. The pretty little maid ran off happily. After all, she's at an age where she loves to play. As soon as Xuanhuan left, Xuanhuan jumped up. He mumbled, I can go back. I have to bring something.
What should I bring? In these 2 days, Xuanhuan didn't go out. He just wandered around the Qin mansion. He really didn't know what he could bring back. Going outside to find something wasn't appropriate. Xuanhuan set his sights on the things in the room.
The recliner is said to be made of sandalwood. Xuanhuan tried to move it, but couldn't. Xuanhuan didn't care for the bronze mirror on the table. Finally, his gaze landed on 2 porcelain vases on the curio shelf in the room.
These are a pair of high-waisted porcelain vases about 30 cm tall. The shape is simple and ancient. The most attractive thing is the dense crackle pattern on them. Xuanhuan seemed to remember hearing about this kind of porcelain somewhere.
It seemed to be quite valuable. He really didn't recognize the other's system. As long as I hold it in my hand, I can take it back, right? Yes, host. Xuanhuan grabbed a porcelain vase in each hand and silently recited go back with a whoosh in the next second.
Xuanhuan only felt the scene in front of him suddenly change. He took a look and was shocked. Wasn't this his room? Xuanhuan studies at Hangzhou Normal University. He's a senior this year, majoring in economics and management. Although his home is in Hangzhou,
his mother bought him an apartment near the school for convenience, as Xuanhuan's little nest. Speaking of which, Xuanhuan can be considered a third-generation revolutionary. Xuanhuan's grandfather, Qin Banyan, dedicated his life to revolutionary work.
He retired from his position as deputy secretary of Zhejiang province and had deep-rooted connections in Zhejiang province. Xuanhuan's eldest uncle is currently the deputy secretary general of the Zhejiang provincial government. At the deputy level,
he is considered the pillar of the family now. His second uncle is the county magistrate in a certain county. At the level, he only has one daughter, who is 2 years older than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's father is a bit of a disappointment.
He was not ambitious when he was young and earned the nickname Third Master Qin in society. Xuanhuan's mother, however, is quite capable, although Third Master Qin was a playboy.
He could never escape his mother's control and never dared to do anything to hurt the family. His mother also started a beauty salon chain that has spread throughout Zhejiang province. Her assets are now between 1 and 200 million.
Xuanhuan looked at himself. He was still wearing the same casual clothes he had left in. If it weren't for the pair of porcelain vases in his hand, he would have thought he was dreaming. He put down the porcelain vases and went to the bathroom.
He looked at his face carefully in the mirror. Still as handsome as ever, but his hair had been cut short and there was still a bump on his forehead. He touched it with his finger. Ouch, it still hurt. Xuanhuan grinned. He laughed heartily.
This meant he wasn't dreaming. He took a can of herbal tea from the refrigerator and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. The refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. He reclined on the sofa and entered the system with his consciousness. Checking the system panel.
It read, host trial period has ended. Do you want to accept the official mission? Xuanhuan called out to the system in his mind. Moonlight, are you there? Yes, there's a new mission already. What is it? Travel to ancient times and obtain fame. The first mission.
Pass the county level exam. Xuanhuan was stunned. Would it still be the same ancient times as the trial period? That's right. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Passing the county level exam is not that easy.
A modern college student would definitely not be able to pass the exam easily in ancient times. As for Xuanhuan, he had even less of a chance. Xuanhuan's eyes darted around and he said, can I not accept the mission for now? Yes.
The host has a preparation period of up to 3 months. Xuanhuan's heart stirred. He had a bad feeling. A 3-month preparation period. What did that mean? The system said. The host has a 3-month preparation period for each task they receive.
If the host does not receive a task after 3 months, the system will determine that the host has abandoned this system. What if I abandon it? If the host abandons the system will detach from the host. The ominous feeling grew stronger.
What happens when it detaches? In order to maintain secrecy, when detaching, the system will erase the host's memories regarding the system. Warning to the host. If you detach now, it will not affect you, however.
If you accept a task and the memories of the system in your mind are strengthened, forcibly erasing those memories could cause permanent damage to the host. At the same time, after detaching from the system will retrieve all skill rewards.
Permanent damage. What does that mean? Becoming an idiot. But please rest assured, host, it will not cause harm to your life. Xuanhuan cursed inwardly. Rest assured. Rest assured my ass. If I'm an idiot, what's the point of living?
Qin Guan finally understood. Now was his last chance to leave the system. If he accepted, he would have to do it endlessly in the future. He would even be able to quit later. It would directly turn him into an idiot, whether to accept this system or not.
That was a big question. Qin Guan's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't make up his mind for a while. 3 months. Right? Then he'll wait and see. One last question. If I don't complete the task, will I really not be able to return? Qin Guan asked again. Yes.
The system answered very definitely. He exited the system, lit a cigarette, and came to the balcony, looking at the neon lights outside the city. Even though it was already 11 p.m., the city was still bustling. Qin Guan took out a jade pendant from his chest.
The small jade pendant was carved with several bamboos. Qin Guan put the jade pendant to his lips and murmured, "Jade bamboo, tell me, what should I choose?" The room fell silent. Ding ling ling. Qin Guan's phone rang, waking Qin Guan from his thoughts.
Who would be calling at this hour? Qin Guan picked up the phone and answered. A familiar voice came from the other end. "Second brother, someone wants to see you." The call was from one of Qin Guan's friends, Zhou Shu, a friend of many years. Qin Guan asked,
"This late at night? Wu Quming, isn't that guy studying at some diploma mill university in the US? What his back?" Qin Guan said. "Has been back for a few days. Tonight we were hanging out on Xuanhuan Road, Wu Quming."
That son of a bunch of people over, driving a few nice cars, showing off here. He won 2 rounds in a row and started yelling that we're all nobodies with crappy cars, and he wants you to come out, Zhou Shu said, fuming.
Qin Guan paused for a moment and said, "Tell him I don't race anymore," I told him. But that son of a bitch was really nasty, saying that you've become a washout because of a woman. He looks down on you. We almost got into a fight with him, Zhou Shu said.
Hearing Zhou Shu's words, a surge of anger rose in Qin Guan's heart. Chapter 7. How do you want to play? Xuanhuan Road is remote. It's a highway leading to the suburbs, but Xuanhuan Road is famous.
People often gather here late at night to engage in illegal street races. In the past, Qin Guan was one of them, and quite well known. But after an incident, Qin Guan stopped street racing. He even sold his modified car to Zhou Shu, the guy who called him.
Many cars were parked on the highway, blocking the middle of the road. The exhaust pipes of the modified cars roared. People crowded around under the car lights, men and women, very noisy. As soon as Qin Guan's Audi CC stopped, a group of people surrounded it.
"Brother and women, second brother. Brother Guan, it's been a long time. Lan, second brother is here. Aren't you going to give him a hug? Get lost." These people are all Qin Guan's friends. Zhou Zhu, Zhu Zhang Wenbin, Wang Chu Shu Qinglan.
And Qin Guan greeted them one by one. Don't be fooled by their seemingly unserious appearances. They all come from very well-off families. Some are in politics and others are in business.
Kids from ordinary families could afford to come here and burn money on road races. Second brother. That grandson Wu Qiming is over there. Zhou Shu nodded his head in that direction.
Qin Guan looked over and saw a guy in a flashy casual outfit leaning against a silver-white sports car, staring at them from a distance with a provocative look in his eyes. Qin Guan raised his eyebrows. Let's go take a look."
Qin Guan noticed that the scene could be described as clearly divided. On the left were all kinds of modified cars. Mitsubishi EVO Eclipse, Honda Civic, Volkswagen Golf GT Scirocco, CC, Audi, TT Chevrolet Camaro,
and Ford Mustang. They might not be that expensive, but they were all about individuality. On the other side, although there weren't many cars, only a few, they were dazzling, attracting the attention of all the women present. Lotus XI GIS 240.
Behind Wu Qiming was a silver-white GTR Qin. Qin Guan led his people over. Wu Qiming had a strange smile on his face. He said, "Qin Guan, I heard as soon as I got back that you went crazy for love and gave up cars."
"I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental sap." Bang! Without saying a word, Qin Guan punched Wu Qiming directly in the face. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Qin Guan to hit Wu Qiming right away.
Wu Qiming's small frame was knocked to the ground by Qin Guan's punch. Wu Qiming lay on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, looking at Qin Guan with a venomous gaze. The scene was immediately a bit chaotic. Wu Qiming's side was not happy.
"What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? What do you want? Are you looking for trouble? Trying to start a fight? Trying to outnumber us?" Zhou Shu's side saw the other side about to come at them, and also surged forward.
The two sides were on the verge of a major brawl. Qin Guan ignored the others and looked coldly at Wu Qiming. "What? You read a few years at some no-name university, brought back a few cars, and think you can show off? It's fine if you want to show off."
"I don't even play with cars anymore. You're trying to embarrass me and call me out here to step on me, right? But you shouldn't have brought up Yu Ju. Do you think you've become more capable after being abroad for 2 years?
You've come back to avenge the arrow from back then. Just with these few cars of yours, Tiskitsk. You're really rich. Each one costs 2 or 3 million. Wu Qiming stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spat it on the ground. "Okay.
I was trying to provoke you, you're right. I shouldn't have brought up women. Go ahead and punch me, I'll take it. Wu Qiming seemed to regain his suave demeanor. He continued. I came back and realized that 2 years have passed.
And you guys haven't improved at all. Still playing around with this individuality thing. Messing with a bunch of beat-up cars and getting your kicks. Is that really interesting? You take a beat-up car, and no matter how much you modify it.
Can it be as good as these luxury cars? I just want to tell you guys, your car scene is outdated. Qin Guan shook his head dismissively. Outdated? Playing cars, what you're doing is just showing off your wealth. Your dad's affluence is just money.
But you can't get into this circle. A look of shame and indignation flashed across Wu Qiming's face. Circles are built. I'm planning to start a luxury car club. If we're going to play, well, play hide and I look down on you guys, to be honest.
No matter how hard you step on the gas in your CC, you'll never catch up to my GTR. So, are you game for a race? He's trying to provoke me again. Heh, Qin Guan smiled. I just want to race you. So, are you game? Wu Qiming provoked him again.
I think I see what's going on. You don't just want to humiliate me. You also want to make a name for your club on Chunshan Road. You're starting that luxury car club so that you can use the reputation of the Chunshan Road guys to promote yourself. Right.
Qin Guan looked at Wu Qiming with a sneer. Wu Qiming's thoughts were exposed, and a hint of annoyance appeared on his face. Ever since he met Xuanhuan, he had always been outshone. He never got ahead. After spending 2 years outside,
seeing some high-end things, he felt that Xuanhuan was nothing special. The first thing he wanted to do when he returned home was to beat Xuanhuan in a race. But after arriving, he heard that Xuanhuan had quit racing for a woman.
That's why he said those provocative things earlier. He didn't fight back after getting punched, not because he was generous, but because he didn't want to challenge Qin Guan's bottom line. His goal was to crush Qin Guan in a race and regain his confidence.
Qin Guan took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. How do you want to play? Let me hear it. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Qin Guan asked. We each drive our own cars. From here to the T junction on Chunshan Road, whoever gets back first wins.
Wu Qiming said. The ultimate rule of racing. If I lose, my car is yours. If you lose, your car is mine. Qin Guan said with a chuckle. Wu Qiming got anxious. Why? Your beat-up car is only worth a few bucks.
Maybe 400,000 or 500,000 at most. My car is worth more than 2 million. 400,000 or 500,000 is still money. That's not fair. How about this? Let's just bet money. How about it? Wu Qiming said. Qin Guan glanced at him.
You're certainly calculating, comparing a good car to a junker and adding gambling on top of it, hoping to get both the person and their money. Qin Guan retorted sarcastically. Wu Qiming's scheme was seen through by Qin Guan again.
Just when he thought Qin Guan would agree, Qin Guan said, okay, let's do it that way. Second brother, why did you agree to him? Zhou Shu and the others exclaimed. No matter how you look at it, this bet is a loss. Second brother is usually so shrewd.
Wu Qiming, however, looked delighted and quickly said, it's settled then. Qin Guan nodded. Settled. Which car are you using? Wu Qiming patted the silver grey GTR behind him. I'll use this one. Bought it for 2 million.
And spent another 1,000 on modifications and fine-tuning. Qin Guan, I want to tell you today that playing with junk cars is no longer fashionable. Now it's all about luxury cars. About being cool. Qin Mod, 250. That's a good number. Suits you well.
A hint of anger flashed across Wu Qiming's face. Chapter 8 Explosive Talisman unleashes its power. Qin Guan walked around the GTR, patting the silver grey body. No one noticed the flash of golden light on Qin Guan's hand as he patted the car. Used.
Without looking at Wu Qiming again, he strode back to his team. After Qin Guan left, Wu Qiming's friends gathered around. One of them asked, Mingzhi, who is this guy? Could he be a hidden racing god? The others chuckled.
Wu Qiming had a smug smile on his face as he watched Qin Guan walk away. He said to his friends, just a self-righteous idiot, a former king of the kids, who doesn't know how to improve and is still stuck in his past glory.
He thinks he can beat me with a junk car today. I'll embarrass him to the extreme. Actually, I stopped taking him seriously a long time ago, but Qin'er still has some prestige among these players. Provoking him today is to bring him down. From now on.
Who else will dare to challenge me when it comes to racing in Hangzhou? We support you. Mingzhi, take him down. Wu Qiming's friend Lu Xing frowned and said, Mingzhi, the Qin family is a big family in Zhejiang province.
Are there going to be any problems with us plotting against him like this? Wu Qiming patted Lu Xing on the shoulder and said with a smile, Old man Qin is getting old, and his health isn't good. He probably won't last more than 2 or 3 years.
The Qin family is relying on the old guy to keep up appearances. Once the old guy dies, what will the Qin family have to rely on? Qin Guan's uncle is in politics, but there are people who don't want the Qin family to continue to grow.
The chances of him getting promoted aren't high. When that happens, the Qin family won't be anything in Zhejiang province anymore. Lu Xing took a deep look at Wu Qiming's face, feeling that goading Qin Guan out today wasn't so simple. However,
These weren't things he could get involved in, he would just watch. Zhou Shu and a few friends surrounded Xuanhuan, their faces full of worry. Guanji, how could you agree to him? That kid was clearly trying to provoke you and step all over our Chunshan road.
This 1 million is a bit too much to gamble. It is a bit much. Xuanhuan probably couldn't even come up with 200 thousand right now. But he had confidence in winning, so he dared to bet. Since someone was eagerly offering money,
wouldn't he be stupid not to take it? Yeah, second brother, no matter how much we modify our car, it can't beat those supercars specifically made for road racing. Besides, his car is also modified. After listening to everyone,
Xuanhuan just smiled slightly and said with full confidence, "It's alright. Racing isn't about who has the more expensive car. If it was about being expensive, we'd just compare wealth. What would we need skill for? Zhou Shu, has that Sirocco been brought over?"
It has. Lend it to me. I'll use that car to race Wu Quming, Qingguan said. No problem. This car of Zhou Shu's was originally Qingguan's. Later, Qingguan decided to quit racing and sold it to Zhou.
This car was a Volkswagen Sirocco that had been modified with larger wheels, a lowered body and a changed tail wing. In addition, the piston cylinders and drive shafts had been modified. The entire car had been lightened,
and all the suspension and brake components had been replaced, costing almost 200,000 in modifications, about the same as the car's price. The main reason for using this car was that Xuanhuan was familiar with it. Xuanhuan doesn't have a race car now.
He drives an Audi CC, just an ordinary sedan, and an automatic one at that. It's just for transportation. Vroom vroom vroom. Vroom vroom vroom. The two cars stopped at the starting line, revving their engines.
They looked at each other through the open car windows, their eyes blazing with fire. The guy in front waved the flag wildly. Screech. The wheels spun fiercely on the ground, making a piercing screeching sound. The two cars darted out. Woof woof.
The entire race wasn't long. From the starting point to the T-junction, it was only about 30 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, a round trip would only take about 10 minutes.
Just when people thought there would be some time to wait, suddenly the silver-grey GTR that had just shot out made a loud bang. The front hood soared into the air, accompanied by a burst of flames.
The entire car plunged towards the drainage ditch on the side. Crash. A few rattling sounds. Looking at the GTR again, the car had already crashed into the ditch. The car body was tilted, and the entire front of the car was severely deformed.
The airbags inside the car had all exploded. Smoke was billowing out of the engine compartment. Luckily, the car had just accelerated. If it had been running at high speed, this impact would have smashed the car.
A mischievous smile appeared on the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. He didn't expect this burst talisman to be so useful, doing exactly what he wanted, exploding whenever he wanted, and with considerable power. Wu Quming's car engine was definitely ruined by this.
Even if it didn't end up in the ditch, it would be a scrap car. The accident happened only 100 or 2 meters away from the starting point, so everyone naturally saw it. People screamed and ran towards it. Xuanhuan stopped the car, got out,
and went forward to check the situation. The car was lying crookedly there. Wu Quming was squeezed in the middle by the airbags, with the seat belt on, so he should be fine. At this moment, the crowd arrived and pulled Wu Quming out of the car.
The car was wrecked, but the guy didn't have any major injuries. Only his leg hurt so badly that he couldn't walk and had to be carried aside. Someone called 120. Damn it, what's going on? It was driving fine. How could it suddenly blow the engine?
Wu Quming cursed, clutching his foot. Xuanhuan stepped forward to comfort him. He patted Wu Quming on the shoulder and said, "Be content. If it had blown the engine after speeding up, you would have died a horrible death, so you just can't play with a 250 car."
Oh right, that million, please transfer it to me as soon as possible. I'll send you the card number. Also, I'll visit you in the hospital when I have time. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he smiled, turned around and left. It wasn't wise to linger there.
Wu Quming's face alternated between green and white, unsure if it was from the pain or being angered by Xuanhuan. 4 or 5 cars sped along, arriving at a KTV in the city.
A group of 10 or so people got out of the cars and entered the KTV requesting a large room. Xuanhuan had won money that day, so naturally, he had to treat everyone. After a few rounds of lively drinking,
everyone was excited because it had been a long time since they had experienced something so thrilling. Several guys roared a few songs, clamoring for Xuanhuan to sing one. Xuanhuan, half drunk, shook his head with blurred eyes. "You guys have fun. I won't sing."
Su Qinglan, the only girl there, ran over and grabbed Xuanhuan's arm. "Saying second brother! Just sing so well, they're just making noise." Xuanhuan smiled. "Then go pick a song. I'm really hurt."
Xuanhuan picked up the microphone and began to sing with deep emotion. "My heart starts to miss you. The lights are dimmed. The music is lowered. The cotton candy in my mouth has also melted. It's cloudy outside the window. People are bored."
Xuanhuan's singing voice was very low and deep. The previously lively and boisterous room quieted down, and everyone stopped making noise and quietly looked at Xuanhuan. His hoarse voice permeated the room along with the music, and a faint sense of sadness.
Grasping the tale of youth. After the song was finished, the others exchanged glances. Zhou Yuzi, who was older, sat down next to Xuanhuan with a bottle of beer and handed it to him, saying softly, "Missing Yuzu again."
Qin Guan didn't say anything and downed half the beer in one gulp. Seeing Qin Guan like this, Zhou Yuzai sighed and patted Qin Guan's shoulder, saying, "It's been almost a year. It seems you still can't let go. Actually, we all want to advise you, you should let go."
"I think Yuzu wouldn't want you to be too sad for her." Qin Guan vigorously rubbed his face. With a hint of sadness in the corner of his mouth, he said, "How could I easily forget? I'm even afraid that I won't be able to love again in the future."
Zhou Zuji patted Qin Guan on the shoulder. "If you're like this, not only will Yuzu not want to see it, but look at Qinglin, that girl has feelings for you. It's not like you don't know, otherwise, why would a young lady like her hang out with us?"
"It's all for you." Qin Guan looked at Xu Qinglin sitting in the corner. The girl was holding a bottle of beer, her fingers constantly twirling around the bottle cap, looking unhappy. Licking his lips, Qin Guan said, "I treat her like a younger sister, Xu Ji."
"What do you say? What is the purpose of life?" Qin Guan suddenly asked. Zhou Zuzi was taken aback, then smiled and said, "This question is too profound. I don't know, but I remember a good line from Swordsman. Life has all kinds of tastes.
And life needs to be faced with a smile." Hearing this, Qin Guan also smiled, raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Zhou Suzi. "Tell me, if there's a way to get rid of the boring life I have now, placed in front of you, would you accept it?"
"Perhaps it would have a huge impact on your future life," Qin Guan suddenly asked. Qin Guan's question made Zhou Yuzi fall into thought. After a while, Zhou Yuzi also showed a bitter smile and said, "I'm graduating this year.
My family has already made arrangements for me. In a few days, I'll enter the government and slowly climb the ranks. Perhaps this is the last time I'll be crazy with you guys. In the future,
I'll marry a woman who is beneficial to the family and my future development. My path in life is already set. Thinking about it, this kind of life is indeed too boring, but how many of us have the courage and ability to change it?" Joshu,
who had been listening to the two of them, suddenly interjected, "Actually, the reason why we come out to play with cars is because we're bored and want to seek excitement. In my opinion, boring, empty and dull, no love, no hate, no mood."
Qin Guan got drunk. He didn't even know how he got home. Anyway, when he woke up the next day, he found himself sleeping soundly in his bed. He came to the living room in his slippers, drank a glass of water, and felt a little better.
He saw his car keys on the table. Under the car keys was a note. He took it out and looked at it. It was left by Zhoushu, telling him that his car was downstairs. It seemed that the kid had driven him home yesterday. He looked at the time.
8:30 in the morning. It seemed that he had the last 2 classes to attend this morning. He quickly took a shower in the bathroom, changed his clothes, went downstairs, drove and ate something on the way to class.
Qin Guan attends Hangzhou Normal University, which is only a second-tier university. School of Economics and Management senior this year. It's just that school has just begun. Speaking of which, Qin definitely not a good student. My college years.
But aren't most Chinese college students just coasting? So Qin Guan wasn't exactly an outlier. Walking into the classroom, he saw his 2 friends, Gu Shou and He Rong, waving at him. Qin Guan walked over.
These 2 guys were actually his roommates. They lived together during military training. Another classmate named Hu Xiaojia was quite the go-getter. He joined the army directly in his junior year, after the freshman military training.
Qin Guan showed his property ownership certificate to the counselor and started living off campus immediately. The whole dorm was left with just these 2 guys, living a life of comfort. It was almost like they had single rooms.
The teacher was lecturing at the front, but Qin Guan's thoughts had long drifted elsewhere. Even though he had only spent 2 days in ancient times, that restless feeling was really making him unable to sit still. Zhou Zuzi was right.
Planned out life. He wanted a more exciting life. Entering the system, Qin Guan looked at the system panel. Name, Qin Guan. Level, mortal. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Pet, none. Reward items, none. Originally.
In the reward item column, there was the burst talisman rewarded for showing off at the poetry meeting last time. Qin Guan used it for racing last night. Now it has disappeared from the system panel. Thinking of the race last night,
Qin Guan remembered the injured Wu Quming again. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. He wondered if that guy was still lying in the hospital system. "Are you there?" Qin Guan called out to the system with his mind. "Yes."
The system responded quickly. "I want to ask, if I accept the task now, will I directly travel to ancient times?" Qin Guan asked. "After the host accepts the task, you can choose to travel immediately or not. The maximum time allowed is 3 months."
"What is the first task?" Qin Guan asked. "The first task is to pass the county-level examination, scholar." Qin Guan was silent for a while, then made up his mind and said, "System, I want to accept the task.
Is the host sure to accept the first task? The system asked again. Yes, I'm sure. Xuanhuan said affirmatively. The host accepts the first task. Travel to the ancient world and pass the county-level examination scholar. The host can travel at any time.
You cannot return after traveling without completing the task. Remaining time, 89 days. Does the host want to travel immediately? The system said. Don't travel, Xuanhuan said quickly. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and asked again. System.
You seem to have said that I can bring anything I can lift over. Right, system. As long as the host can lift it, it can be brought over. Xuanhuan pressed. Are there any other restrictions, like not being able to bring contraband or anything? The system said.
There are no restrictions. This answer put Xuanhuan at ease. Looks like I need to plan this out carefully. After class, Gu Shou and He Rong dragged Xuanhuan to dinner. He Rong said, Xuanhuan, you won't believe it.
But this guy Gu Shou is a senior and has got the hots for someone again. Xuanhuan was curious. Gu Shou had had a girlfriend before, but they only dated for a year and broke up in the second semester of his sophomore year. He didn't expect that now, as a senior.
This guy was getting restless again. What's the situation? Tell me quickly. Xuanhuan asked with interest. Gu Shou said with a flourish. She's a student union cadre from the School of Education, named Shen Yu.
Did the school organize a freshman party a few days ago? Several colleges collaborated. I was helping out too. I found her to be particularly elegant. The first time I saw her, I was mesmerized. No way, love at first sight pretty much. Anyway.
Seeing her just makes me feel especially comfortable. Does she have a boyfriend? I asked. It seems like she doesn't, but there are quite a few people pursuing her. Then go for it. It doesn't matter if you succeed or not. You won't regret it even if you fail.
That's what I think too. Perhaps this is the last of our youthful days. When we graduate and enter society, this drive may become more and more hesitant with the impact of reality. Please seize the last of your youth. Chapter 10. Be a prepared person.
In the afternoon, Xuanhuan decided to skip class. Although there were still nearly 3 months left, Xuanhuan didn't know if he would have enough time. He has a lot to prepare. What does Hangzhou have a lot of? Water. Okay, you win.
Hangzhou even more tech companies. According to statistics, Hangzhou alone has over 14 Zhaozhen internet-related companies. Xuanhuan parked his Audi CC downstairs at Nancha Keji Software Company and went directly to the person in charge.
With elegant attire and excellent temperament, although a bit young, the receptionist didn't dare to be negligent and quickly found the person in charge. Lin Taisheng, Mr. Keen, how can I help you? Manager Lin Taisheng asked. Hello, Manager Lin.
I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with your company. I'm just not sure if your company has the capability. Xuanhuan said. Mr. Qin, please tell me more. Xuanhuan said. I know Langchao Company has strong capabilities in developing educational software.
I would like to hire your company to develop a mobile app that collects all the ancient imperial examination questions and answers from ancient times to the present. I don't know if your company can do that. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Lin Taisheng was taken aback.
Develop an app with ancient imperial examination questions and answers. This is the first time we've received such an order, Mr. Qin. I don't know what you want to do with this software.
But I think that if this kind of software is launched on the market, it won't have many users. There will definitely be no market. I'm afraid your investment will be a complete loss. In fact, Lin Taisheng really wanted to say.
You must be out of your mind to develop such software. You'll lose everything. The market issue is not a consideration for now. Just tell me if you can do it. Xuanhuan said firmly. Oh, we need to have a specialist make a plan to see if we can answer you.
Manager Lin said, okay, I need you to make a plan as soon as possible, at most 3 days. I'll come back then. Xuanhuan was very anxious. Okay, but the initial plan requires Mr. Keen to pay a portion of the planning fee.
Lin Taisheng was also afraid that this young man was just toying with them. Xuanhuan paid 20,000 yuan for the planning fee, agreed to come over tomorrow afternoon, and drove away. Lin Taisheng now has only one impression of Xuanhuan, a rich,
brainless second generation. What he thought was, it must be some brainless young master from some family who, on a whim, came up with an idea he thought was great and came over with money to waste. Lin Taisheng was certain.
This so-called imperial examination app, once developed and launched into the market, would definitely be like a stone thrown into the sea, likely not even causing a ripple. Serves you right to lose money. After leaving the software company,
Xuanhuan didn't idle. He continued to formulate his plans. The most important thing was to plan what he needed to take with him. He went to a luggage store, and after careful consideration, chose 2 suitcases with combination locks. The space was very large.
Enough to hold a lot of things. If filled, it would probably be Xuanhuan's limit of strength. He went to a mobile phone store. Boss, do you have any phones that are powerful, durable, and have strong battery life? Outdoor phones definitely meet your needs.
I don't know if you want cheaper ones or high-end ones. Let me see the high-end ones first. Hearing Qin Guan say this, the boss's small eyes lit up. OIR2H, known as the Black God, has an integrated blue diamond glass body, classic and luxurious.
Dust-proof and shock-proof. Its excellent 3-proof performance is certified by the International SGS Authority and sold globally. The battery is 16,800 mAh. You can play hard for days. If you only make calls, it'll last for a month.
It's safe to use between -60 degrees and +90 degrees. This boss mouth was truly eloquent. He went on and on, making Qin Guan's heart flutter. How much is one? Good things naturally cost a bit more. It's 12,800 each.
But I think this price is definitely worthy of this top-notch configuration. Sometimes, in the outdoors, a good piece of equipment can save your life. Don't you think? Qin Guan thought about it. The phone take two'd. The boss was overjoyed. Afterward,
Qin Guan also bought 2 high-power banks and 2 sets of professional solar chargers. After buying the phones, Qin Guan went to other places. Although the Qin family was considered an official family in ancient times with a prosperous life.
No one dislikes having more money. Qin Guan had to be prepared. What was most valuable in ancient times? After research, Qin Guan felt that taking glass products was the most cost-effective.
Qin Guan ran to a glass craft store and made a large purchase. It must be said that modern glass technology has made each glass product beautifully crafted. Qin Guan had never noticed it before. Looking at them now, they are really beautiful beyond words.
It can be said that there is nothing you can't imagine, nothing you can't do. These glass crafts became the most numerous items in Qin Guan's boxes. Although they are glass products, good things are not cheap. They cost him more than 30,000 yuan.
Now Qin Guan misses Wu Quming immensely. Mainly he misses the million he lost to him. Qin Guan only had a little over 100,000 left.
He estimated that this amount wouldn't even cover the initial costs of creating the imperial examination app. So he was short on cash. When Qin Guan passed a pharmacy, he stopped the car and made a purchase. You see,
medical conditions in ancient times were quite rudimentary. The system had said that if he died in ancient times, he would be truly dead. A sudden severe cold could take his life. Qin Guan was a fellow who cherished his life. He had to stock up on medicine.
Cold medicine addicts, anti-inflammatories, wound treatments. Qin Guan got a bunch of them. He even prepared some special medicines like Su Xiaoju Xinhuan Do Xinhuan, quick-acting heart-saving pills, Yunnan Baiyao, and snake bite medicine.
Who knew if they would come in handy? Better safe than sorry. Qin Guan wandered around looking, buying anything he thought he might need. When he finally returned home,
Qin Guan was surprised to find that the back seat of his Audi was completely filled with stuff. Qin Guan scratched his head. He didn't realize he had bought so much. He could only carry it all home bit by bit. Back home, he charged his phone.
Qin Guan played with the Hawaii Black God phone to familiarize himself with it. It certainly lived up to its name. It was entirely black, with only a Hawaii logo on the back, nothing else.
The entire body was made of blue diamond glass and could not be disassembled. If it wasn't turned on, it looked like a black glass plate in your hand. This phone was going to be taken to ancient times. It was definitely one of his most important possessions.
Qin Guan knew he couldn't pass the exam fairly, but he could cheat. Which university student in Great Celestial Dynasty didn't know how to cheat? There was an endless stream of methods. Qin Guan was planning to cheat. Cheating is not shameful.
He had already asked the system whether it would care about cheating. The system replied that it didn't care about the process, only the result. As long as he passed the Shukai exam, he would have completed the task.
Qin Guan planned to have a tech company create an app for his phone with all the ancient imperial examination questions installed, so he could copy them all in the examination hall. Chapter 11. Send a text message to say hello.
On the afternoon of the third day, Qin Guan arrived at Nangchaokuji again. This time the meeting was in a conference room. Lin Taisheng introduced Qin Guan to Mr. Zhang, a software engineer from their company, and General Manager Zhu, a planner.
Lin Taisheng handed Qin Guan a proposal. As Qin Guan read, Lin Taisheng explained, Mr. Qin, the software you proposed is not difficult to create. However, one thing is very difficult, and that is data collection.
You need to know that China has a history of 5,000 years. The imperial examination system existed for a period of time, starting from the Sui dynasty until the last imperial examination in the 31st year of Guangxu in the Qing dynasty in 1905.
It lasted for more than 300 years. This time is too large. Moreover, the imperial examination system was not the same in each dynasty. The examinations were divided into children's examinations, township examinations, metropolitan examinations.
The examinations were also divided by region. There were examinations in various counties, cities, provinces, and the capital throughout the country. Therefore,
collecting the examination questions and answers you mentioned is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's simply too difficult. In short, Lin Taisheng just wanted to tell Qin Guan how troublesome it would be to make this software. After listening,
Qin Guan's face turned pale. You need to know that this is related to his subsequent tasks, and there can be no mistakes if he doesn't use cheating methods and relies on his own learning.
Qin Guan estimates that he has no hope of passing the Shukai exam in this lifetime. You need to know that even those ancient scholars who studied hard all their lives, working diligently, how many of them could pass the imperial examination?
Qin Guan had read that the proportion of those who passed the Shukai exam seemed to be only about 1/10 or 2/10. Oh my god. Now Qin Guan is a little regretful. He has already received the task. If he can't cheat,
he can only be trapped in the ancient world. Is there really no way? Qin Guan asked with a frown. At this time, Lin Tixing said it's not that there is no way, but collecting information is very troublesome. However, we also have a shortcut.
But it costs money. Guan's eyes lit up. Tell me about it, Lin Tixing said. I don't know if you've heard of the China Imperial Examination Museum. Qin Guan looked blank and shook his head. Lin Tixing said, then let General Manager Zhu introduce it to you.
General Manager Zhu is a middle-aged man with glasses and a slightly fat build. General Manager Zhu said, the largest ancient imperial examination venue in China is the Jiangnan Examination Hall, which is located in Nanjing, covers an area of more than 300,000
square meters, of course. It has now become a museum called the China Imperial Examination Museum. It is the only professional museum in China that reflects the Chinese imperial examination system.
It is also the center of the Chinese imperial examination system, the center of Chinese imperial examination culture, and the collection center of Chinese imperial examination cultural relics.
We inquired and found out that the most complete collection of imperial examination questions and answers is there. And they have also created an electronic version. As long as we buy it, we can directly the content into the app software you want.
Qin Guan thought for a moment and asked, how much money do we need? Lin Tixing replied, we only confirmed with the other party, but didn't specifically discuss the price. However, we guess the data fee will be no less than 2 million. 2 million.
Qin Guan felt a little heartache. That's not a small amount, and that's just the data fee, not including the cost of Langkao technology making the app. Qin Guan really didn't expect that making such a thing would cost so much money.
It was a bit beyond his expectations. Qin Guan pondered for a moment and decided, okay, then I'll entrust you to discuss the data usage fee with the Imperial Examination Museum. By the way, I have a few requirements for the production of this software.
At this time, it was the turn of Engineer Zhang of Langshao Technology to step up. Qin Guan said, this software should have an independent offline database, a convenient and fast fuzzy query system, and also have ancient book query functions,
including ancient books and poems. It should also have explanation functions, and preferably also have the function of uploading and storing pictures. If the app does not have the books, it can be easily uploaded and stored.
Qin Guan said whatever came to his mind, mainly for ease of use in the future. Engineer Zhang listened and recorded, and finally told Qin Guan that these functions could be realized. It's just that Qin Guan wanted too many functions.
And it also needed to be used independently off the network. This software would be too big and inconvenient to promote. Qin Guan didn't care about any promotion, as long as he could use it. Finally, both parties agreed that the app production fee would be 800,000
and the data fee would be calculated separately. In addition to purchasing imperial examination data, it was also necessary to purchase ancient books and poetry data. There were many of these on the internet, and the price would not be too high.
But it would still cost money. About when can it be completed? Qin Guan was very concerned about this issue, because it was related to whether he could use it. Lin Tixing pondered for a moment. If everything goes well, about 3 months.
Qin Guan couldn't let them be so leisurely. This is a matter of life and death. At most 2 months it must be completed. Otherwise I'll find another company, Qin Guan said. Lin Tixing thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, we need to work overtime.
You need to add an overtime fee of 100,000. 3 million has been spent, so I don't care about this hunter, and the two parties signed a contract. Qin Guan also left 100,000 in startup funds. Later funds will begin to be allocated successively within 5 days.
With a maximum payment of 70% after the software is completed and accepted, the final 30% will be paid. Out of Langkao Technology, Qin Guan began to worry about money. He got into the car and took out his phone to find Wu Quming's number.
Sending him a direct message, Wu Quming with a leg in a cast was sitting on the sofa. The TV in front of him was on, showing the popular The Strongest Voice program, but he wasn't in the mood to watch. A heavily made-up young woman was kneeling on the carpet,
her head between Wu Quming's legs, moving up and down. Wu Quming's grip on the woman's hair tightened, his eyes already unfocused. Just then, his phone pinged with a notification. Wu Xiaoming picked it up and looked at it, his lungs about to explode with anger.
Wu Xiaoming, I went to see you at the hospital but you weren't there. What a pity. So I gave the flowers to the nurse. Some people say you're hiding. I don't believe it. Second brother knows you're not one to welch on a debt. Damn you, Qin Guan.
Wu Quming threw his phone out, hitting the TV in front of him. With a crash, the TV screen went black and silent. The noise startled the woman. She looked up, watching the little guy she had just spat out of her mouth go limp. Beep beep beep.
Qin Guan picked up his phone and smiled. It was a bank notification. 1 million had been deposited. Qin Guan knew that although Wu Quming had many faults and always targeted him, he could welch on this gambling debt. If he did, he would be looked down upon.
Although he had 1 million in hand, it still wasn't enough. Qin Guan made another call, which was answered after 2 rings. Guan Guan, what's up? Calling mom? Qin Guan had protested many times about his mother's nickname for him. He was an adult now.
And it wasn't good to still call him by his childhood name. But his mother ignored his objections. Chapter 12. Too perfect, Mom. Where are you? I need to talk to you about something, Qin Guan said. I'm in Ningbo, choosing a location for the new store.
Tang Ying said, oh, is that so? Then you're busy. I'll talk to you when you get back. Qin Guan had 1 million yuan, which could last him a few days. No need to rush. I'm done. I'm about to go eat. Tell me what it is.
You haven't been home in days.
Are you coming back this weekend? Tang Ying asked. Yes.
Definitely, Qin Guan quickly replied. Mom, I wanted to ask if I could borrow some money from you. Qin Guan tentatively said, borrow money? Heh, how much? Tang Ying.
Guessing her son was out of pocket again and using borrowing as an excuse. 3 million, Qin Guan said. Upon hearing the number, the other end of the phone went silent for a moment. Then, her mom's slightly stern voice came through. 1.
What do you need so much money for? Did you get into trouble? Qin Guan was too tired to complain. The first thought upon hearing he wanted money was that he had gotten into trouble. What did that say about his character? No, a friend of mine has a project.
And I want to invest some money to test the waters, Qin Guan said, stating the excuse he had prepared. Not like there wasn't an APP project going on. It wasn't like he was tricking his mom. Tang Ying thought for a moment and said, how about this?
I'll go back to Hangzhou in a couple of days. Bring your friend over to see me. I want to meet him and see the business plan for the project you mentioned. I'll decide whether it's worth investing in. Guan Guan, the big investment environment isn't good right now.
Many investment projects look glamorous on the surface, but they have no value at all. So, you need to be careful when investing. I remember this is your first time investing in something. Mom doesn't want you to fail. He was being lectured by his mom again.
Hanging up the phone, Qin Guan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mom is too shrewd, it's not easy to trick her. If I took that imperial exam APP project to my mom, she would definitely reject it. Even I don't think it can make money.
If it wasn't necessary for time traveling, I would be stupid to spend money on this thing. It seemed like he couldn't count on his mom. Borrow money from dad. Forget it. Dad needs to ask mom for money, just as Qin Guan was feeling troubled.
He suddenly remembered the 2 porcelain vases he had brought from ancient times. Weren't they antiques? He could probably get a lot of money if he sold them. But he had to find a reliable person to handle this. He took out his phone and called his dad. Qin Han.
Where are you? Talking to his dad was much easier for Qin Guan. Their family was a bit strange. Qin Guan wasn't afraid of his dad, but both father and son were afraid of Tang Ying. What's up, kid? I'm with my friends in Qiantang.
Qin Han said loudly to Qin Guan, as it was quite noisy on his end. Dad, a friend of mine has an antique porcelain piece he wants to sell. He's afraid of getting ripped off. I was wondering if you know someone reliable who can take a look at it, said.
Antiques, huh? Go find Han Hong. You've met him before. He's a friend of your dad's. He's the owner of Fuchan Auction House. He definitely won't rip off your friend. I'll send you his phone number. Oh, and remember to call him uncle when you meet him. Gotta go.
Qin Han finished and hung up the phone. Qin Guan could only shake his head and smile wryly. His old man was always out playing and never home. Perhaps his only redeeming quality was that he seemed to know everyone in Jiangnan. Ding dong.
A text message came with a phone number. Qin Guan dialed the number directly. After the other party answered, Qin Guan explained his situation. Han Hong, upon hearing it was Qin Guan, said with a smile, I'm at the auction house right now. Come find me.
Do you need me to send you the address? No need, uncle. I know where it is. I'll be there in half an hour, Qin Guan said. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qin Guan went home, grabbed the 2 porcelain vases, and drove to the Fuchan auction house. After meeting Hong,
he realized he did have some impression of this uncle. Having seen him once before at some event, Han Hong led Qin Guan to his office. Coffee, tea, uncle. You don't need to bother. Let's take a look at these 2 items first, Qin Guan said, eager to get started.
Alright. Han Hong opened the cardboard box Qin Guan brought, pulled out the newspaper, and took out the 2 porcelain vases, placing them on the table. Looking at the 2 pieces of porcelain, Han Hong's eyes first lit up, then his brow furrowed slightly.
He looked at them for a long time without saying a word, as if in a trance. Then he took out a magnifying glass and leaned over the table, carefully examining them bit by bit. But as he watched, Han Hong's frown deepened. He mumbled to himself.
Everything is right, but it's also wrong. Qin Guan, watching from the side, grew anxious. What do you mean right and wrong? Is this Uncle Han any good? Just then, Han Hong stood up, picked up the phone on the desk and asked, "Get Olu to come to my office."
After he began to look at the two porcelain vases on the table again. Soon after, an old man came in. Han Hong said, "Old Lu, take a look at these two vases." The old man put on his glasses and carefully examined the two vases.
After a while, he stood up and sighed slightly, saying, "What a pity, everything is correct but they're just too new. The glaze on the porcelain hasn't been removed yet. If they were buried in the ground for a few years and then dug up."
I don't think anyone could tell the difference between old and new. Old Lu, are you sure? Han Hong asked. 80 or 90%. Probably it's mainly because they're too new. You know, we're practical, not if there's even a slight uncertainty.
"We can," Lu said. Han Hong nodded. "Thank you, Old Lu. Go get some rest." After Old Lu left, Qin Guan walked up to Han Hong and asked, "Uncle Han, what's the situation?" Han Hong looked at Qin Guan, his expression a bit serious, and said,
Tell me honestly, you didn't buy these two porcelain pieces, did you? Qin Guan shook his head. No, Qin Guan thought to himself, not bought, I just picked them up. Han Hong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good you didn't buy them, to be honest."
"I just looked at them. The style of these porcelain vases should be Jiware from the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty had 5 famous kilns, Guan, Ji, Ru, Ding, and Jun. The shape and the crackle pattern are all very good. If these two vases are real,
they would be priceless. With such a large shape and such good condition, they would be more than worthy of being considered national treasures. However, the problem lies in the fact that they are too perfect.
These porcelain vases don't have a single bump or scratch. They are flawless, and the body looks very new. It gives the feeling that they came out of the kiln just a few decades ago. I was afraid I was mistaken just now, so I invited Old Lu,
the chief appraiser of our Fuchan. Old Lu is considered one of the top appraisal masters in the Jiangnan region. After he looked at them, he also felt that everything else was right, but they were just too new, lacking the sense of historical sedimentation.
Hearing this, Qin Guan understood immediately. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was very clear. These porcelain vases were obviously imitations. The expression on Qin Guan's face became a little unsightly.
It wasn't that he regretted the porcelain vases. They were right. If he directly took porcelain from ancient times, would it be new? But now, the matter of money was up in the air again. Seeing Qin Guan's expression, Han Hong was shocked and thought to himself,
"This silly kid hasn't been cheated, has he?" He quickly said, "Xiao Guan, if someone is setting you up, you should tell your father quickly. With your father's connections, maybe you can still recover the loss."
Qin Guan knew that Han Hong had misunderstood and said with a smile, "Uncle Han, no one set me up. I didn't lose anything. It's good that you didn't lose anything." Qin Guan took the porcelain vases and bid farewell.
He casually found a restaurant on the street and ate something. To be honest, Qin Guan was still a little frustrated about the porcelain vase antiques. He had originally thought of selling these two vases for a sum of money.
Now it seemed that the plan had fallen through. Now he had to rethink where to get the money. Chapter 13. Borrowing money. Qin Guan thought through all his friends, despite their usual extravagant spending habits.
There weren't many who could immediately come up with 3 million. Could it be that I really need to find her? Thinking of that girl, Qin Guan hesitated for a moment. Qin Guan and Xu Qinglan had known each other since they were little. Of course,
it was just an acquaintance back then and there wasn't much interaction. However, Xu Qinglan's father, Xu Yongji, and Qin Guan's father, Xuanhuan, had quite a bit of contact. Xu Yongji could be considered a self-made man.
He initially worked at Xuanhuan Pharmaceutical Company and due to his high education and intelligence, became the deputy director at a young age. When the system reform came around, Xuanhuan Pharmaceutical was preparing for restructuring. Xu Yongju,
being young and energetic and with a good eye for opportunities, saw the potential. He began to seek connections and loans everywhere. Finally, together with others, he acquired Xuanhuan Pharmaceutical and turned it into a joint stock company. Among them,
Qin Guan's Phi provided help. Subsequently, Xu Yongji led the company to turn losses into profits. Xuanhuan Pharmaceutical successively acquired more than a dozen pharmaceutical companies such as Yangxin Pharmaceutical, Merck Pharmaceutical,
Kangren Pharmaceutical, and Dame Healthcare, becoming the largest pharmaceutical group in the Jiangsu region and renamed as Huayao Group. Xu Wang's business philosophy is very distinctive. He doesn't seek the largest scale,
but the best efficiency. He doesn't seek many varieties, but the largest varieties either be the only one or be the first. Under this business philosophy, as of the end of last year, the current Huayao Group has more than 7
the employees and total assets of more than 6 billion yuan. Last year it achieved sales revenue of 10,482 billion yuan and a total profit of 1,55 billion yuan, ranking 10th among Hangzhou companies. Because Xuanhuan had helped Xu Wangji before,
the two became friends. In addition, the Qin family's connections in the Zhongji officialdom gave Xu Wangji a lot to rely on, so their relationship became even closer. Speaking of Xu Qinglan and Xuanhuan, there is no earth-shattering story.
It's just that he took her out to play a few times, all with groups of friends. Although Xu Qinglan is quite pretty, Xuanhuan didn't have any ideas about her. After getting along, he felt that this girl had a good personality.
So he treated her like a younger sister. As for why Xu Qinglan would develop feelings for him, Xuanhuan himself didn't know. To be honest, he really didn't flirt with Xu Qinglan. Later, Xuanhuan found someone he liked.
He heard from friends that Xu Qinglan was sad for a long time. Xu Qinglan was walking hand in hand with her best friend An Yi in Lane Crawford when suddenly the phone in her handbag rang. Xu Qinglan picked it up and a look of joy appeared on her face.
An Yi had just put down a pair of pants and saw Xu Qinglan's expression. She joked, "What's with that expression?" Xu Qinglan gave her a finger. "Don't talk." She answered the phone and sweetly called out, "Second brother." Hearing this name, An Yi, as her best friend,
knew who it was. Xu Qinglan's sweet second brother made her feel cold all over. "Qinglan, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." "I don't know if it's okay," Xuanhuan said a little embarrassedly. "No problem." Xu Qinglan was straightforward.
She didn't ask anything and just said no problem. An Yi, who was eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xuanhuan said, "I need some money urgently. I was wondering if you could help me out. 3 million. Ah, 3 million. Hearing the number.
But she only hesitated for a second and immediately said, "No problem, second brother. Are you in a rush? I have 500 zalazan in my card right now. How about I transfer that to you first? Not too urgent. A few days is fine."
Xuanhuan said, "Okay, then I'll get back to you later." Hanging up the phone, and Yi looked at Xu Qinglan, whose face was still flushed with excitement, as if she were looking at a lovesick fool. She waved her hand in front of Xu Qinglan's eyes. "Hey.
I'm talking to you. Has borrowing 3 million, and you just agreed like that?" Xu Qinglan slapped her best friend's hand away and said with her head held high, "I agreed. What's wrong with that? You didn't even ask him what he needs the money for."
That's 3 million, after all. Besides, his family isn't short of money. Why is he borrowing from you? I bet he's up to no good and doesn't dare to tell his family. So he's borrowing from you." And Li said, "How can you say that about second brother?"
"Second brother won't do anything bad." Xu Qinglan glared at her best friend. Xuanhuan's reputation as a playboy is well known in Hangzhou, and Yi is also from this circle. So how could she not know about Xuanhuan? Her impression of Xuanhuan was very poor.
All he does all day is play with cars and hang out with a bunch of friends. He's just going through the motions in college, and with a dad like that, his reputation as a spoiled second generation is widespread. Sometimes she can't understand how Xu Qinglan,
who is quite smart, could fall for Xuanhuan. What's even more infuriating is that Xuanhuan doesn't even like Xu Qinglan. What's wrong with Xu Qinglan? She's in the economics department at Zhejiang University,
which is much better than Xuanhuan's shoddy second-tier university that he got into through connections. She's beautiful and comes from a wealthy family. She has a line of suitors from Woolen Square to the West Lake.
How could she fall for that good-for-nothing Xuanhuan? Sometimes, life is just inexplicable. "Hey, are we still friends?" Xu Qinglan said, pointing at An Yi in annoyance. "Second brother," she said, sounding so affectionate.
"You're being scammed and you're even helping him count the money." And Yi said with exasperation, "Mind your own business. I'm not going shopping with you anymore. I have something to do and I'm leaving first." Xu Qinglan said and turned to leave.
"Hey, are you just leaving me here alone? My second brother's matter is more urgent," Xu Qinglan said. "Second brother? Second brother, can you have a little dignity?" "I'm happy to." Watching Xu Qinglan's hurried departure,
And Yi shook her head and muttered, "This girl is hopeless." Huayao Group Building, Chairman's office. Knock knock knock. "Come in." A dignified voice sounded. The office door was pushed open a crack, revealing half a head. Xu Wangji looked up curiously,
saw it was his daughter and smiled. He put down the documents in his hand and said, "What kind of trick are you up to again? Come over here." Xu Yongji doted on this daughter to the core. Xu Qinglan grinned and slipped in, came behind her father,
and started hammering her little fists on his back. "Dad, does that feel good? Comfortable?" Xu Yongji squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. Xu Qinglan put her arms around her dad's neck, leaned her head close, and swayed gently, saying,
"My birthday is coming up soon. What gift are you going to give me?" Xu Yongju swayed back and forth, enjoying the pampering of his little cotton, padded jacket. "I remember your birthday is still several months away, Dad. All right. What do you want?"
"Daddy will buy it for you." "Dad, I want a car." "What car have you got your eye on?" "Dad will have the people below go and order it for you." Xu Yongji said, "No need. Just give me the money. My friend and I have our eye on a car. 3 million.
"I can go order it myself," striking while the iron was hot, revealing her intention. 3 million. Done. As soon as Xu Yongju finished speaking, Xu Qinglan jumped up with joy and kissed her father on the face. "Lana down."
Dad wants to have a few words with you, Xu Yongji said. Xu Qinglan sat down. Xu Yongji said, Lanlan, actually I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while. You're already a junior in college. Stop hanging out with those people racing cars.
Focus on your studies for 2 years. Then go abroad to study economics for another 2 years. And then come back to the group to familiarize yourself with the business. What do you think? Xu Qinglan thought for a moment and finally nodded, saying, Oh cat.
I won't race cars anymore. I'll focus on studying. The reason she hung out with those car racing people in the first place was to get close to Xuanhuan. Now that Xuanhuan wasn't racing anymore, she felt it was pointless. So,
she readily agreed to Xu Yongji's proposal. A smile appeared on Xu Yongji's face. Chapter 14. Is there a way to cheat in this world? Second brother. Where are you? After running out of her dad's company, Xu Qinglan happily called Xuanhuan. I'm at home.
I've got the money together. I'll bring it over to you. Xu Qinglan sounded even more anxious than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, How about we meet by Westlake? Okay, Xu Qinglan replied crisply. October in Westlake.
Lotus leaves filling the pond, lush trees providing shade and a cool breeze. It was the perfect time for an outing. Xu Qinglan was wearing a coffee-colored tight, fitting top that accentuated her figure.
Paired with long jeans that showed off her straight thighs, a cute sun hat covered her beautiful hair. Standing in the shade of a tree by the lake, she attracted many people's attention. When Xu Qinglan saw Xuanhuan approaching,
she happily ran over and handed him a bottle of water. Second brother, here's water for you. Thank you, I've got the money. Let me transfer it to you. Xuanhuan looked at Xu Qinglan and said a little embarrassedly, You got it from Uncle Xu, right?
I'm really sorry for bothering you. No problem. Qinglan, I won't need this money for long. I'll return it to you in 3 months at most. Brother, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time using it, Xu Qinglan said. Xuanhuan thought that next time he came back,
he would bring something valuable to pay off Xu Qinglan's debt first. Also, definitely no antiques. The two strolled leisurely forward. Xuanhuan asked, What did you tell Uncle Xu? Xu Qinglan smiled mischievously.
I told my dad I wanted to buy a car for my birthday and needed 3 million, so my dad gave it to me. Xuanhuan was stunned. That's a pretty lame lie. I remember your birthday is in January. That's still almost half a year away.
I don't think Uncle Xu would forget your birthday, would he? Xuanhuan said, looking at Xu Qinglan. Of course my dad remembers my birthday. I said the car needed to be ordered in advance and paid for first, so he gave it to me. Xu Qinglan giggled.
The two walked along chatting. Xu Qinglan held a eucalyptus leaf in her hand, slowly turning the stem. Just walking together like this made her feel content. 2 days later, his mother Tang Ying returned and called Xuanhuan to come home for dinner.
His father was also home, probably called back by his mother. Otherwise, he would definitely be out having fun. His mother personally cooked a few home-style dishes. During dinner, his mother asked about him asking her for money the other day. Xuanhuan.
How's that business you said you were doing with a friend going? Xuanhuan laughed when he heard this and said with a smile, Son, you're talking about the 2 fake porcelain vases you took to Hong, aren't you? Tang Ying was stunned. What fake porcelain?
Xuanhuan, what's going on? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and made up a lie. Yes, that deal fell through. We originally wanted to do an antique business, and the seller vowed they were genuine. I took the vases to Fuchan, right?
But Uncle Han said they were too new, so the deal fell through. Xuanhuan said, The antique business is deep water. Even old foxes sometimes fall into the pit. You're just a kid and you want to play with antiques. I think you should give up on it early.
Or you'll get burned sooner or later. Xuanhuan quickly nodded. That was the end of that subject. Tidal Technology's actions were swift. Call Xuanhuan in 5 days.
Lin Taixing told Xuanhuan that he'd already communicated with the China Imperial Examination Museum. Lan Kao bargained on the price, and the other party wanted 185 million. He asked Xuanhuan if he agreed.
Now Xuanhuan is pursuing speed and agreed to the other party's quotation. He ran to Lan Kao again and transferred 2 million to Lan Kao. During this period, Xuanhuan was still preparing things non-stop. He has now developed a bad habit.
When he has nothing to do, he goes out on the street and turns around. When he sees something that might be useful, he buys it home. Now Xuanhuan's guest room is full of things and more chaotic than a grocery store.
Xuanhuan even wanted to get a gun for self-defense. Who knows if ancient times are safe? Unfortunately, he doesn't have that channel. Although he hangs out outside, he really doesn't touch anything like gambling, drugs or guns.
Since he is going to ancient times, Xuanhuan naturally wants to do some research on history and imperial examinations. However, the system said that plane is an era that has undergone changes since the Tang dynasty.
It can be said to be similar to the Song dynasty. But it is not the Song dynasty. There are still 2 months left. Xuanhuan signed up for another class. Calligraphy class. In normal colleges, there are specialized calligraphy majors, of course.
Many calligraphy classes are also offered. Xuanhuan knows nothing about calligraphy. He will rely on this to make a living after he passes. Naturally, He needs to understand it. Xuanhuan signed up for a basic calligraphy class.
His classmates who knew him were very surprised. This famous playboy in the school can actually sit down and study calligraphy. He is really going to change. Who knew that Xuanhuan really studied hard for a month? Today,
He received a call from Lin Taixing of Lanko Technology Company, telling Xuanhuan that the software has been completed. Please come to the company to take a look. Xuanhuan couldn't wait for a long time. In the technology company,
the staff installed the software into Xuanhuan's mobile phone. Xuanhuan started testing. Lin Taixing next to him introduced that all the materials of the Imperial Examination Museum have been entered,
including the imperial examination questions and test papers of the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, various classics of history, philosophy, literature, portrait, songs and fu, various annotations and analysis, various miscellaneous studies,
various classics, ancient arithmetic, and even some modern cultural knowledge. Of course, the result of this is that the software has become very bloated. There are more than 50 GB of files in total. There is definitely no way to promote it,
unless some professional institutions. However, if you put the software on the internet, you can only download the app without downloading the database, which is much smaller. Here is a photo storage function, including uploading to the network,
which is convenient for expanding the database. This is the search function with a fuzzy query function. Lin Taixing introduced to Xuanhuan one by one. Xuanhuan feels that this software is very useful. He just doesn't know if these exam questions are useful.
After all, that is an ancient plane that is already different from real history. After confirming, Xuanhuan paid the final payment and left satisfied. Back home, I saved another copy of this app software on another phone, just in case.
The examination cheating tools are ready. The 2 large suitcases that Xuanhuan plans to take to ancient times are already packed full of things, all carefully selected by him, things he feels are necessary to bring. Xuanhuan tried them out.
Each suitcase weighed 70 or 80 pounds. He had to grit his teeth to lift them. System. How much time is left? Xuanhuan asked host. There are 8 days, 12 hours, and 48 minutes remaining. Xuanhuan thought for a moment,
then took out his phone and called his mother. Mom, are you home? Your son misses you, Tang Ying said. Xuanhuan, Mom is in Ningbo. The project here has been finalized. I'll be busy for a few days before I can go back. I'll call you when I get back.
Are you in Hangzhou? I'm out sea fishing with friends. What's up, son? Nothing, just calling to say hello. Got it. Oh, I've got a fish. I'm hanging up now. Putting down the phone. Xuanhuan shook his head helplessly.
His parents were both busy. He had been preparing for over 2 months. It seemed like it was time to leave. Chapter 15. Brother Qin. What a great plan. Moonlight. Prepare to travel through time. Xuanhuan said. Are you sure you want to start the time travel?
Ho, the system asked. Xuanhuan stood with his feet firmly planted, bent over, picked up the huge suitcases with one hand each, his body trembling, and gritted his teeth. He said to the system, Moonlight. Time travel. Okay, host. Starting time travel.
With a swish, Xuanhuan disappeared from the room, including his 2 large suitcases. Clang. 2 sounds. Xuanhuan couldn't hold on to the massive password box. It fell directly onto the green brick floor. Taking another look at his surroundings,
Xuanhuan realized he was back in his, the second young master Qin's, ancient room. He felt a sense of familiarity and strangeness towards this place. Looking at himself, he was once again wearing a scholar's robe, touching his head.
His short hair had turned into long hair. How magical! Seeing the 2 large boxes on the floor, Xuanhuan's first thought was to hide them. He scanned the room and, with effort, lifted the boxes and hid the 2 big guys under the bed.
Just as he finished hiding them, suddenly, Xuanhuan felt a surge of immense information rushing into his mind. It made Xuanhuan feel dizzy, and he immediately fell to the ground. Just then, a bao walked in from outside carrying a teapot.
He happened to see Xuanhuan fall to the ground, and the tray in his hand dropped to the floor with a crash, smashing the teapot into pieces. Young master, what's wrong? Bao ran over and hugged Xuanhuan after the initial shock.
Xuanhuan felt a little better. He waved his hand and took a deep breath,
saying just a little dizzy, Bao.
Help me up. Also, don't alarm anyone else. If anyone else found out, the household would probably be thrown into chaos again.
Bao helped Xuanhuan up and onto the bed. Xuanhuan rested for about 10 minutes before the dizzy feeling subsided. However, he also learned everything about this dimension's Xuanhuan. Young master, are you feeling better? Bao asked with concern.
Xuanhuan patted his head. I'm fine. I guess the injury from last night hasn't fully healed. Go clean up the mess on the floor and make the young master another pot of tea. Are you really okay? Should I inform the madam and ask Dr. Jin to come and take a look?
Bao asked. No need. Bao went to clean up the broken teapot on the floor and went out to make tea for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan lay in bed, thinking about the information he had received in his mind.
The information that had just rushed into his mind could be said to be all the memories of this world's Xuanhuan. This place is called the Great Zhou Kingdom, The royal family's surname is Song.
The History Kingdom before this is the same as the original history, the Spring and Autumn period, the Warring States period, the Qin, Han, and 3 kingdoms, the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms.
Then the Great Zhao Kingdom unified the country. The surrounding enemy countries were all around, including Liao, Jin, Western Xia, Weige and Dali. King Guan thought, isn't this just a mutated version of the Great Song dynasty?
The Qin Guan of this era is only 18 years old, 3 years younger than Qin Guan. His courtesy name is Xiaoyu. He lives in Hangzhou. His father is the director of the Ministry of Revenue in this Great Zhou Kingdom, a 5th-rank official.
The 6 ministries of the imperial court are personnel, war, justice, rights, revenue and works. The Ministry of Revenue is equivalent to the modern Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Civil Affairs, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Labor and Social Security,
National Audit Office, People's Bank of China Minting, and State Administration of Taxation, etc., all of them combined. The ministers of each ministry are equivalent to ministers.
The vice ministers are equivalent to deputy ministers. The heads of each department are called directors, equivalent to bureau chiefs. Qin Guan's father, as a director, is definitely a department-level cadre. Moreover,
he is in a powerful department in charge of money and food. The benefits are naturally great. Qin Guan's impression of this father is that he is strict. Qin Guan was really disciplined a lot when he was young, but as the saying goes,
a doting mother spoils her son. Qin Guan's mother, Zhongxi, always protects her youngest son, coupled with the pampering of the old lady Qin, and Qin Zheng's official duties keeping him away from home.
Qin Guan has developed his current unmotivated and dissolute playboy character. Qin Guan also has an older brother named Qin Wei. He is steady and even a bit dull. He has already obtained the title of scholar and is being taught by his father, Qin Zhang.
To prepare for the upcoming provincial examination next year, Qin Guan also has a younger sister, but this sister was born to Qin Guan's concubine Shi. Her name is Qun Yupei. She is only 7 years old this year and lives in the side courtyard.
When Qin Guan was injured a few days ago, it seemed that this concubine Pan brought her little sister over. But at that time, Qin Guan didn't recognize anyone and was in a daze, so he didn't pay attention, but in his memory,
the previous Qin Guan didn't give the mother and daughter any good looks either. That little girl was very afraid of him. He already knows Bao. He is his book boy and follower. He has been following him since he was 12 years old, for 3 years already.
That little maid Yimxiang is also 15 years old this year. She is his personal maid. Don't misunderstand. She is not a concubine, just a maid who takes care of his daily life. Having talked about the people around him,
it is time to focus on introducing Qin Guan himself. Speaking of which, this Qin Guan can definitely be regarded as a celebrity in Hangzhou City, but not in a good way. His reputation as a playboy is well known. Speaking of which,
this Qin Guan is also a student in the prefectural academy, but he only attends sporadically. The teachers can't control him. In addition, given his father's status, they finally let him be. It is conceivable that his studies are naturally not good.
On this point, the two Qin Guans are comparable. He usually frequents brothels, pleasure boats on West Lake, and even casinos, which ruined his reputation even more. If it were just these things,
Qin Guan's reputation as a playboy would probably not be known throughout Hangzhou. The origin of his bad reputation is also thanks to the spread by Lu Su and the Qian brothers. Qin Guan loved excitement and would join poetry gatherings. However,
Lu Su and the Qian brothers would target him. Qin Guan, being a bit of a blockhead, couldn't produce good poems or essays. Once, when pushed too far, he spouted a nonsensical poem,
which led to him being ridiculed by the scholars present. Afterward, the Qian brothers widely spread the story, naturally leading to Qin Guan's bad reputation as a dandy Wan Ku for nothing son of a rich family with no talent.
But why was Lu Su so set on being Qin Guan's enemy? The reason involved the Qin and Lu families, and even implicated the struggle between court factions. Lu Su was a renowned talent in Hangzhou, skilled in poetry, lyrics and essays. Moreover,
Lu Su wasn't from an ordinary family. His father, Lu Dayuan, was also an official in the court, serving as a supervising censor in the censorate. Although only an 8th-rank official, he had the power to supervise and report to the emperor.
So his authority was not small. More importantly, the Qin family, who were attached to Chancellor Shen, and the Lu family, who were attached to Chancellor Zheng, were opposed to each other. They fought fiercely in court.
So the Qin and Lu families were natural enemies. Facing such a low-level opponent as Qin Guan, Lu Su was naturally happy to trample him into the mud. After understanding the relationships involved, Qin Guan was very angry.
Are you really treating me like a fool? I will definitely step on you if I get the chance. What talent? You're all trash in front of my mighty mobile phone.
Thinking of the answers to imperial examinations and the poems and lyrics from all dynasties in his phone, Qin Guan instantly felt confident. Young Master Zheng is here to see you. Bao's voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward,
The door was pushed in. Seeing Xuanhuan lying on the bed, he exclaimed dramatically,
Brother Qin, I just heard that you've lost your memory.
Then the fatty winked at Xuanhuan and gave him a thumbs up, saying, Brother Qin.
Chapter 16. I want to become a Shukai successful candidate in the imperial examination. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. What great plan, Zheng De grinned and said. Of course, pretending to have amnesia is a great plan.
You certainly can't pass the Shukai exam. Now that you've lost your memory, you naturally don't have to fulfill the bet. Otherwise, jumping into Westlake would make you a laughingstock throughout Hangzhou, in Xuanhuan's memory.
This fatty Zheng could be considered his best friend. After hearing Zheng Da's words, Xuanhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. How do you know I can't pass the Shukai exam? Xuanhuan said unhappily. Zheng Da laughed heartily. Brother Qin.
You don't have to be stubborn with me. How are your studies? Don't you think I know? Indeed, Xuanhuan had never properly attended classes before. His knowledge was as rotten as dung. Even those hardworking students might not pass the Shukai exam, let alone.
Based on his knowledge, he had no hope in this lifetime. You're wrong, Brother Zheng, Xuanhuan said. I will take the exam this year and definitely get the title of Shukai, Xuanhuan said confidently. Zheng Da stared at Xuanhuan for a long time before saying,
Alright, since Brother Qin has such grand ambitions, I wish you success in the imperial examination. But you definitely won't have a chance this year. Xuanhuan was stunned. Why?
Because the recommendations for this year's prefectural examination are basically complete. Zheng Da looked at Xuanhuan playfully. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Then he remembered the reason for this. In ancient times,
there were only 3 official imperial examinations: the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination. Those who passed became Juren, Gongshi and Jinshi respectively. As for Shukai,
it was just a qualifying examination to participate in the imperial examinations. The prefectural examination was mainly presided over by the provincial education commissioner.
Because the provincial education commissioner was also called the director of education, it was named the prefectural examination. Not everyone could participate in the prefectural examination. They needed to be recommended by the county government.
And the recommended candidates were generally students from the county schools and prefectural schools. Speaking of which, Xuanhuan was also qualified to be recommended. He was also a student of the Hangzhou Prefectural School.
But would the prefect recommend a good-for-nothing like him for the exam? It was obvious that he wouldn't. He was afraid of embarrassing himself. Moreover, the provincial examination was generally held in August, which was also known as the autumn examination.
Therefore, the prefectural examination naturally had to be held earlier to facilitate the Shukai to participate in the provincial examination. The prefectural examination was generally held in June.
And the registration for the prefectural examination had to be done even earlier, generally in April. Xuanhuan thought about it. Was it April now? He was instantly dumbfounded. If he didn't make it this year,
would he have to stay here for another year and take the exam next year? Xuanhuan immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Xuanhuan jumped out of bed, startling Zheng De and her Bao. Xuanhuan ignored the two of them and strode out. Young master.
What's wrong, young master? Bao chased after him. I'm going to find my mother. Since accepting the memory infusion, Xuanhuan felt much more natural about calling his family members. Xuanhuan strode towards the backyard where Madame Zheng lived.
Bao followed closely behind, leaving Zheng Da alone in Xuanhuan's room, looking dazed. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Xiaoyu is still so impulsive. Zheng Da circled Xuanhuan's room. Suddenly, he found a page of a book under Xuanhuan's mat.
He pulled it out and his eyes lit up. I knew you were hiding something good. Illustrated explanations of the 36 styles of the cave master, with colored drawings! Good stuff! He then began to read it with great interest.
Xuanhuan burst into his mother Zhang Shi's room in a flurry. Zhang Shi was playing a card game with Pan Shi and 2 servant women. Everyone was startled by Xuanhuan's sudden entrance. Pan Shi and the 2 servant women unconsciously stood up.
Zhang Shi saw her son's anxious expression and quickly asked, Guana, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry, mother? I want to take the imperial examination, Xuanhuan said loudly. Xuanhuan's words shocked everyone in the room.
He wants to take the imperial examination. He, Xuanhuan, the second young master of the Qin family, wants to take the imperial examination. Is he kidding? Did he really knock his brains out?
Zhang Shi realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately shouted, Hixiang, quickly inform the steward and have Dr. Jin come over. What is all this nonsense? Xuanhuan looked at his mother and said solemnly, Mother, I'm not sick.
I'm perfectly healthy. There's no need to call Dr. Jin. I'm just here to tell you that I'm going to take this year's imperial examination. Zhang Shi stared blankly at her youngest son. But son, you don't usually read books.
How can you possibly pass the examination? If my son truly has a desire to take the imperial examination, then mother will hire the best teacher for you. Study hard for 2 years, and then take the examination. It's not too late, Zhang Shi advised. Even now,
She still felt that her son had a brain injury. Xuanhuan rolled his eyes and fabricated a story. Mother, actually, the night before last, your son fell at home for no reason. Don't you find it strange? Could it be?
Could it be that someone is trying to harm my son? Zhongshi's expression instantly became stern. No, mother, listen to me. Actually, when I came back last night I vaguely felt someone speaking to me in my ear.
Saying that I had received a blessing from the Taoist ancestor and would surely become rich and powerful in the future. Then, I felt someone push my shoulder, and I fell. I felt confused for the past 2 days, but today I feel refreshed and clear-headed.
Thinking about things is much simpler. I think that the fall the day before yesterday has unlocked my brain. That's why I'm preparing to take the imperial examination. Please grant my wish, mother. After listening to Qin Guan's words, Zhangxi, Panxi,
including the several servant women and even Erbao, were all dumbfounded. There's no way such a thing could exist. Even deities and Taoist ancestors are being invoked. Qin Guan saw that his mother still had no reaction and added more fuel to the fire.
If you don't agree to me taking the imperial examination, then it'll just bang my head again. But this time, I don't know if he'll survive. This scared Zhongxi. She stepped forward and grabbed her son's hand, saying anxiously, Guana, I agree to you.
You can take the exam if you want and however you want. I agree to everything. Qin Guan's trick worked and he chuckled inwardly. He continued. But mother, I heard that this year's prefectural examination recommendations are already over.
I want to ask you to write a letter to father, asking him to speak to the Hangzhou prefect and get me a supplementary registration. What do you think? How could Zhang Shi dare to refuse? Yes, he'll write it right away, at this moment.
Zhang Shi felt extremely uncomfortable. Her youngest son seemed to have really injured his brain and turned silly. No, I have to go to the Taoist temple tomorrow to burn incense. Qin Guan contentedly returned to his room.
He saw Zhang De engrossed in an illustrated book. Qin Guan glanced at it and curled his lip. This level of illustration is nothing compared to the excitement of a little movie. Qin Guan told Zhang De about asking Zhongxi to write a letter to his father,
requesting a supplementary registration from the prefect. Zhang De stared blankly at Qin Guan and said, You're really planning to participate in the prefectural examination 2 months later, shall you?
Don't underestimate it just because it's a prefectural exam. It's a difficult task like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. It's not easy to pass. Why is it not easy? Qin Guan knew basically nothing about it.
But Zhang Da had passed the Shukai examination, so he must know. Chapter 17. Qin Guan becomes famous again. Remembering the Shukai examination, Zhang Da's fat face was filled with misery. Last year, before the prefectural examination, for half a year.
You have no idea what a miserable life I lived. Fat Zhang looked like he was about to cry, and he even pretended to sniffle. I was locked in a separate courtyard, strictly forbidden from stepping out of the gate.
They didn't even leave me a maid.
Only a group of burly women. My father hired 3 teachers for me, who took turns teaching me. There was a small test every 3 days and a big test every 7 days. As long as I failed, I would get a beating during that time.
My buttocks were never okay for a single day. I could only sleep on my stomach every day. At this point, Qin Guan was shocked to discover that Fat Zhang's eyes were filled with tears. Really? Qin Guan asked incredulously. Zhang De slammed the table and shouted,
Of course it's true. I lived this kind of dark and dreary life for a whole half year, until I took the exam. Fortunately, I passed the exam. Otherwise, I would have to go through it again this year. You don't know, those days were truly inhuman.
And even with my level of studying I only managed to get a mediocre ranking. Qin, brother, do you think someone like you, who never studies, can pass the county exam? I advise you to forget about it. Instead,
deepen the lotus pond in your backyard and swim back and forth in it every day. It's better to develop your swimming skills as early as possible. In the end, Zhang Da didn't forget to belittle Qin Guan. On the other side,
Madame Qin was already writing a letter to her husband. After finishing writing she didn't send it through the postal station, but instead ordered a servant to deliver the letter to Zhoudu Jinling as quickly as possible. Jinling City, Qun Meina, Qun Gui
greeted his master Qun Zhang and the eldest son Qin Wei, and then took out the madam's letter from his arms, presenting it to the master himself. You've worked hard. Qun Gai, go and rest, Qin Zhang said, nodding. It's no trouble, master.
Qin Gai replied before leaving. After Qin Ge left, Qin Zhang opened the letter and read it, his face filled with anger. He said to his eldest son Qin Wei, who was standing beside him, Take a look at your mother's letter.
Qin Wei took the letter and quickly finished reading it, his face full of surprise. Second brother actually wants to take the imperial examination. It seems he has improved. Qin Zhang slammed his teacup heavily on the table and scolded, Improved my ass.
Didn't you see what your mother said? He made a bet with someone that if he doesn't pass the county exam, he'll jump into West Lake. It's truly absurd. Now he must be the laughingstock of the entire Hangzhou.
Your mother said he hit his head and lost his memory for 2 days. I think it would be better if he really lost his memory. That way, I could worry less. No matter how much he changes, it's better than him fooling around all day long, and he wants me.
His father, to write a letter to pull some strings and ask the prefect to recommend him for the provincial exam. He wants me to join him in this absurdity. What does he think the imperial examination is? It's such a joke, even if he can participate in the exam.
Does he think he can pass? It's just going to be a laughingstock. Qin Wei thought for a moment and said, Father, since second brother is interested in the imperial examination, why not let him try? It's better than him wandering around outside all day long.
Even if he doesn't pass, it can temper his character. Qin Jiang nodded after hearing his eldest son's words. That's right, I'll write back to your mother now. Since he wants to take the imperial examination, let him participate. But for these 2 months,
have your mother keep a close eye on him, so he doesn't go out and fool around again. After Qin Jiang finished speaking, he spread out the ink and brushes and quickly wrote a family letter to his wife, strictly forbidding Xuanhuan from going out.
Since he wants to take the exam, he should study hard at home. Then, he spread out another piece of paper and thought for a while before writing again. Dear brother Yunxia. After finishing writing, he picked it up, blew on it, folded it,
and put it in an envelope. He said to Qin Wei, the Hangzhou prefect, Lin Yunxia is my fellow graduate. I've written a letter to the Hangzhou prefect, asking him to recommend Guaner for the provincial exam this year.
Give it to Qin Gai tomorrow and have him take it back. Qin Jiang took a sip of tea and said to his eldest son, Why I don't always stay at home reading. Rote learning is useless. The imperial examination is just a stepping stone to advancement. Sometimes
a reputation for talent can create a good impression on the chief examiner and be a great help. You can go out more, communicate with your classmates and those who passed the exam in the same year, and make more friends. It's never a bad thing.
Qin Wei bowed slightly. Yes, father. Seeing his eldest son like this, Qin Jiang could only sigh inwardly. His eldest son was respectful, but his personality was too dull and he wasn't good at socializing. Qin Jiang knew that with such a disposition,
it would be difficult to gain a foothold even if he entered officialdom. The open and secret struggles and betrayals in officialdom were really not something Qin Wei could handle. His younger son, Qingguan, had a personality like his own. Unfortunately,
he was too unruly. In addition, he hadn't been properly disciplined, was spoiled by his mother and wife, becoming a complete playboy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He waved his hand to Qin Wei. Forget it. I'm tired. You can go.
Let Qin Gai rest for the night and go back tomorrow. Yes, father. Qin Wei left the study early the next morning. Qin Gai returned to Hangzhou with the master's 2 letters. For the past 4 days, Qin Guan had been looking forward to it.
Only after seeing his father Qin Jiang's letter did he breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to wait a year. The chief steward, Qin Rong, took Qin Jiang's letter to the prefect to pay respects to Lin Qi. After Lin Qi opened and read the letter,
he couldn't help but shake his head. Everyone in Hangzhou knew about Qin Guan's reputation as a playboy. Even though he was busy with official duties, he had heard many anecdotes about Qin Guan. Regardless of other things, he certainly had no scholarship.
Lin Qi was unwilling to let such a playboy participate in the preliminary examination, because the quality of talent recommendation was also one of the criteria for evaluating local government affairs. However, Qin Jiang was his fellow graduate,
and it was difficult to refuse. He hesitated for a moment and threw the letter on the table. The staff advisor's son, who was standing beside him, glanced at the letter and said with slight surprise, Sir,
does this Qin Guan also want to participate in this year's preliminary examination? Lin Qi leaned back, trying to relax, and said yes. Qin Jiang wrote to me hoping that I would recommend his playboy son to participate in this year's preliminary examination.
I've also heard about that Qin Guan, has ignorant and incompetent. How could he have any scholarship? Qin Jiang is too doting and is actually playing around with him. The staff advisor smiled and said to Lin Qi, Sir,
you've been busy with official duties these past few days, so you might not know. These past few days, Qin Guan has become famous again in Hangzhou. Moreover, it's related to this preliminary examination. As he spoke, he pointed to Qin Jiang's letter on the table.
Lin Qi's interest was piqued. Oh, what interesting things have happened. It is indeed an interesting anecdote. Some days ago, a group of students from the prefectural school invited Meng Xiangjin, one of the most celebrated courtesans in Hangzhou,
to a poetry gathering at the Bamboo Grove Pavilion in the Jinling Temple's detached courtyard, south of the city. Qin Guan also attended. During the event, Qin Guan was ridiculed by several scholars for being unlearned and unable to compose poetry. Qin Guan
made a bold statement, saying that he could casually create a timeless masterpiece. Then he recited a poem, which shocked the scholars present. Lin Qi was fond of poetry. Hearing this, his interest greatly increased.
Is there an original version of Qin's poem recited for me? Chapter 18. Not seeking fame, but peace and joy. Master Sun paused slightly, then began to read the butterfly and flowers gi with a swaying head, intonation and cadence. Flowers fade.
leaving small green apricots when swallows fly. Green waters surround the houses. Willow catkins on the branches are blown away, lessening day by day. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Inside the wall, a swing outside the wall, a path.
Outside the wall, a traveler. Inside the wall, a beautiful woman smiles. The laughter gradually fades. The sound diminishes into silence. Affection is troubled by heartlessness. Listening to Master Sun's recitation, Prefect Lin first appreciated,
then was surprised, and finally deeply attracted. The more he savored it, the better it tasted, as if he had drunk a sip of sweet nectar, making him feel refreshed all over. After a good while,
Prefect Lin awoke from his reverie and couldn't help but nod and exclaim, wonderful, truly a wonderful poem, excellent in both scenery and emotion, worthy of being passed down for 1,000 years. Then, Prefect Lin looked at Master Sun
and said with some disbelief, this poem, was it really written by Xuanhuan? Does he have such poetic talent? Can he create such a beautiful poem? Master Sun smiled. Those scholars present at the scene had the same question.
Some even accused Xuanhuan of buying the poem, which was insulting to literature. Xuanhuan naturally denied it outright. Regardless of whether this poem was written by Xuanhuan or a hired gun, this small green apricots has spread throughout Hangzhou.
Prefect Lin also smiled. Some scholars said that Xuanhuan was unlearned, and Xuanhuan was furious. He said that he could also pass the scholar's exam and made a bet with someone. If he didn't pass the exam within 3 years,
he would jump from the center of the lake and swim to the shore. Now, this bet is known to everyone in Hangzhou and has spread to the countryside, becoming a laughingstock. Prefect Lin was stunned, then shook his head with a smile, saying, nonsense.
He thought the story would end there, but Master Sun continued. Originally, people thought this matter would end with Xuanhuan jumping into the lake in 3 years. But unexpectedly, something else happened after Xuanhuan returned home that night.
The subsequent changes were even more dramatic. This Master Sun definitely has the potential to be a storyteller. He also knows how to drop hints and whet people's appetites, which made Prefect Lin very interested.
Rumor has it that Xuanhuan went home that night and at his own doorstep, stepped on the threshold and fell hard, hitting his head. When he woke up the next day, Xuanhuan couldn't recognize his parents and family. The most famous doctor in Hangzhou
diagnosed that he had injured his head and lost his memory. After this news spread, many people said that Xuanhuan might be a playboy, but he was very clever. After returning home, he came up with such an idea to escape the fixed gambling game.
When Magistrate Lin heard this, he said, cunning Master Sun, getting excited, continued. 2 days later, after Xuanhuan's injury healed, he told his mother that he wanted to participate in the imperial examination and must pass the Shukai exam.
Magistrate Lin's face darkened. The national talent selection ceremony is not something he can treat as a game. Can an unlearned playboy pass just because he says so? Even if he intends to take the exam, he should study hard for a few years first.
Seeing his lord's reaction, smiled and continued. At that time, Madame Qin also advised Xuanhuan in the same way. But Xuanhuan said that he fell because an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion pushed him,
and whispered in his ear that he was a man of great wealth and honor, blessed by the Taoist ancestor with all his spiritual apertures opened, and no worries about the imperial examination.
Now this rumor has been spreading like wildfire in Hangzhou these past 2 days. Perhaps this is also the origin of this letter, Master Sun said, pointing to the letter on the table again. Lin Qi was stunned for a moment.
The master said, do not speak of strange powers, rebellious spirits, to deceive the world with such ghostly words. This boy has evil intentions. Master Sun thought for a while and said, sir.
Confucius only said not to talk about ghosts and spirits. Nowadays, Taoism and Buddhism are flourishing. Who can really say for sure about these things? Magistrate Lin thought for a while. So be it. With the letter from his fellow provincial Xinjiang,
and the rumors of ghosts and spirits, plus he really liked that poem Green Almond Small, regardless of whether it was written by Xuanhuan or not, it did come from his mouth. It's just a reference spot, just give it to him.
He casually wrote a note and handed it to the master. Then you inform the people below to add Xuanhuan's name to the list of candidates for the upcoming academy examination. Master Sun left the Yamen and saw Xuanrong, the chief steward of the Qin family,
still standing in the shade of a tree. He walked over with a smile and said, I have fulfilled my mission. The magistrate has finally agreed to add the name of the second young Master Qun to the reference list for this academy examination.
Xuanrong was overjoyed, and taking Master Sun's hand, thanked him. Thanks to Master Sun's kind words. At the same time, he secretly slipped a silver note into Master Sun's hand. The smile on Master Sun's face grew wider. However, Master Sun said,
it's not because of my kind words. Master Qin and Magistrate Lin are the same year and have a deep friendship. We servants dare not speak carelessly. That's right, Xuanrong echoed, in his heart, however.
He marveled at how well Madame had arranged everything. Xuanhuan was lying on a recliner, with Yunxiang fanning him and Erbao telling him about the interesting things happening on the street, although there were no mobile phones or computers.
Qin Guan found it very pleasant. Just then the door was pushed open. Madame Qun came in with 2 maids. Seeing her son's lazy appearance, she sighed in her heart. In this state, how could he look like he was studying hard? Seeing his mother coming.
Mother, you're here. Guaner, do you still feel dizzy? Madame Qun asked with concern. Much better. Madame Qun sat down, took Qin Guan's hand, and said, Guaner, your father asked Magistrate Lin to re-register your name.
You can participate in the county examination in June. But your father also instructed in his letter that you must study hard at home and not go out and fool around. Now there are only a month and a half until the county examination, so don't go out.
Just stay home and study hard. Later, mother will find you a teacher to tutor you in the aspects of the imperial examination. Guaner, you must not mess around anymore. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan's face immediately fell. This was the rhythm of being grounded.
Not being allowed to go out for a month and a half would suffocate him. In the past few days, because of his injury, Madame Qin had strictly ordered Qin Guan not to go out and to recuperate at home. Qin Guan felt like he was about to grow mold.
A month and a half? How am I going to get through it? He finally understood the pain of Zheng Fadi's half-year confinement. And she was going to find a teacher for him. What was Qin Guan's level? Although he had absorbed Qin Guan's memories,
the original Qin Guan's level was terrible. If a teacher came, they would be able to figure out Qin Guan's level with just a few questions. If he passed the examination in the end, what would he say? Would he have to kill the teacher to silence them?
Qin Guan thought for a while and came up with an idea. Mother, I have been blessed by the Tao ancestor and opened my spiritual Takaibo orifice. What do I need a teacher for? I can just read the books myself.
Passing the examination and becoming a Shukai scholar is a piece of cake, Qin Guan said. Madame Qin looked at her confident little son. She sighed heavily in her heart again. Oh well, let him be. Perhaps Guana really did injure his brain.
Now she doesn't seek fame and fortune for her children and grandchildren, but only peace and joy. Chapter 19. Matters of the Imperial Examination. Madame Qun took out a piece of yellow silk handkerchief from her bosom. Spread it out on the table.
Revealing a jade pendant hanging from a red string. Guana, mother asked for a jade talisman for you at the Baopu Taoist temple. It can calm the soul, stabilize the spirit and ward off evil. Wear it, and it will keep you safe, Madame Qun said.
The jade pendant was only the size of a matchbox, with some runes carved on it that Qin Guan did not recognize. Qin Guan was obedient and immediately picked up the jade talisman and hung it around his neck. He looked at the runes on it, didn't understand them,
and stuffed it directly into his clothes, wearing it close to his body, looking at Madame Qun's pitying yet slightly lonely gaze. Qin Guan could feel her care for him, as well as her disappointment. At that moment, Qin Guan thought,
I must pass this scholar examination. From that day on, Qin Guan began his closed-door cultivation. Awaiting the examination, Qin Guan was completely ignorant of ancient classics, even with the original Qin Guan's memories.
His knowledge of these subjects was a mess. To put it metaphorically, if the imperial examination was like attending university, Qin Guan's level was at most elementary school graduation, barely literate. He had nothing to do with scholarship.
But even that was much better than Qin Guan's current state. Qin Guan could even recognize traditional Chinese characters. Although Qin Guan had a mobile phone test bank that he could use to cheat, he had many things to do. Therefore,
Qin Guan was not idle in the days that followed. First, he needed to understand what the scholar examination tested. Nowadays, the Great Zhou Kingdom scholar examination is not as complicated as in the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the Ming and Qing dynasty,
candidates had to pass the county examination, prefectural examination and academy examination. Only after passing all three could they obtain the title of scholar. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, scholars are first recommended by the county and prefecture,
and then participate in the academy examination. As long as they pass the academy examination, they will receive the title of scholar. The Great Zhou Kingdom scholar examination requires testing on Tijing, Moi and Shifu. What is Tijing?
The blank question, mainly testing classics such as the Yi Guan Yi, classic of poetry, classic of history, Zhouli, Book of Rites, Analects, and Mencius. I have an imperial examination app which contains countless classics.
This is not a problem for Qin Guan. Moi is actually a short answer question. It is a simple answer to the meaning of the classics. Qin Guan was delighted. His mobile phone also had this, and it was often a leisurely sentence.
With countless great minds explaining it, Shifu is easier to understand poetry, lyrics, and odes. Actually, Shi and Fu should be separated. Shi and Si can be considered as one family. As for food is a combination of rhymed prose and prose,
usually used to describe scenery and narrate events. Some also use shorter forms to express emotions and reason. Qin Guan was not afraid of this either. If you want to participate in the provincial examination, metropolitan examination, and palace exam,
you mainly need to test on Jingyi, Lun and Suan. These examinations are much more profound. But this is not what Xuanhuan is concerned with now. After reading these, Xuanhuan threw away the imperial examination notes in his hand and laughed loudly, shouting,
I have accomplished great things. The maid Yongxiang and the page boy Erbao who was serving beside him were startled. The two looked at each other, and their eyes showed even more sadness when they looked at Xuanhuan. Erbao sighed inwardly.
Such a fine young master, how could he have gone mad? Even with the imperial examination APP, Xuanhuan had things to do, and very important ones at that. And that was practicing calligraphy. Xuanhuan sat at the table, after finishing writing a large character.
He felt completely exhausted. His wrist was about to break. He said to Erbao and Yongxiang with confidence, Look, what do you think of my writing? I practiced it specifically. Xuanhuan even signed up for a basic calligraphy class for a month back then.
Full of tangled emotions, he secretly nudged Yongxiang next to him, signaling her to speak. Yongxiang immediately stood up. Yongxiang said crisply, Young master.
The kitchen in the front yard said they brewed astragalus and goji berry porridge for you. Astragalus porridge is most invigorating and best for drinking in the morning. After drinking it, you will be full of energy all day long.
It should be almost ready by now. I'll bring it to you, Kay. Go ahead, Xuanhuan said. Little Yongxiang glanced at Erbao, a hint of cunning in her eyes, like a little deer. She skipped away lightly. Erbao's eyes widened, watching Yongxiang's disappearing back.
He felt resentment in young master. The front yard. Xuanhuan glared, Stop talking nonsense. Erbao's head immediately drooped. I'm asking you, how is this large character I wrote? Erbao took a deep breath, raised his head.
And a bright smile appeared on his face. Young master, your writing is good, really too good. Xuanhuan glanced at Erbao. Tell the truth. Oh, Erbao wilted again. After a while, Erbao mustered up the courage to say, Young master, you told me to tell the truth.
Actually, your writing is really ugly. Even 7 or 8-year-old children in the school write better than you. Xuanhuan turned around and glared at Erbao, just in time to see a grey figure dart out of the room. Erbao also ran. These two guys.
Xuanhuan muttered. He looked at his own writing, feeling it was not bad. The horizontal lines were horizontal, and the vertical lines were vertical. How could it be worse than even 7 or 8-year-old children? In fact, Erbao really didn't wrong Xuanhuan.
His writing was truly ugly as hell. In ancient times, children started learning at the age of 3 or 4, studying books like the 100 Family Surnames and the 1,000-Character Classic, and began learning to write by the age of 7 or 8.
Their calligraphy was already quite decent. Even Xuanhuan's book boy wrote several streets better than Xuanhuan. Keep up the good work. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan also tried to find some classic texts to read. He couldn't memorize them.
But at least he should familiarize himself with the content by reading them through once, so he wouldn't be completely clueless when the time came. But after reading only a few articles, Xuanhuan felt overwhelmed. The language was obscure,
and the meaning unclear. It took him more than 10 minutes to read a short article of a few hundred words. And he was covered in sweat after finishing it. And this was just reading. What about the other scholars? They not only had to memorize,
but also had to translate, understand the principles within and know the derived principles. They even had to read commentaries written by later generations. In short, although there were only a dozen or so classic texts,
it would take years of hard work to truly memorize and understand them thoroughly. No wonder the imperial examination was said to be a single plank bridge for thousands of troops to cross. Once the examination was successful,
one would immediately rise to prominence, because it was too difficult. After being cooped up at home for half a month, Xuanhuan couldn't stand it anymore. He called Erbao over and whispered, Erbao, how much money do you have, young master?
The monthly allowance the madam gave you this month. You haven't spent it yet, adding the previous savings. And the old madam gave you 5 strings of coins. I have a total of 22 strings, Erbao said with a grin, looking like a little rich man.
Xuanhuan was stunned. So little. Erbao looked at the young master and exclaimed, Young master, it's not little! You can buy a lot of things! How much does it cost to spend a night with Meng Zhangjian? Is this money enough? Xuanhuan asked. Erbao curled his.
Young master, flower courtesan Meng only sells her art, not her body. But even just drinking and chatting, it would probably cost around 100 strings. Erbao, take the money. Let's go out for a said, stretching. Chapter 20. I dare you.
Erbao was shocked. Young master, didn't you promise the madam that you would study at home in seclusion? How can you run out? If the madam finds out, she will be unhappy again. Xuanhuan knocked Erbao on the head and said,
Do you understand the balance between work and rest? I've been reading too hard lately, so I'm mentally exhausted. I need to go out and clear my head so I can come back and continue studying. Erbao rubbed his head and muttered,
I haven't seen you working hard at all. Xuanhuan glared.
Are you rebelling against me?
Erbao darted out. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face, after thinking about it. Since I'm going out to have fun, I should prepare more money.
Although 20 odd strings of cash have a decent purchasing power in this ancient time, Xuanhuan quickly calculated and realized how poor he was. He had seen some information before, if calculated based on the most basic equivalent rice price.
One string of cash is roughly equivalent to 300 yuan in modern times. The 22 strings of cash in King Guan's hand are only 6 or 7,000 yuan. Poor, simply too poor. The dignified second young master Chun only has a few thousand yuan in assets.
This is just 1 or 2 months worth of pocket money. What can he do with that? He walked to the bedside, squatted down, and pulled open 2 wooden daban, revealing 2 silver-white combination lock briefcases inside. He pulled out a briefcase,
Opened the combination lock, and saw the inside filled with modern items. Qin Guan actually felt a sense of familiarity. Picking and choosing, Qin Guan took out 2 items. Neither was large. One was a jade pie pendant the size of a cigarette case,
and the other was a string of crystal beads. As for the material, they were both glass. He wore the beaded bracelet on his wrist, hidden in his sleeve. The pendant hung on his waist.
The green pendant had a red silk thread on top and a golden tassel at the bottom, swaying as he walked, very dazzling. Bao brought the money back and saw the jade pendant on Qin Guan's waist as soon as he entered the room. He hurried over to look at it.
Young master, when did you get such a jade pay? It's so beautiful. Qin Guan smiled. Your young master has plenty of good things. You don't need to worry about these. Let's go. Let's go shopping. I haven't been out for half a month. I feel like my body is rusting.
The moment he stepped out of the Qin family's gate, Qin Guan felt like a dragon returning to the sea or a bird entering the forest. His whole body felt comfortable. Young master, where do you want to go to play? Bao asked, casing after him. Speaking of which,
there are actually many entertainment activities in ancient times. For the high end, there are 亲戚书画诗酒茶. From this, many contents can be derived. For the more common people, there are 狗栏瓦舍 tea houses for listening to stories. 地鼓小唱拜舌, 搓弄唱转复社杂剧, 珠宫调影戏,
etc. For something more open, there are brothels and zibuan and pleasure boats on the West Lake. Qin Guan was quite interested in the brothels and pleasure boats, but it was still morning. The ladies probably hadn't gotten up yet.
Qin Guan swished open his folding fan. He elegantly spoke of a very refined place. Let's go to the fighting arena. Bao rolled his eyes behind Qin Guan. He thought to himself, knew you'd want to go there. The fighting arena is actually a type of gambling den.
However, unlike casinos which have games like dice rolling, guessing chess pieces, and betting on dominoes, this place is all about animal fights. This includes dog fights, cockfights, cricket fights, and even some strange competitions. For example,
bull fights and sheep fights. There are many varieties and a full range of species. And now in Hangzhou, the most popular is cockfighting. It was the original Qin Guan's favorite. Actually, Qin Guan quite liked cockfighting.
He was particularly obsessed with it for a while. After being cheated once and learning the inside tricks, Qin Guan gradually lost interest. The master and servant arrived at the cockfighting arena. It was a 2-story wooden building.
It was vast and luxuriously decorated, belonging to the largest gambling den in Hangzhou. Qin Guan walked in with Bao and found it bustling with noise. People were gathered in a circle, staring at a pair of fighting cocks in the ring,
loudly cheering them on. At this moment, the 2 cocks were fighting fiercely. Qin Guan stood in the back, watching with interest. A few minutes later, the 2 cocks were decided the winner and loser. Some cheered and some lamented.
Bao was engrossed in watching. Qin Guan tapped Bao's head with his folding fan. Let's go. Follow the young master upstairs. Ordinary guests usually play on the first floor. The bets are also relatively small. It's crowded and lively, but slightly noisy.
The second floor is the VIP area. The conditions are much better than the first floor. There are also private rooms for resting. He took Bao up the stairs and found that there were quite a few people on the second floor today, about 30 or 40.
After all, Qin Guan used to hang out here often. Oh, young master Qin, long time no see. Brother Pooh, you're here too. Haha. Brother Qin, we've missed you these past few days.
We were thinking of visiting you in a few days to see how your injuries were, but we were afraid of being kicked out by butler Qin. How could you be? Qin Guan greeted everyone with a smile. Just then, a disgusting voice rang out. Oh.
Young master Qin Guan is out of seclusion. How rare. The curtain of a nearby private room was lifted, and 2 people walked out. They had the same square, coffin lid-shaped faces. It was the Chuan brothers, Chuan Mao and Chuan Sheng.
Qin Guan felt disgusted in his heart. How could he see these 2 guys everywhere he went? What a mood killer. Qian Sheng said with a grin, young master Qin, I heard you bumped your head and lost your memory.
I wonder if you still remember your old classmate and our previous bet. He then chuckled, the sound grating on the ears. At this moment, Chuan Mao also chimed in. Brother Qin, I heard you'll be taking the upcoming county exam next month.
You've been in seclusion at home studying hard these past few days. With Brother Chun's great talent, I'm sure you'll be at the top of the list. Hearing this, Many people present burst out laughing. The words of these two guys were blatant sarcasm.
Without a hint of disguise, however, Qinguan remained calm and composed, and said to the Qian brothers, Qianda, Qian I must say, I've indeed gained some insights from studying these past few days. I'm quite confident about the scholar exam. Oh, right.
I wonder if you brothers know how to swim. I advise you to practice more while you can, so you won't swallow so much water when the time comes. Qianmao had a contemptuous smile on his lips. He didn't believe a word Qinguan said.
If Qinguan could pass the scholar exam, then you could probably just grab a pig and make it a Juran-recommended man. Qianmao said. I wonder what Brother Qin is doing here. Qinguan rolled his eyes. I did expect Brother Qin's brain to be so useless.
Coming to the fighting arena, of course it's for gambling. Everyone present knew that the Qian brothers and Qinguan were not on good terms, and they also knew about their bet. Watching the two sides bickering, people were happily watching the show.
Darted around, and he said loudly, Qinguan, since you're here to gamble, how about we have a game? I just don't know if you dare. Chapter 21. This is a treasure. Gamble on what? Qinguan asked. Naturally, it's cockfighting. Qian Sheng said.
Oh, how do we gamble at this time? Qian Mao opened his mouth and said, let's each prepare a fighting cock and have a fair gamble. We'll bet on our own fighting cock, and the winner takes all. How about it? Qian Sheng echoed beside him. Qinguan.
His face was full of contempt and provocation. Qinguan could tell at a glance that these brothers were setting him up again. Just as he was about to refuse, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong! The system has issued a temporary mission.
Defeat the Qian brothers in the gambling fight and receive a reward. There is no penalty for failing to complete the mission. Do you want to accept the mission? Qinguan was overjoyed. Qinguan had traveled to the ancient world for half a month.
He had called out to the system many times, but apart from being able to view the system panel, the system completely ignored him. Just as the system had said before, after the main task was issued, the system would enter hibernation.
Now that the system had issued a temporary task, Qinguan quickly called out to the moonlight system in his mind. However, after shouting many times, the system still didn't respond. In the end, Qinguan could only reluctantly exit the system.
Receive the temporary task. Qinguan came back to his senses. At this moment, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Qinguan turned his head and found that it was Old Pooh, who had greeted him earlier. Old Pooh was in his 30s and a wealthy landlord.
His family also owned several shops in Hangzhou. He usually liked to hang out here and was very familiar with Qinguan. Old Pooh whispered, Brother Qin, I advise you not to agree to the Qian brothers. You haven't been here for the past few days, so you don't know.
The Qian brothers have somehow obtained a top-notch fighting cock. It has a red crest and brocade feathers and is very fierce. It has already won several matches at this venue and is unrivaled among the chickens. I advise you not to take their bet. See.
These are my own people. However, I have a system task, so I have to take this bet. After thanking Old Pooh, Qinguan looked at the Qian brothers and said loudly, Okay, I'll take your bet. When will we start gambling? Hearing Qinguan say this,
the Qian brothers revealed a look of joy. The two looked at each other and thought, this Qin family fool has fallen into the trap again, including Old Pooh. Several people who had a good relationship with Qinguan secretly sighed.
They thought that Qinguan was going to be tricked by the Qian brothers again. Of course, more people were watching the show. The more lively it was, the better. They estimated that after today, they would have one more topic to talk about. At this time,
Qianmao said, since Brother Qin has accepted, then we can start now. Qinguan spread his hands. I don't have a fighting cock, just find one in this venue. Qiang Sheng said with a smile. Qinguan had learned about the shamelessness of the Qian brothers.
He said angrily, I might as well just give you the money. Do you want it? Qian Sheng's laughter choked. Qianmao said, then, we'll give Brother Qin half a day. We'll start fighting at Shenxi this afternoon. How about that, Shenxi?
Qinguan felt that the time was about right. Nodded very decisively. Qinguan said, in that case, I'll go prepare the fighting cock. Let's meet at Shenxi 3:05 p.m. Qinguan turned to leave, but Xuanhuan stopped him. Hey,
Brother Qin, there's still one thing we haven't clarified. What is it? Qinguan looked at the Qian brothers. What's our stake? Qian Sheng interjected from the side. Qinguan thought they would bring it up during the betting.
But it didn't matter if they mentioned it now. He thought for a moment and said, let's make it 20 strings of cash. That's all the pocket money he had, only 22 strings of cash. And 20 strings was not a small amount in a gambling den, it was already a large bet.
Upon hearing Qinguan say 20 strings of cash, Qian Sheng immediately scoffed with a look of disdain. Qianmao said, Brother King, my fighting cock is a king among chickens. Each time it enters the ring, it wins no less than 200 strings of cash.
You're embarrassed to even mention 20 strings. Looking at the Qian brothers' disdainful expressions, Qinguan was annoyed. He was actually being looked down upon. Xuanhuan, son of the esteemed Vice Minister of Revenue.
Surely you can come up with 200 strings of cash, right? Xuansheng chimed in from the side, mocking him. Now everyone could see that the Xuan brothers not only wanted to swindle Xuanhuan, but they also wanted to swindle a large sum.
Bao frantically tugged at Xuanhuan's clothes, trying to tell him not to agree to the Xuan brothers' terms. A smile crept onto the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. He turned to the gambling den's manager and said, I remember this fighting arena has appraisers, right?
The manager respectfully replied, Yes, young Master Qin, is there anything you need? Call one over to help me appraise something. Everyone knew that Xuanhuan was going to pawn something. Many people sighed inwardly, young and impetuous.
It seemed the Qin family would lose at least 200 strings of cash this time. 200 strings of cash was not a small sum. 10 strings of cash can buy about 1 mu of land, and 20 strings can buy an average, strong horse.
These 200 strings are enough for an ordinary family's expenses for a year. Looking at the Xuan family brothers, joy simultaneously appeared on their faces, as if their cunning plan had succeeded. Before long,
the appraiser from the gambling house arrived. Speaking of which, the Zhang family's gambling house had quite a large influence in Hangzhou, operating gambling houses, brothels, and pawnshops, a one-stop shop for ruining families. Naturally,
these places employed many appraisal masters. The appraiser was an old man in his 50s. Xuanhuan didn't waste words. He lifted his robe and took off the jade pendant from his belt, handing it to the appraiser.
The appraiser carefully took the pendant and examined it seriously. After a while he smiled at Xuanhuan and said, Young Master Qin, this is a glazed piece pendant. It can be considered a fine piece, if you want to pawn it.
I think it's worth 300 strings of hash, everyone thought. A glazed pendant is worth 300 strings! The Qin family really is rich. Now they have money to gamble. But Xuanhuan shook his head. May I ask the honorable appraiser for your surname?
Xuanhuan asked. You're too kind. My surname is Kai, the old man said. Master Kai, I think you should take this glazed pendant to the window and look at it against the sun before you set a price. Master Kai looked surprised. He blinked,
took the pendant, and walked to the window. Sunlight streamed in from outside. Master Kai held the pendant up to the sun and then froze in place. Everyone was waiting for the result, wondering if Xuanhuan was just putting on a show.
But they saw Master Kai holding the pendant, standing there dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he go crazy? Just as someone was about to step forward, Master Kai shouted, A treasure! This is a treasure! Master Tai's shout startled everyone present.
What's with all the fuss? Master Kai turned around and quickly walked to Xuanhuan, saying, Young Master Qin, am I seeing things? In the middle of this glazed pendant, there's actually… Xuanhuan nodded. Chapter 22. Have you ever seen such a good thing before?
Everyone was bewildered. Master Kai had only spoken halfway. Xuanhuan nodded. They could understand or hear clearly. Feeling stifled and uncomfortable, someone became unhappy and shouted loudly at Master Kai. Old Kai, you might as well tell us.
What exactly is going on? Yes, holding the glass pendant, Master Kai said excitedly. I have never seen such ingenious craftsmanship. This glass pendant is worth no less than 300 strings of cash on its own. But after Chun Xiao's reminder,
I looked at it under the sunlight and discovered there was more to it than meets the eye. Inside this glass pendant, a Chinese dragon is carved. Everyone, this is inside the glass pendant. I still can't figure out how it was done, moreover.
The Chinese dragon is carved so vividly and lifelike. Every whisker, every scale is carved so clearly as if it were alive. The Xuan brothers exchanged glances. Sheng said loudly, Old Kai, you're exaggerating too much. In the end,
isn't it just a glass pendant with a Chinese dragon carved on it? What's so rare about that? Master Kai looked at Xuansheng with disdain and said, This is no ordinary carving. It's in the center of this glass pendant. If it weren't impossible,
I would have really thought a Chinese dragon was put inside the glass pendant. What's even more rare is that this Chinese dragon is not a flat picture but, like a living thing, visible from all sides. I have never seen or even heard of this kind of technique.
Master Kai couldn't help but say it again. Xuanhuan chuckled to himself. Glass laser internal carving. Of course you haven't seen it. At this moment, someone asked, Then how much is this glass pendant worth? Master Kai said very confidently.
Originally a glass pendant was worth 300 strings of cash. Now with this Chinese dragon it's worth at least 10 times that. Everyone present was incredibly surprised. 10 times, that would be 3,000 strings of cash in ancient times.
People often used the phrase wealth of 10,000 strings to indicate that someone was very rich. 3,000 strings of cash was definitely a significant amount of money anywhere. The people in the building couldn't help but crowd forward,
hoping to catch a glimpse of what the 3,000 string of cash glass pendant looked like. They even wanted to see what the Chinese dragon inside the glass pendant looked like and how ingenious it was. Master Kai didn't dare to let go of it.
But in order to satisfy everyone, he held up the glass pendant and let everyone view it in the sunlight. After seeing it, many people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The Chinese dragon inside looks real. I even feel like its eyes are moving.
Carving inside a glass pendant. I've never heard of such a technique. Could it be that they really captured a Chinese dragon and sealed it inside?
This is a treasure.
Worth 3,000 strings of cash. Not a penny less. Look at the scales.
Look at the movements. Simply exquisite and lifelike. This must be the painstaking work of some master carver. Everyone praised it. But the Xuan brothers, watching the surging crowd from the periphery, were somewhat at a loss. Master Kai,
Fearing something might happen, returned the glass pendant to Xuanhuan after demonstrating it to everyone. Xuanhuan took the glass pendant from Master Kai and casually hung it on his waist. Many people couldn't help but think, such a valuable item.
yet he wears it out like that. If it breaks, 3,000 strings of cash will be gone. Some even thought about knocking Xuanhuan unconscious and snatching his glass pendant.
Bao was also frightened silly by the 3,000 strings of cash that old Kai had mentioned. When he came to his senses, he immediately stood next to Xuanhuan, vigilantly looking around.
Fearing that someone would try to snatch his young master's glass pendant. Xuanhuan was also shocked by old Kai's final valuation. He never expected that an ordinary glass laser engraved pendant, which he bought for a little over 100 yuan,
would be worth 3,000 strings of cash here. Originally, he thought that it would be good if he could sell it for 200 or 300 strings of cash. Now it was a real surprise. Xuanhuan's eyes rolled, and he thought of an idea.
After hanging the glass pendant, Xuanhuan turned to look at the Qian brothers and said, "Brothers Qian, now I have money. Master Kai has appraised my glass pendant at 3,000 strings of cash.
I think it would be better if we use 3,000 strings of cash as a bet. What do you think?" The Qian brothers were stunned. They stared blankly at Xuanhuan. They previously used 200 strings of cash to mock Xuanhuan for being broke.
Now he took out a glass pendant worth 3,000 strings of cash and directly opened a bet with them. This was a direct slap in the face. Although the Qian family was wealthy and a famous timber merchant in Hangzhou,
They had never gambled with 3,000 strings of cash at once. Qin Mao felt his palms were full of sweat. He wanted to refuse, but they were the ones who started this gambling match. If they were timid and dared not call,
they would inevitably be laughed at by others. But 3,000 strings of cash, they really couldn't come up with it right now. At this moment, Xuansheng shouted, "A small broken glass pendant, who knows if it's really worth 3,000 strings of cash?"
King Guan smiled slightly, looked at Qiansheng, and said, "Have you ever seen such a good thing before? Master Kai is the best appraiser here." Qiansheng, stiffening his neck, said, "What if old Kai is wrong, or has colluding with you to deceive us?"
The casino manager became unhappy and said angrily, "Qiansheng, watch your words. Our Zhang family casino has always valued fairness and never cheats. If you ruin our casino's reputation, someone will naturally come to reason with you."
Qiansheng shuddered, realizing he had said the wrong thing. Although the Qian family was wealthy, they really couldn't afford to offend the local bully Zhang family. They were involved in shady dealings. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers began to clamor.
Some laughed at the Qian brothers for being densa, while others made sarcastic remarks, making the Qian brothers lose face. Qin Guan smiled. He spread his hands and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you if you don't think it's worth it."
Then well bet 20 strings of cash. Qiansheng looked at his brother and whispered, "Brother, why don't we bet with him? Anyway, our Dinpo Dajiangjun is strong. We're not afraid of losing to him. He doesn't even have a fighting cock."
He definitely won't be able to find a good fighting cock to match Dinpo Dajiangjun in such a short time. Qian Mao squinted his eyes and thought. After a while, Qian Mao said to Qin Guan, "Since brother Qin has such courage, then we'll settle it here. See you at Shinshi."
After speaking, he took Sheng and left downstairs. Shinshu is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's 10 am now. The betting starts at 3 p.m. Qin Guan doesn't even have a suitable fighting cock. He needs to hurry. Qin Guan looked at Lao Pu beside him and said, "Brother,
"Do you know of any good fighting cocks nearby? Can you introduce me to one?" Lao Pu sighed and said, "Brother Qin, you were too impulsive just now. 3,000 strings of cash for the Niodi pay. How could you bet it? I told you."
The Qian brothers' fighting cock is very strong. The fighting cocks in our area are no match for it." Qin Guan smiled. "That's why I need Brother Pu to introduce me to one. A good one." Lao Pu shook his head. "All right.
Lao Xing in the south of the city has some good fighting cocks. I'll take you to see them." Chapter 23, Blue Pill. After leaving the Dotang, Qin Guan called Bao, gave him a note he had written upstairs, and instructed him.
Buy all the medicinal materials on this list and take them home. Wait for me there." Bao grabbed Qin Guan's sleeve and pleaded with a sorrowful face, "Young master, can we not bet if you lose the Liodi pay? Master and madam will be very angry when they find out."
Bao will probably get beaten again. It's okay. This time, young master is confident of winning, Qin Guan said. Everyone says that the Qian brothers have a good fighting cock that wins every battle. What makes you think you can win, young master?
Bao pleatily, your young master has his own plan. Took 20 strings of cash from Bao, leaving him 2 strings to buy medicinal herbs. Qin Guan followed Lao Pu to the south of the city to pick a rooster.
Lao Xing is famous in this area for raising fighting cocks. However, Lao Xing told Xuanhuan that he had seen the Xuan brothers fighting cock and it was indeed 1 in 1,000. A king?
None of the fighting cocks he had here were confident enough to defeat it. Lao Xing himself estimated that his best cock had a 4 to 6 chance, with a greater chance of losing than winning. It was a large rooster with completely black feathers,
Iron claws and steel teeth, looking very fierce. Qinguan felt that a 4 in 10 chance was enough. Lao Xing asked for 20 strings of cash. Qin Guan spent all his money, carrying the rooster back home under Xin La San's surprised gaze.
He returned to a small courtyard. Qin Guan put the fighting cock down and asked Bao, did you buy the medicinal herbs?
Yes, young master.
But young master, let's not go.
That's a glass pendant worth 3,000 strings of cash. Even a shop isn't worth 3,000 strings. If madam knows you lost the money, she'll beat me to death, Bao said with a bitter face. How do you know this young master will lose?
Bao pouted and muttered, it's obvious, they set a trap for you, and you jumped right in, you're definitely going to lose. Qin Guan chuckled, are you saying this young master is stupid? It's not certain who's the fool.
Qin Guan took the medicinal herbs and looked at them. Very satisfied, he went back into the house and secretly took a board of small blue pills from the box and began to prepare the medicine.
He divided the medicinal herbs according to the dosage and rolled them into pills the size of mung beans, making more than a dozen in the end. Qin Guan didn't make any more of the remaining herbs. These were enough. After finishing these, young master.
What are you making? Pills. What are they for? You're not planning to poison the other party's fighting cock, are you? Bao said with wide eyes. Do you think the Qian brothers would let me feed it to them? Fool. This is for our own fighting cock.
What are these pills for? What are stimulants? You'll know when we get to the fighting arena. In fact, in modern times, many informal cockfighting matches involve doping the roosters with stimulants.
There are even specialized stimulants for fighting cocks. Qin Guan naturally knew about these, but he didn't bring any of those things with him this time. However, Qin Guan had something else in his box, blue pills. This was a folk remedy Qin Guan knew about.
The small pills, combined with a few Chinese herbs, could stimulate a surge of male hormones, making the rooster very excited and insensitive to pain. However, there was also a downside. Taking this medicine would cause significant harm to the fighting cock.
It was possible that the rooster would be ruined after just one match. Seeing that the time was approaching Shenxi 3:05 p.m., Qin Guan pointed to the chicken coop in the yard and said, Bao, bring our ironclad general today.
Your young master will dominate the arena. Bao drooped his head. Carrying the chicken coop behind Qin Guan, they walked all the way to the fighting arena. As soon as Qin Guan entered, many people looked over.
The gamblers had already heard about the bet between Qin Er and the Qian brothers in the morning and were all watching. Many people whispered to each other, this second young master Qin is really rich.
The jade pendant he's wearing is the one worth 3,000 strings of cash, right? It's a glass pendant. But it's a pity we can't see the Kerin. Didn't Master Kai say that the Kerin is inside? You can't see it from the outside, only through the sun. What?
A priceless glass pendant is about to be won by the Qian brothers. Why is this Qiner so foolish? He's a well-known playboy in our Hangzhou city. What can't he do? I heard he got a fighting cock from old Xing in the south of the city.
It's the one the page is holding. It looks quite mighty. Maybe there's a chance of winning. What chance is there? The Chuan brothers' brocade robe general has recently defeated several rooster kings, including 2 raised by old Xing.
Even those undefeated generals are no match. How can this chick possibly win? Let's just watch the show. The people below were discussing animatedly. Qin Guan ignored them and went straight to the second floor. As soon as he got upstairs,
Qin Guan found that the second floor was also packed with people. They must have all heard about the huge bet and came to watch the excitement. Qin Guan also saw an old friend, Zheng Da the fat Zheng. As soon as Fatty Zheng saw Qin Guan,
he immediately stepped forward, grabbed Qin Guan's clothes, and said, Brother Qin, you must not gamble with the Chuan brothers. Their fighting cock is a tyrant in this Hangzhou city. No rooster can beat it. You just grabbed a random fighting cock.
You definitely won't win. Why give them a glass pendant worth 3,000 strings of cash for nothing? As Zheng Da spoke, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the glass pendant on Qin Guan's waist.
He was also very curious about how Qin Guan could own a glass pendant worth 3,000 strings of cash. Qin Guan smiled and said to Zheng Dai, I must participate in this fight. But don't worry. I'm still confident. Zheng Da could only sigh.
He felt that Qin Guan must have been provoked by the Qian brothers and agreed to the fight. Qin Guan was a man who cared about face, and now it was difficult to go back on his word, so he had to bite the bullet.
How could he know that Xuanhuan had accepted a system mission? Which was why he wanted to participate in this fight. Xuanhuan really had to participate in this fight. If he lost, it would only be a glass pendant. If he won, the benefits would be great.
Winning would not only get him 3,000 strings of cash from the Qian brothers, but also a system reward. Why not bet? Besides, with self-made stimulants in hand, it wasn't like Xuanhuan had no chance of winning. When the Qian brothers saw Xuanhuan coming,
Afraid that Xuanhuan would refuse, Qian Mao cupped his hands at Xuanhuan and said, "Brother Qin, we've been waiting for you." As he spoke, both brothers looked at the chicken cage that Bao was holding.
after carefully examining the big black rooster, they both showed expressions of disdain. In the past, Qin Guan's rooster might have been considered a good rooster, but compared to their fighting cock, there was a clear difference. Chapter 24.
If you don't have mow it. Xuanhuan also looked at Xuansheng, who was holding a brocade feathered rooster in his arms. It had a red crown, a golden beak, a straight neck, thick thighs and sharp claws, covered in colorful feathers of purple,
Red and blue, it looked extraordinarily valiant. One look and you could tell it was a top-notch fighting cock since he was ready. Qin Guan didn't waste any words with him. He said to the Qian brothers, "I'll use my glass pendant as a bet. Brothers Qian."
Qiansheng glared and said with a contemptuous tone, "Would we cheat you? Anyway, your rooster can't win." Qin Guan smiled dismissively. Qiansheng, stop talking nonsense. Fair gambling naturally requires a bet.
If you can't come up with the money, take your chicken and scram. Before, the Qian brothers were provoking Qin Guan, but now Qin Guan was squeezing them. 3,000 strings of cash was not a small amount of money. It couldn't be taken out casually.
He believed that although these brothers were rich, it wouldn't be easy for them to raise this amount of money. Qin Guan was right. The Qian brothers really couldn't come up with the money right now to take out 300 or 500 strings of cash.
They could easily do it, but 3,000 strings, they didn't have that much money on hand, unless they asked their family for money. But coming out to gamble, gambling so big, and daring to ask their family for money.
Their old man would probably beat them to death with a stick. At this moment, Xuan Mao spoke up. "Qin Guan, I think it's better this way. You use your glazed jade pendant as the bet. As for us, well, take out 200 strings of cash and write an IOU for another one.
If you really win, we'll pay you back the money. What do you think of that?" Qin Guan shook his head like a rattled drum. "No way, absolutely no way. If you win my glazed jade pendant worth 3,000 strings of cash. If I win."
There's no such thing in this world, Qiansheng said unhappily. "Then what do you want?" Qin Guan chuckled, glanced at the Qian brothers, then turned to look at the others watching the excitement. He said loudly, "Since it's a gambling match,
Then the bets should be placed on the table. Everyone agrees, right? Many people immediately echoed him. That's right, that's how it should be. That's the most basic rule. There's no reason to try to get something for nothing, if you don't have money.
Qian hurry up and take out the money. We still want to watch the cockfighting." After Qin Guan stirred up the atmosphere, he turned to the Qian brothers and said, "If you want to bet, then bring the money."
I remember this gambling den has a loan business, doesn't it? You can borrow money from the gambling den. Without waiting for the Qian brothers to answer, Qin Guan turned to the manager of the arena standing next to him and said, "Manager Zheng,
I would also like to ask the casino to act as a guarantor, so it's convenient to fulfill the bet. What do you think?" Manager Zhang was overjoyed to hear this. This was a good thing to send money to the casino, so he naturally agreed.
No problem, young Master Qin. Qin Guan's gambling match with the Qian brothers was a private affair. The two sides would resolve the winnings and losses themselves. Using the arena's grounds required paying some money as a venue fee. This amount wasn't much.
20 strings of cash was enough. But if the casino were to act as a guarantor, it would be different. The casino needed to ensure that the winner could get the money. This fee would be high. The casino would take a 10% commission, of course.
Only from the losing side. However, the stakes between Qin Guan and the Qian brothers were not small. 3,000 strings of cash each. Even if only one side was charged, the casino could earn 300 strings.
300 strings was not a small amount of money. Manager Zhang was naturally willing. Hearing Qin Guan's words, Qian Mao frowned and narrowed his eyes. In fact, the Qian brothers had also scraped together some money.
But it wasn't enough for 3,000 strings. They only had 200 strings. This was already all the wealth of their brothers. However, they were confident in their brocade, Rob General, so they agreed to the gambling match without hesitation.
Only on the matter of money, Qian Mao was still thinking of playing tricks, but now it seemed that Qin Guan was not easy to fool. Qian Sheng settled up to his brother and whispered, "Brother, that Qin Guan is not easy to fool.
I think it's better if we borrow a sum of money from the casino temporarily. Anyway, we can win it back immediately. When the glazed jade pendant is sold, we can earn more than 2,000 strings of cash. Xuanhuan was always cautious. He said, what if we lose?
Zhang Sheng said nonchalantly, look at the chicken Xuanhuan brought. It's so silly. Our brocade robe general will definitely win. Don't worry. Qian Mao thought for a while, then looked at Xuanhuan's big black chicken and said to Manager Zhang,
Well, borrow 1,800 strings of cash temporarily, to be repaid within a day. At the same time, please have the fighting arena guarantee it. Manager Zhang readily agreed. No problem. Let's write the IOU. Qin Guan took out his glazed jade pendant.
And the Chuguan 200 strings of cash. At the same time, the two brothers also wrote an IOU for 1,800 strings of cash. The gambling money was placed in the casino, naturally protected by the casino. An agreement was reached,
and preparations were made for the cockfight. The crowd scattered with a bang, and they all surrounded the outside of the fighting arena. Qin Guan and the Chuan brothers held their fighting cocks, looked at each other, and snorted in unison.
Then they turned around and carried their fighting cocks back to their boxes, making final preparations before the cockfight, also leaving some time for others to place their bets. Zheng Da also followed into the box.
Seeing Qin Guan take out a small box and pinch out a few black, green bean-sized things, he asked stupidly, Brother Qin, the fight is about to start. Why are you still feeding it? Qin Guan fed the chicken while saying,
Only when it's full can it have the strength to fight. Erbao brought a water pot and fed it a few more mouthfuls of water. Qin Guan also gave Iron Armor General a simple message. At this moment, they heard Qian Sheng shouting from outside Qin Guan.
Stop dawdling, hurry up and fight. You're doomed to lose anyway. Hearing the sound, Zheng Da's face was full of sorrow. Erbao also drooped his head. Neither of them was very optimistic about this fight. Qin Guan smiled and said, since they want to die sooner,
then well, grant them their wish. He saw that the eyes of the big black chicken were already excited, and he carried the big black chicken out of the box. The cockfight begins. The fighting cocks were thrown into the fighting arena,
and they immediately took their stances, with the feathers on their necks standing on end. The brocade robe general took the lead in launching an attack, a flying kick, and two big claws grabbed at the big black chicken. The big black chicken
naturally refused to be outdone. The two chickens fought together. The two chickens fought back and forth. The fight was lively. Outside the arena, countless gamblers shouted for the fighting cocks they supported.
That's it. They fought for nearly 5 minutes. The crowd outside cheered for the two chickens. The two chickens were also fighting to the death. In fact, Qin Guan was also very nervous, although he had his own medicine.
It wasn't a panacea, it could only play an auxiliary role. If the strength gap between the two sides was too large, he would still lose. Chapter 25. 坑死钱家兄弟 pit the Qian brothers to death. Qin Guan didn't care about the glass pendant.
He cared about the system rewards. Last time he acted cool at the poetry meeting and got a blast rune, which surprised Qin Guan very much. He wondered what good things he would get this time. Qin Guan appeared calm on the surface,
but he was cheering for Big Black Chicken in his heart. Kill him, kill him. Looking at the Qian brothers on the opposite side, they were also very nervous. They knew that they could only win and not lose. If they lost,
they would definitely not have a good time. Just as the atmosphere in the arena was heating up, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, Brocade Robe General pecked at the big black chicken's comm.
It could be seen that Brocade Robe General had a wealth of combat experience. He immediately bit down on the big black chicken's comm. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim in dismay, feeling that Big Black Chicken was about to lose.
After fighting for so long, it was still no match for Brocade Robe General, but Brocade Robe did know that the black chicken was very excited at the moment, regardless of the pain.
Regardless of the tearing of the comm on its head and the blood flowing straight down, it turned its head fiercely and pecked at Brocade Robe General's eyes. A twist of fate, a sudden rise. With it,
the sharp chicken beak actually pecked into one of Brocade Robe General's eyes. Everyone was surprised. During this period there was even an exclamation that sounded like Qian Sheng's, suffering such a serious injury. How could Brocade Robe General still fight?
He ran away clucking. Big Black Chicken chased after him for 2 steps, and seeing that the other party conceded defeat, it stopped chasing and stood in place, looking around proudly. Who else? We won! Brother Qin, we won! Ha ha ha!
Zheng Fatty patted Qin Guan on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Erbao also jumped up and down beside him, shouting loudly, young master, our Iron Armor General has won. Our Iron Armor General is now the Chicken King. Qin Guan naturally smiled as well.
But the Qian brothers looked as if they had lost their parents. They never expected that their Brocade Robe General, their invincible Chicken King, would actually lose. Qian Sheng wailed. How could my Brocade Robed General lose?
That's 3,000 strings of cash!
Qian Mao's face was also extremely unsightly, with not a trace of his previous nonchalant demeanor. If you looked closely,
You could see his pale face with the corners of his mouth twitching incessantly. The brocade robbed general had been defeated. Bao jumped into the ring, grinning from ear to ear, hugging the big black chicken as if it were a golden chicken. Just then,
Qin Guan received a system notification in his mind. Ding dong, temporary mission. Defeat the Qian brothers in the gambling match. Mission completed. Reward issued. Qin Guan's mind entered the system panel. Name, Qin Guan. Level, mortal. Skills, known.
Reward item, vomiting talisman. Oh, there was an extra talisman in the reward item column, golden and shiny, similar to the previous burst talisman. Vomit talisman. Can be used on any target. Induces vomiting for 5 minutes.
Has a miraculous effect on expelling toxins from the stomach if poisonous substances are inadvertently ingested. Exiting the system, Qin Guan was in a great mood. He cupped his hands at the Qian brothers, who looked like they were about to die, and said loud,
"Thank you for the concession." Qian Mao's face was unsightly. He snorted, flicked his sleeves, and strode towards the staircase, preparing to leave. But just as the Qian brothers reached the door, Steward Zhang, leading a group of burly men,
stood at the door, blocking their way. "The two of you can't leave yet," Steward Zhang said with a sneer. Qian Mao and Chun Sheng were stunned. "Steward Zhang, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Naturally, it's about repaying the money. You borrowed
800 strings of cash from my Zhang family's casino, and you signed a loan agreement and left your fingerprints. You can only leave after you pay back the money, Steward Zhang said. Sheng said angrily,
"Does our Chuan family look like we can't afford to pay back the money? We will naturally return it to you in a few days." The sneer on Steward Zhang's face grew even stronger. He said, "You signed a loan agreement for
800 strings of cash to be repaid on the same day with an interest rate of 1%. You should repay 980 strings of cash, plus casino fees. It's exactly 2,000 strings of cash. Young masters."
"It's not that I don't believe your Chuan family can't repay the money, but the casino has its rules. The two of you can't leave. You should notify your family and redeem you with money." Qian Mao's face was unsightly. "Steward Zhang, why do you have to be so ruthless?"
The chief steward crossed his arms, not bothering with any pleasantries. He loudly ordered, "Guards, escort the two young masters Qian to the backyard and notify the Qian family. They can redeem their sons with money." A group of burly men swarmed forward.
The Qian brothers didn't dare to resist and were dragged away by their collars. Qin Guan had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, a triumphant smile on his face.
When he initially raised the stakes to 3,000 strings of cash and forced the Qian brothers to borrow from the casino, he anticipated this very outcome. Right now, Qin Guan felt incredibly satisfied.
The sensation of crushing his opponents was exhilarating. Watching the Qian brothers' disabled state was pleasing. As the Qian brothers were led away, Qin Guan approached the chief steward and said, "Steward Zhang, can I retrieve my money now?"
The cold sneer on Steward Zhang's face immediately transformed into a smile. He replied to Qin Guan, "Young Master Qin, of course. You can collect your winnings. Congratulations on your clever tactics."
Seeing through things without exposing them, this Steward Zhang was quite the astute individual. After retrieving his glass pendant, the casino deducted 300 strings of cash as a security deposit and 20 strings for the venue fee.
Qin Guan received 26 to 80 strings of cash from this gamble. The casino would naturally handle collecting the Qian brothers' debt. That's the advantage of the security deposit. More than 2,000 strings of cash. That was a significant sum.
Even converted to around 800,000 yuan, today's gamble was undoubtedly a high-stakes affair. Holding a stack of 100-string notes, Qin Guan felt the weight in his hands. "Finally, I have money again!"
Qin Guan turned to Zhang Pangzi and said, "Brother Zhang, today was exhilarating. Let me treat you to drinks." Zhang Da was also delighted, chuckling as he said, "Seeing the Qian brothers like that was truly satisfying."
"They're usually the ones scheming against other. I never expected them to have such a day. Ha ha ha, I think the best is yet to come," Qin Guan said. Zheng Da was taken aback for a moment, then realized what Qin Guan meant and joined in the laughter.
Just as Qin Guan was about to leave, someone blocked their path. This person was in his 40s, dressed in a silk robe, with a square face and large ears, exuding prosperity. His face was full of smiles as he greeted Qin Guan with a cupped fist salute.
"I am Zhou Taxiang, the owner of Taxiang Gold and Jade Pavilion. I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you." Qin Guan was familiar with Taxiang Gold and Jade Pavilion, which mainly dealt in various gold and silver jewelry, antiques,
Jade art treasures. It was considered a relatively large gold shop in Hangzhou. Qin Guan was curious about the other party's intentions. "Boss Zhou, what is it?" Zhou Taxiang said, "It's like this.
We at Taxiang Gold and Jade Pavilion specialize in gold and silver jewelry. Young Master Qin, you have a glass pendant with an inner carving of a Chinese dragon. So, I'd like to ask if you have any intention of selling it. Have you examined the glass pendant?"
Qin Guan asked. I have some connections with Lao Kai, so, when young Master Qin was gambling with others, I had already seen that glass pendant, it was truly ingenious. I still can't figure out how that Chinese dragon was carved inside, Zhou Taixiang said.
You want to buy that glass pendant? Then how much do you think it's worth? Qin Guan asked, as he fiddled with the glass pendant on his waist. If he could sell it for a good price, Qin Guan wouldn't mind selling it.
He had brought a lot of these glass products in his big box when he came. There were many that were even better and more exquisite than this one. Chapter 26. Taixiang Gold and Jade Shop. Zhou Taixiang thought for a moment and quoted.
Lao Kai priced it at 3,000 strings of cash. I've seen it and think that price is a bit high. Although this glass pendant can be called a treasure, it's not something that ordinary people can afford. Sales are a big problem, young Master Qun.
What do you think about 2,000 strings of cash? Qin Guan immediately shook his head. Although he had many of these things, he was unwilling to sell them cheaply. Qin Guan smiled slightly and said, I won't ask you for more.
Lao Kai said 3,000 strings of cash. If you offer 3,000 strings of cash, this glass pendant is yours. If you can't afford it, then forget it. Zhou Taixiang was also struggling. After seeing the glass pendant, he liked it very much.
He believed that this glass pendant could definitely be called a treasure. 3,000 strings of cash was not expensive, however. His Taixiang Gold and Jade Shop was not very large in scale. If he took out 3,000 strings of cash all at once,
his working capital would be tied up. If he couldn't sell it for a long time, it might affect the normal business of Taixiang Gold and Jade Shop. His eyes turned to the glass pendant on Qin Guan's waist. He felt an unbearable itch not to acquire such a treasure.
Such a dilemma. Qin Guan could guess the general idea from the other party's expression. Qin Guan originally wanted to leave directly, but he suddenly thought of something. He had brought a lot of glass crafts from modern times.
If he wanted to exchange them for money, it would definitely be inappropriate to sell them one by one. Since there was now a Zhou Taixiang who was in the jewelry business, he could totally befriend him. Perhaps he would need him in the future. Boss Zhou.
I don't know if you are really sincere in buying it, Qin Guan said. Zhou Taixiang was stunned for a moment and immediately said, Of course I am sincere. It's just that 3,000 strings of cash is not a small amount of money.
I really can't gather it together in a short time. Qin Guan smiled slightly and said, I have an idea. Recently, I also want to buy some jade jewelry as gifts. How about this? I'll sell you this glass pendant and you give me a contract.
I'll go to your shop later and take some jade jewelry that I like. If it's not enough, I'll pay the rest in cash. What do you think? Hearing Qin Guan's words, Zhou Taixiang's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. It was similar to bartering.
And he would earn more from it. He could earn a sum of money by buying and selling the glass pendant. He could earn another sum by using the goods in the store to pay for it. Zhou Taixiang immediately said, No problem, I agree to young Master Qun's proposal.
They hit it off immediately and then wrote a simple agreement at the casino. Qin Guan received an agreement for 3,000 strings of cash, while Zhou Taixiang obtained his beloved glass pendant. Zhou Taixiang's face also relaxed, and he said with a smile,
I wonder what kind of jade and jewelry young Master Qin likes. I can prepare them in advance for you to choose from. Qin Guan pondered slightly and said, Just Heshin mutton fat jade, top quality jadeite, and various gemstones. As for the others,
We'll talk about it later. Having been bitten by a snake once, he was determined never to bring back antiques or paintings. Jewelry and jade are more secure. And if he's going to bring anything, it has to be high quality. He doesn't care for ordinary goods.
Now that Zhou Taixiang is preparing it for him, it saves Qin Guan a lot of trouble. Zhou Taixiang immediately responded, No problem, I'll go prepare the goods right away. Once the goods are ready, I'll send someone to notify young Master Qun. System, yes.
Zhou Taixiang cupped his hands and left. Qin Guan had Erbao collect the agreement and said to Zheng Da, Let's go spend some money. Qin Guan won money and went to have fun happily. While the Qian brothers were out of luck,
the casino locked the Qian brothers, Qian Mao and Qian Sheng, in a room in the backyard and sent someone to notify the Qian family. The room was very simple, without even tables and chairs. There was also a strong musty smell in the room.
The two brothers could only sit on the low kang. How could we have lost? How could the brocade robbed general have lost? It's the king of chickens. 100 battles, 100 victories. Qin Guan just used a chick. How could it beat the brocade robbed general?
Qian Sheng kept grumbling, still unconvinced. 3,000 strings of cash. We lost 3,000 strings of cash! How are we going to pay it back? Qian Mao was already annoyed, and Qian Sheng's words made him even more upset. He scolded, Stop talking.
Qian Sheng's face became even more unsightly. If our father finds out, with his miserly nature, he will definitely beat us to death. Brother, what do we do? Qin Mao said unhappily. How would I know what to do, damn it?
That Qin must have set us up. How could his chicken beat the brocade robbed general? He must have cheated! No, let's talk to the casino. Qin Guan cheated, and Qin Guan should pay for this money. Qian Sheng shouted again.
Qian Mao also had this feeling after Qian Sheng said so. Ever since losing the cockfight, Qianmao suddenly realized that although they had been provoking from beginning to end, somehow Xuanhuan had taken the initiative. When did it start?
It started when he took out the glass pendant, and Xuanhuan encouraged them to borrow money from the casino, and Xuanhuan also asked the casino to guarantee it. Now that he thinks about it, he feels that Xuanhuan was setting him up.
Qianmao had always been proud of his shrewd calculations. He never expected that he would fall into Xuan'er's trap today. This made him feel even worse. Damn it, to actually lose to that brainless Xuan'er. How could he possibly accept this, however?
He also knew that the casino would definitely not support them. Qianmao was annoyed and said irritably, "All right, stop shouting. Let's think about how to get past Dad's wrath." Hearing his older brother say this, Xuansheng immediately wilted, his head drooping.
Two burly men from the casino, holding the IOU written by Qianmao, went directly to the Qian family and pounded on the door. The Qian family's doorman grumbled as he came out. "What's with all the pounding? If you break the door, you'll have to pay for it."
Opening the door and seeing the two burly men, he became even more annoyed. "Who are you? What do you want at the Qian residence?" The two burly men waved the IOU in their hands and said loudly, "We are from the Zhong family casino. Tell your master."
That Qian Dai and Qian'er lost 2,000 strings of cash at our casino. They've been detained by us. If you don't bring the money, don't blame us for being rude. As soon as the doorman heard this,
he didn't dare to delay and hurried inside to inform the master. Qian the wealthy one. Qian the wealthy one was discussing this year's taxes with his wife and the steward, considering whether to add another 10% rent to the tenant farmers.
Upon hearing that his two sons had actually lost 2,000 strings of cash, he stood up in anger, slamming the table and cursing. Those two good-for-nothings. How dare they gamble so heavily? 2,000 strings of cash?
They actually dared to lose 2,000 strings of cash! 2,000 strings of cash could buy a villa by West Lake. Those two spendthrifts. I'm going to beat them to death. Upon hearing this, Madame Qian also became anxious and quickly said to the steward,
"Hurry and find out what's going on." The steward, Qianzhong, went out, asked the two burly men about the situation, and examined the IOU. It was indeed written by the eldest son. Moreover,
the Zhang family casino had quite a reputation in Hangzhou City and would not use a fake IOU to deceive people. He quickly went back to report to his master. Chapter 27. A spanking that will leave their bottoms bloody. What did you say?
It's not 2,000 strings of cash, it's 3,000 strings of cash. They actually dared to borrow high-interest loans from the casino. Those two bastards. Good-for-nothings. Hearing that his two sons had actually lost 3,000 strings of cash,
Qian the wealthy one felt as if a piece of his flesh had been cut off. His body trembled with heartache and he had difficulty breathing. He felt a darkness before his eyes and sat down in the chair. He continued to curse. Good-for-nothings. Good.
Madame Qian quickly stroked Master Qian's back to soothe him, saying, "Master, don't be angry. Let Qianzhong go and see and redeem the eldest and second sons." Master Qian waved his hand and angrily said, "Ignore them. They dared to gamble.
So let them figure out how to pay back the money themselves. Let the casino keep them locked up. But, if we don't pay back the money, the interest will snowball, and tomorrow it will be even more to pay back," Madame Qian said.
Master Qian thought this was true and immediately ordered, "Qianzhong, you go with those people and see. Ask those two good-for-nothings if that's really the case." The steward asked, "What if it's true?" Master Qian scolded, "Are you stupid? Naturally.
You come home and get the money to redeem them. Go quickly." Xuanzhong went quickly and returned quickly. He met the Qian brothers, Qianmao and Xuansheng, and after confirming, he returned to report to Master Qian.
Master Qian watched his wife take out a thick stack of money, and his heart ached. Qianmao and Qiansheng were led back by the steward, Qianzhong. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Master Qian shout, "Close the gate, Qianzhong."
Bring the family law. I'm going to beat these two good-for-nothings to death. Upon hearing bring the family law, all the faces of the Qian brothers, Qianmao and Xuansheng, turned pale with fright. Servants brought two long benches.
Stripped off Qianmao and Qiansheng's trousers, exposing their bare buttocks. Master Qian, holding the family law cane, said angrily, "Today I realize that you two are so daring. You dare to bet 3,000 strings of cash. You've really grown." Smack.
Smack. The thick cane struck the two men's buttocks repeatedly. Qianmao and Xuansheng cried out in pain. "Father will never dare to do it again. Spare us this time, father. We were tricked by Qian'er. It's not our fault." Hearing this,
Master Qian was even angrier. "Not your fault. You still have the nerve to say that. Even Xuan'er can trick you. Where are your brains? If I let you do business in the future, you'll bankrupt the Qian family sooner or later." Smack, smack, smack.
Qianmao and Xuansheng were beaten by their father, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They cried so miserably, with tears and snot streaming down their faces, but no one dared to dissuade him. Even Madame Qian didn't dare to step forward now.
These two children lost 3,000 strings of cash in one go. They really deserve a lesson. Finally, Master Chun was tired of beating and tired of scolding. He sat down on the chair beside him, panting heavily, looking at Xuanmao and Xuansheng's buttocks.
There were streaks and streaks of purple marks, shocking to the eye and utterly miserable. Estimated 2.5 months for both of them. They can only sleep on their stomachs now. That's that.
When Master Chuan thought about the 3,000 strings of cash, he still felt a surge of anger. He handed the family law to Xuanzhong and angrily ordered, "Carry them to the ancestral hall. No food tonight. Today is a day of suffering for the Qian brothers."
Qin Guan and Zheng De walked onto the street. Zheng De had not yet recovered from his excitement and was still chattering incessantly. "I originally thought you were bound to lose. Who would have thought you'd actually win in the end? Brother Shaw you."
Could it be that you've truly been blessed by the Tao ancestor? By the way, where did you get that glass pendant? I've never heard you mention it before. Could it be a new gift from Lord Qun? Qin Guan quickly interrupted him. "Brother Zheng,
"I'm treating tonight to celebrate winning the money. You picked the place." "Ah really, Brother Xiao Yu, the Lanfang Courtyard is holding its once every 3 months flower appreciation competition today. How about we go join in the fun?" Zheng De said excited.
the Lanfang Courtyard is not just any flower garden, and the flower appreciation competition is not just a flower competition. Lanfang Courtyard is the most famous brothel in Hangzhou City. Every 3 months,
Lanfang Courtyard invites girls from various establishments in Hangzhou to participate in a flower appreciation competition. Don't think that ancient times were boring. In fact, the leisure life of ancient people was very rich.
there were many different activities. As long as you were willing to spend money and dared to spend money, it might even be more crazy than modern times. Each time there is a flower appreciation competition,
The various establishments will send a batch of girls who are preparing to debut to Lanfang Courtyard to compete. These girls are all of good background. If they can get into the top 10, their value will naturally increase greatly.
if they can win the title of Flower Queen, their value will increase exponentially. A prostitute also needs fame. Qin Guan's eyes also lit up. The Lanfang Courtyard's flower appreciation competition. Sounds good. At this moment, Bao shouted from behind.
"Young master, come quickly and see what's wrong with Big Black Chicken." Qin Guan turned around and saw that the big black chicken in Bao's arms had lost its previous excitement. Its eyelids were drooping, and its head had become a little slump.
It looked very listless. Since winning the fight, Bao had been holding Big Black Chicken like a treasure. Now that he found Big Black Chicken so listless, he was afraid that Big Black Chicken would die. Qin Guan knew, however,
That this was the after effect of Big Black Chicken taking stimulants. This time it might have exhausted all of its energy. Maybe it will never be able to go to battle again. Qin Guan thought for a while. Big Black Chicken was, after all,
it helped him win 3,000 strings of cash. Bao, send Big Black Chicken home. Have the backyard take good care of it. Feed it good water and good grain. Don't neglect Big Black Chicken. Also put that agreement in the room.
then go to Lanfang Courtyard and find me. Bao listened to the instructions, hugged the Big Black Chicken and ran away. Qin Guan and Zheng Dai, full of excitement, strode towards Lanfang Courtyard. It was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
And the streets were bustling with people and various vendors, showing a prosperous scene. Qin Guan and Zheng De walked and chatted, laughing and discussing which pretty girl would be making her debut this time.
And which famous courtesan had been invited to help with the performance. They walked forward, talking and laughing. At this moment, in front of a folding fan stall, 2 young men were standing there picking out fans. It was clearly a master and servant.
One was dressed as a scholar, and the other as a servant. The servant happened to see Zheng Dai and Qin Guan passing by. He looked at them carefully for a couple of seconds. Then he said to the scholar, "Young master, I just saw Qin Guan."
The scholar's hand holding the folding fan paused. He followed the servant's gaze and looked at the backs of Qin Guan and Zheng De, seeing Qin Guan and Zheng De's dissolute appearance as they walked and talked, laughing. His eyes narrowed.
He threw down a banknote, bought the folding fan and held it in his hand, saying, "Let's follow them and see what they're doing." At this time, Qin Guan and Zheng Da were only focused on talking and laughing, and had no idea that they were being followed.
As soon as they reached the entrance of Lanfang Courtyard, they saw that many carriages were already parked here. People were coming and going, making it very lively. A group of gorgeously dressed and scantily clad women were standing at the door.
Constantly greeting them Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, very enthusiastically. Chapter 28. Cherry-like mouth and apricot kernel eyes. "Oh, isn't this young Master Qin? You're a rare guest. Young Master Zheng is here too. Please come in, you too."
Several women dressed in flamboyant clothes came up and grabbed Qin Guan and Zheng Da's arms, pulling them inside. Qin Guan's feet involuntarily followed them into Lanfang Courtyard.
The scholar and servant who were following behind Qin Guan and Zheng Da frowned when they saw them enter Lanfang Courtyard. The servant couldn't help but snort and cursed. Libertines. Young master, what should we do? Should we still follow?
The servant asked. The scholar raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you afraid of? Let's go in and take a look too." "But, young master, isn't this inappropriate?" The servant hesitated. "Look at all those beauties and the fragrant powder. It's okay."
Come in with me, said the young master firmly. Qin Guan and Zheng De walked into Lanfang Garden. It was already bustling with people and lively. The flower viewing contest had already begun. On the stage a girl was playing the zither, the music melodious.
Zheng Da said to the waiter, "Arrange a good seat for us. The seats here require payment and are graded. The closer to the main stage, the more expensive. But since Xuanhuan is treating today and won a large sum of money."
Zheng De doesn't mind spending some of it for him. Oh, what a coincidence. There's only one empty table left near the main seats. It's as if it was reserved just for you. The waiter said with a flattering smile. You know how to talk. Qin Guan said.
Rewarding the waiter with a string of coins, the waiter happily accepted the money and thanked him repeatedly. Tea, snacks and dried fruits were brought to the table. Qin Guan and Zheng Da ate and commented on the women on stage.
Zheng Da looked at the woman on stage and said, "This zither playing girl is not bad. Her cheekbones are a bit high, making her look less gentle." Qin Guan commented. "Should we give her a reward?" Zheng Da asked. "Her zither playing is decent."
"So let's give her a plum blossom." Qin Guan said. Disagreed. "I think those big white rabbits are worth a rose." This flower viewing contest has its own rules. The judges are the audience below.
The standard for winning is based on who receives the most rewards. Lanfang Garden runs a shrewd business. Rewards are given in the form of flowers, divided into 5 types: osmanthus, lotus, and rose. Osmanthus costs 10 wen each.
Orchid 100 wen each, plum blossom 500 wen each, and rose is the most expensive, at 1,000 wen per string of coins. The way Qin Guan saw it, it was like watching a live streaming platform where people give rewards.
A rose is equivalent to a rocket or a Buddha jumps over the wall. Modern people play it well, but they don't know it's all leftovers from the ancients. Guests spend money to buy flowers and reward the women they like.
Whoever gets the most flowers is the flower queen of the season. Sometimes, after a flower viewing contest, Lanfang Garden can earn a lot of money from the rewards alone. As they were talking, the waiter came over and bowed to Qin Guan and Zheng Da, saying,
"Young masters, the seats in the hall are already full. Only your table has a few empty seats. Would you mind sharing the table with others?" As he spoke, the waiter pointed to a pair of scholars and their servant standing not far away. Zheng Da was furious.
"Does the old master not have money for you? We booked this table, why should we share it with others?" "No sharing." Qin Guan looked in the direction the waiter was pointing and saw a handsome scholar.
He was wearing a plain Confucian robe and holding a folding fan in his hand, looking at them with a leisurely manner. The scholar's page boy, dressed in a green robe, was quite fair-skinned and even had a touch of handsomeness. Qin Guan's heart stirred.
He stopped Zheng Da, who was scolding the servant, and said, "Please invite that brother to sit with us. It's always lively to have more friends." The servant led the scholar and his page boy over. The scholar closed his folding fan,
Cupped his hands to Qin Guan and Zheng Da and said, "There are no empty seats in the hall, so it'll trouble you too." Qin Guan said, "It's nothing, nothing. Let's sit together and have someone to talk to. May I ask what this brother is called?" "I am Han Yu."
The scholar said, "My name is Qin Guan and this is my friend Zheng Da." Qin Guan said. Zheng Da saw that the person was a young scholar with a handsome appearance, and his earlier displeasure disappeared. He cupped his hands in greeting to Han Yu.
Han Yu sat down and asked for tea. The page boy poured it for him. During this time, Qin Guan carefully observed Han Yu and a smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. It's actually a female disguised as a male.
Qin Guan had felt that there was something unusual about this person from a distance. Upon closer inspection, Han Yu clearly had a pair of ear piercings on her earlobes, and when she picked up the teacup, her little finger naturally curled up.
Although this woman had a bit of heroic spirit and slightly upturned eyebrows, it was difficult to hide her beautiful appearance. Qin Guan guessed that if this woman wore women's clothing, she would definitely be a heroic and energetic woman.
Judging from her appearance, this woman was not very old. Qin Guan was in the mood to tease this bold girl who dared to come to a brothel. "Brother Han, what kind of woman do you like?" Qin Guan asked. Han Yu paused in the act of drinking tea,
Put down the teacup and said, "One who is upright in character, knows etiquette, and is helpful to her husband." Zheng Da almost spat out his drink when he heard this. He said with a smile, "Brother Han Yu, that's the standard for finding a wife."
"We can't find that kind of woman in Lanfang Garden." At this moment, Qin Guan was even more certain that this Han Yu was definitely a woman. To think that a woman would dare to come and watch the flower appreciation competition, she's really bold. At this,
The music on the stage stopped. The woman playing the zither stood up and bowed to the audience. "Thank you all for your support of Piaxu. If you feel that Pyoxu's zither music is pleasing to your ears, please reward her with a flower.
Pyoxu is very grateful. This was the time for rewards. The servants of Lanfang Garden were running around among the guests with flower baskets. This one bought a lotus flower, that one bought an orchid.
Xuanhuan discovered that these flowers were not real flowers, but some exquisitely made silk flowers. Xuanhuan also took out money and bought a plum blossom, which cost 500 wen, and Zhengde took out money and bought a rose. The reward ended.
After Pyoxu's thanks, another woman came onto the stage. This woman's appearance immediately drew cheers from the crowd in the hall. This woman was tall and graceful. Her fine, black hair draped over her shoulders.
She had naturally seductive eyes that seemed to hold the essence of spring, and just one look from them would give a man the urge to violate her. She wore a pink gauze dress. Her fragrant shoulders were partially exposed,
and a deep cleavage could be seen at her beautiful breasts. Zhengde couldn't help but praise, "What a beauty! Brother Qin." This woman is named Xuanhuan. She is 16 years old and is the biggest favorite in this year's beauty pageant. Brother Qin.
Why don't you choose her tonight? Would it be wonderful to share a warm quilt and a fragrant kiss? After Zhengde finished speaking, he chuckled lewdly. However, he didn't see the frost that had settled on Han Yu's face, who was sitting opposite him.
Even the page standing behind him glanced at the fat Zheng and cursed him silently as utterly shameless. Qin Guan ignored Zhengde. He found teasing the fake young master beside him more interesting. He moved closer to Han Yu and said, "Brother Han,
Give me your evaluation." As Qin Guan approached, Han Yu naturally moved away. He gave Qin Guan a cold look and said, "This woman's mouth is slightly too big, and her eyes are too seductive."
I prefer cherry-like mouths and almond-shaped eyes." Upon hearing this, Qin Guan smiled and said, "Brother Han's mention of cherry-like mouths and almond-shaped eyes reminds me of a joke." Chapter 29 Excessive joy breeds sorrow. Qin Xiaoyu.
Hearing that Qin Guan was going to tell a joke, Zhengde stopped looking at the beauty Qianqi on stage and exclaimed, "Brother Xiaoyu, what joke is it? Tell it to us quickly." Han Yu also looked over intrigued, his big eyes fixed on Qin Guan.
Even the young page behind him stared at Qin Guan. Qin Guan cleared his throat. It is said that there was a lecherous and greedy official who wanted to take a satisfactory concubine. He sent people to pick and choose, causing unrest among the people. Later,
A wise man came forward and volunteered to be the matchmaker. He asked the greedy official what kind of concubine he wanted to marry. The greedy official said, "I want a cherry-like mouth, almond-shaped eyes, crescent-shaped eyebrows,
and a face of a celestial being. She should be fussy about food and drink or clothing, and she should stay at home and not gossip." Upon hearing this, the wise man smiled and said, "What a coincidence! There is such a woman in my village." So,
They agreed on a wedding date. On the wedding day, the firecrackers, gongs, and drums were very lively. The bridal sedan chair was carried to the greedy official's residence. The greedy official happily stepped forward and lifted the bride's veil.
after seeing her clearly, he was furious. It turned out that the sedan chair contained a clay statue of a female bodhisattva dressed in fancy clothes. The greedy official angrily asked the wise man, "Why did you bring me a clay statue?"
Wise man smiled slightly and said, "Please look, sir, isn't this exactly what you wanted? A cherry-like mouth, almond-shaped eyes, crescent-shaped eyebrows, and a face of a celestial being."
She doesn't fuss about food and drink or clothing, and she stays at home and doesn't gossip. After hearing the joke, Zhengde laughed heartily and said to Han Yu, "Brother Han, it's exactly the cherry-like mouth and almond-shaped eyes you wanted."
You wouldn't be that greedy official, would you? Ha ha ha. Han Yu completely ignored Zhengde, but he took a deep look at Qin Guan. He wondered if the joke was old or made up by Qin Guan on the spot. If it was made up based on what he said,
it would mean that Qin Guan wasn't as foolish as people said. On stage, Xianqian began her talent performance. Playing the xiao, her movements were elegant and charming. The audience below applauded continuously. The atmosphere was very lively.
and people had already started giving rewards. Master Lu rewarded her with 20 orchids. Scholar Zhu rewarded her with 10 plum blossoms. Official Wang rewarded her with 2 roses. The hall was very lively.
Everyone had high hopes for this enchanting Xuanqian. Zhengde also applauded loudly and shouted, "Boy, come here," reward her with 10 roses. A boy ran over with a flower basket. Zhengde didn't take out any money but turned to Qin Guan and said, "Sure you.
I called it for you. Leave an impression on Miss Qianqian, and you'll have a chance to have a night with her tonight. Pay up." Qin Guan was stunned. He didn't know it could be played like this, but it was just some money.
Qin Guan had won several thousand strings of cash and didn't care about this little money. He waved his hand and said, "How can 10 roses be worthy of Miss Qianqian? Boy, reward Miss Qianqian with 100 roses." He dashingly took out a stack of paper money,
Pulled out a 100-string note, and handed it to the boy. The boy took it with a smile and shouted loudly, "Young Master Qin Guan is rewarding Miss Qianqian with 100 roses." Hearing this number, Everyone in the hall looked over to see who was so generous.
On stage, Miss Qianqin also stopped playing and looked at Xuanhuan's table. She gave Xuanhuan a charming smile, bowed slightly, and opened her lips slightly. "Thank you, young Master Qun, for your kindness." Zhengde leaned over and said in Xuanhuan's ear.
Brother Qin, Miss Qianqin has already noticed you. Work hard tonight, and you might become a flower thief. Doesn't Brother Zheng have any ideas? Qin Guan said with a smile. I still prefer the girl from earlier. I like big breasts, Zhengde said.
Qin Guan shook his head and said pigeon breasts are the best, they can be held in one hand. The two vagrants were actually openly discussing which type of woman had the most beautiful breasts. Han Yu, who was sitting beside them, looked increasingly cold.
She stared coldly at Qin Guan, her eyes even revealing a hint of murderous intent. The young servant boy next to her, however, had a blush on his fair face. This Miss Qianqin is tall and slender, but unfortunately, her breasts are petite however.
It seems that's exactly what young Master Yu likes. Young Master Yu must not let her go, Zheng Fati encouraged. Just then, Han Yu, who was sitting at the same table, spoke up. Brother Qun, judging by your age, you must be betrothed.
How can you be so frivolous outside, and be worthy of your fiancé? Qin Guan was stunned. What does this mean? Whether or not I am betrothed is none of her business. However, the Qin Guan in this body does indeed have a marriage contract. In ancient times,
Betrothals were generally arranged early. When Qin Guan was 12 years old, he was engaged to a woman. It seems she's from a family of generals, however. Qin Guan had never met her. Naturally, Qin Guan, who came from modern times,
would not like this kind of arranged marriage. Qin Guan said carelessly. A blind marriage, who knows if she's deaf or mute, or has a crooked mouth and eyes, or is missing arms and legs. Maybe she has a face full of pockmarks, there's no affection.
No communication, so what's there to be worthy of? Hearing Qin Guan's words, Han Yu's face seemed to freeze over, her eyes sparkling with sparks, ready to erupt at any moment. Brother Han, haven't you heard a saying?
Life is like a white horse flashing past a crack. If you don't enjoy yourself in time, you'll only regret it when you're old. Han Yu said coldly. Who said that? Ah ha ha. Qin Guan laughed. I said it, Qin Guan said with a smile.
Just as Qin Guan was laughing triumphantly, he saw a pink fist getting bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. With a bang, the fist hit Qin Guan's right eye squarely. Qin Guan cried out in pain and fell to the ground with his chair, passing out.
Looking at Han Yu again, her fist was still stretched out, her face full of anger. She muttered, shameless scoundrel. Zheng Da was shocked when he saw Qin Guan being beaten. He stood up and pointed at Han Yu, scolding, you hussy.
We were kind enough to share a table with you, but you hit my brother. I'm going to find the authorities to arrest you and put you in jail. Bang! Just as Zheng Da was about to scold again, he saw the servant boy dart over, nimble and agile.
Kicking Zheng Da away with one foot, Zheng Da's fat body rolled 2 or 3 meters away like a ball. Also unconscious, a fight broke out in the hall of Lanfang Garden, naturally attracting everyone's attention.
The performance of Miss Qianqin on the stage was also suspended. Someone was making trouble, and the thugs of the brothel ran towards this side. There was chaos in the venue. Seeing that she had caused trouble, Han Yu stood up, folded her fan,
and strode out with her servant boy. The thugs of the brothel surrounded them, and someone shouted, you can't leave after hitting someone here. Han Yu stood with her hands behind her back and said softly, Shadi, do it.
The little book boy was nothing like his shy self from before. He instantly transformed into a ferocious beast. With a few punches and kicks, he beat the surrounding thugs, leaving them wailing and unable to get up.
Han Yu snorted coldly and stepped out the door. Qin Guan was stunned. He really passed out this time. When he woke up again, it was the morning of the next day. He woke up to find Bao sleeping on the desk in the room. Qin Guan felt a little confused.
He seemed to have gone to Lanfang Garden to see the flower viewing competition. How did he get home? Chapter 30. The county exam begins. Ouch. Qin Guan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and he couldn't open them properly. He touched his right eye.
He got out of bed, making a few soft noises. Bao, who was sleeping on the table, heard the movement and woke up groggily. Young master, you're awake. Bao saw Qin Guan sitting up and quickly ran over.
Qin Guan was still a little confused. Bao, why does my eye hurt so much? Young master, you were beaten by someone at Lanfang Garden yesterday. When I went to find you, you and young master Zheng had just been beaten not long before. Later,
send someone to take you home. Bao said. Qin Guan remembered what happened yesterday. Han Yu, it was that guy named Han Yu. No, it was that woman named Han Yu who hit me. Damn it, how bizarre. Then Bao said, young master, you don't know.
The whole city of Hangzhou is talking about it. They're saying that you were harassing a man at Lanfang Garden and got knocked out. Qin Guan got anxious when he heard that. Which bastard is spreading rumors again? Is that woman even a man? Besides,
Bao heard this and felt there was a story here. He asked curiously, young master, was it a woman who hit you? Why did the people at Lanfang Garden say that a scholar in white hit you? Young master, What did you do to her?
She was so angry that she knocked you and young Master Zheng out. Bao believed that, given the young master's character, he must have harassed her, knocked out by a woman. Qin Guan was too ashamed to say it. He glared at Bao. Stop talking nonsense.
Get me a mirror. Bao brought over a bronze mirror. Qin Guan took a closer look and discovered that his entire right eye was bruised and swollen. Qin Guan lamented. His handsome face had not been preserved. Right, what about Zheng Da?
You said we were both beaten up, Qin Guan asked. Yes, when I arrived, you and young Master Zheng were both unconscious. It said that young Master Zheng was kicked several meters away and passed out. Qin Guan nodded. Good brothers should suffer together.
By the way, how's the family? Hopefully, it's not a complete mess again. Qin Guan began to worry about his family last night. Madam brought Dr. Jin to see you and he said there was nothing serious. Madam was relieved.
But she was very angry and said she was going to confine you and stop you from going out and fooling around. And Bao hesitated for a moment, looking at Qin Guan. Qin Guan said impatiently, what else? Spit it out. And
Madam has confiscated all of your money, young master. Bao said. Qin Guan's face changed drastically. He immediately felt around his body and found it empty. All confiscated. That was more than 2,000 strings of cash, Bao said.
Madam said she strictly forbids you from gambling, so all the money has been confiscated. She also said that if you go to the gambling house again, she will write a letter to master and have him personally take you and discipline you.
Qin Guan slumped into the chair and sighed. Now he was empty-handed again. Qin Guan always felt that Madame Qun had confiscated his money because she was envious of it. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly asked Bao.
Is the agreement I have with Taexiang Gold and Jade House still there? Yes, young master, Madam doesn't know about that agreement. I've put it away safely. Phew, Qin Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little better.
At least he hadn't become completely penniless. It seemed that the principle of a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows was very true. Again he touched his bruised right eye socket. With this face, there was no point in thinking about going out to play.
He would just be laughed at. During this time he could only read books at home. However, Qin Guan had already made up his mind. In the future he would definitely find a few highly skilled lackeys. When others hit him, the lackeys would step in.
When he hit others, the lackeys would step in. He would never suffer such a loss again. Yongxiang came to deliver breakfast and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle when she saw her young master's appearance.
Qin Guan glared at the little girl and said fiercely, what are you laughing at? Do you believe I'll spank you? Yongxiang skipped away. After breakfast, Madame Qun came over and gave Qin Guan another lecture.
Qin Guan could only lower his head and listen to his mother's nagging. Guaner, taking the imperial examination was your own request. You already have a weak foundation. If you don't study hard during this time,
you'll definitely be laughed at in the examination hall. I didn't tell your father about yesterday's incident. If your father knew you were fooling around like this, he might come back and teach you a lesson. Before the prefectural examination.
You're not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay home and study hard. If you disobey again, I'll send you to your father. Qin Guan knew how strict his old man was. Going to be with his father would be no good. He immediately promised. Mother, I know I was wrong.
I will never go out again before the examination and will study hard at home. Madame Qun sighed. Guana, I don't expect you to pass the Xukai or Juran examination, but you should be more stable.
Always fooling around like this will affect your father's reputation. I'm afraid someone will stab him in the back and impeach him. You must stop fooling around. I understand, Mother, by the way. Mother.
Did you report the incident of me being beaten to the authorities? Qin Guan said resentfully. You're not ashamed enough already. Report what? Madame Qun shut him down with one sentence. Speaking of which,
there was less than a month left until the prefectural examination. Qin Guan also became honest and studied hard at home. He did have something to do. Although it was too late to study, he really needed to practice his terrible handwriting also.
Although Qin Guan's phone already contained various classics, he was afraid that there might be deviations.
He also found the 4 books and 5 classics and various classics tested in the imperial examination and photographed them all and stored them in his phone to be prepared for any eventuality. Reading books, practicing calligraphy.
Someone to deliver food when he was hungry. Someone to give him a massage when he was tired, and being able to tease his little maidservant when he was bored. The days were not so monotonous. In the blink of an eye.
The day of the prefectural examination arrived. The sky outside was still pitch black. A figure approached Qin Guan's bed and reached out a sinful little hand. Young master, wake up, the prefectural examination starts today.
You have to get up early. Wake up, Yingxiang shouted, pushing Qin Guan. Qin Guan woke up groggily, so it was still dark outside, and muttered, Yingxiang, I don't need to get up to pee. He rolled over, hugged the blanket, and went back to sleep.
How old is master? I'm not calling you to get up to pee, Yingxiang yelled. Master, It's the imperial examination today. Get up. Madam is waiting in the front hall. Qin Guan was jolted awake by the shout and was fully conscious.
He finally remembered, that's right. Today was the day of the imperial examination. Get up, get up. 2 months of effort, success or failure hangs in the balance. Yingxiang helped him dress, comb his hair, and wash his face. After getting ready,
Qin Guan stuffed the 2 mobile phones he had prepared yesterday into his pockets and strode towards the front hall. Chapter 31. Scared, his little heart was thumping. Madam Qin had already gotten up and was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, looking very solemn.
Although she had no hope that her son would pass, the imperial examination was, after all, a very serious matter and should not be taken lightly. A few years ago, when her eldest son, Qin Wei, participated in the imperial examination,
Madam Qin had prepared in the same way. After watching Qin Guan eat breakfast, she prepared a food box for him. After all, the examination would take all day. The food box was complete with food and drink. There was a teapot, water glass, meat pies,
braised dish of pastries, cooked food and candied fruit. All of it was made by the best shops in Hangzhou. There was also a separate box containing writing tools such as brushes, ink, and inkstones. And then there was Qin Guan's examination card,
which was his certificate for participating in the examination, similar to a modern admission ticket. Before leaving, Madam Qin instructed, Guaner, there's no need to be nervous. If you don't pass this time, there's always next time.
Just gain some experience, there's plenty of time. Qin Guan secretly rolled his eyes. It seemed that his mother had no confidence in him at all. When other people went to take the examination, they would say auspicious words like be the top scholar, but
she directly Sime. This was definitely thinking he wouldn't pass. After saying goodbye to his mother, Qin Guan got into the carriage. Qin Shi drove the carriage, and Bao and Yungxing followed behind.
The group headed towards the examination hall. At this time the sky was just beginning to lighten, but there were already many pedestrians on the street. The closer they got to the examination hall, the more carriages, horses, and pedestrians there were.
In the end they couldn't move forward anymore. Bao lifted the curtain and said, Master, there are too many carriages and horses ahead. We can't move anymore. Qin Guan stretched and said, then let's walk. After getting off the carriage,
Qin Guan found that there were indeed many people. He had heard from his family that there should be no fewer than 300 to 500 people participating in the county examination in Hangzhou this year.
Instructing Qin to find a place to park the carriage on the side of the road, Qin Guan walked in front, with Bao and Yunshang following behind with the belongings, heading towards the examination hall. Approaching the examination hall,
there were more and more people. The scholars taking the exam, as well as the family members and servants seeing them off, blocked the wide street in front of the examination hall. Some people noticed Qin Guan coming and whispered amongst themselves, look,
Qin'er really came to take the exam. Heh. I heard he hasn't attended many classes at the prefectural school. How could he possibly pass? Bringing along a page and a maid servant for the exam.
Are they planning to bring them in to make tea and massage his legs? Qin'er made a bet with the Xuan brothers that if he doesn't pass the county examination within 3 years, he will jump into Westlake. He was probably tricked by the Xuan brothers.
This Qin'er isn't stupid either. I heard that Qin'er also tricked the Qian brothers some time ago. He won 3,000 strings of cash from the Qian brothers in a cockfighting gamble at the casino.
The Qian brothers even borrowed high-interest loans at the casino. After Master Qian spent money to redeem his 2 sons, he gave them a good beating, and they could get out of bed for several days. 3,000 strings of cash, quite the spending.
All playboys, not a single good one. Hearing these people's discussions, Qin Guan ignored them. Just wait until I pass the county examination and shock you all. Qin Guan had just reached the entrance of the examination hall when he saw acquaintances.
It was the Qian brothers. The Qian brothers glared at Qin Guan. Seeing Qin Guan approaching, Qin Sheng said with a sneer, Qin Guan, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come and take the county examination. What, are you planning to hand in a blank paper?
Most of the people here knew about the bet and feud between Qin Guan and the Qian brothers. People were preparing to watch the excitement. Qin Guan smiled. Oh, aren't these the 2 Qian brothers? Ever since I parted ways with you that day,
I've been studying hard behind closed doors at home. I heard that you were beaten by Master Qun until your buttocks blossomed. I didn't visit you too. I was truly rude. It seems that your injuries have healed. Qin Guan's words were quite cutting.
Directly exposing people's scars, Qian Mao and Qian Sheng both looked angry. Qian Mao said, today is Qin's exam, so we brothers must come to cheer Qin on. We congratulate Qin in advance for winning the top spot.
Qin Guan knew these 2 guys were here to disgust him, but he didn't care. He cupped his hands with a smile and said, Brother Qun is too kind. I wouldn't dare to dream of being the top scholar. It would be good enough to pass as a shukai, if that happens.
The 2 brother Qians jumping into the lake together will surely be a grand event in Hangzhou this year. Qian Mao's face grew even more gloomy. I think the possibility of Brother Qin jumping into the lake is greater.
I only hope that Brother Qin doesn't drink all the water in West Lake when that time comes. The two exchanged barbs and sarcastic remarks. Just then, the gate of the examination ape opened, and a team of Yamen runners walked out, no less than 100.
With serious expressions, and began to maintain order outside the examination ape. Someone stood on the steps and shouted loudly, "Examinees line up to be verified and enter the examination hall. All others stand back." The examinees began to rush over and line up.
Qin Guan also walked over with his food basket. Several desks were placed at the entrance of the examination Ye. Behind each desk sat two officials in Yamen uniforms, calling names to identify and verify the examinees when it was Qin Guan's turn.
He handed over his examination card and gave the food basket to the Yemen runner responsible for checking the accompanying items. The examination card was fine. The Yemen runner took out the items from the food basket and checked them one by one.
The meat pies were cut open, the pastries were broken open, and even the marinated dishes, cooked food and preserved fruits were rummaged through. The teapot was opened and looked into, opening the box containing the examination stationery, the brushes, ink,
and inkstone were all checked. A Yemen runner picked up two black things from the box and looked at them over and over. "What are these?" He held the two objects in front of Qin Guan and asked. Qin Guan said, "These are two glass paperweights."
The Yemen runner looked at them back and forth several times, then tapped them on the table, hearing a clanging sound. Seeing the other party's actions, Qin Guan's eyes twitched. Another Yemen runner next to him also took it over and looked at it, but
"Glass paperweights, how extravagant," he added. "All right, should be no problem." Upon hearing that, the Yemen runner put the two items back into the food basket. Huff! Qin Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His heart was pounding wildly. If they ruin it,
you shouldn't even bother taking the exam. Just hand in a blank paper. Entering the second procedure, body search, putting down the basket. Two Yemen runners came up and started groping Qin Guan all over. Qin Guan felt disgusted by the groping. After the check,
one of the runners whispered to the other, "This Qiner has a good figure, and a big cock too." Qin Guan shivered, a chill running down his spine. He picked up the basket and ran inside. The two runners saw Qin Guan's action and laughed heartily.
Hearing the laughter, Qin Guan realized, damn it, he was teased by the two runners. After entering, it was still not the examination hall. All the candidates were placed in a courtyard, waiting for all the candidates to be checked.
Qin Guan estimated that it should be around 8 o'clock in the morning. It took 300 to 500 candidates to complete the inspection. A Yemen runner went in to report, and a group of people came out from the main hall of the examination hall.
The academic supervisor Xuanhuan, the governor of Hangzhou Lin Qi, and several academic officials. The academic supervisor first gave a lecture, strictly forbidding cheating, and then led the students to worship the late teacher Confucius.
Then they took the number plates and entered the venue. The whole process was not as complicated as Qin Guan imagined, and it only took a few minutes. Chapter 32. So it turns out exams can be this enjoyable. Finally entered the examination hall.
Qin Guan looked at the exam number in his hand. Jia Shen, a minor official, came forward, looked at the number plate and led Qin Guan to an examination room. Seeing the examination room, Qin Guan's first feeling was, is this a local temple?
Rows of examination rooms is very simple. You can touch the roof when you stand up. Inside is a long table, and a wide long stool behind it. A toilet is placed underneath. That's all. The other three sides were all walls.
But the side facing outwards was empty, allowing the Yemen runners and officials to check for cheating at any time. However, Qin Guan knew that this condition was already very good.
Some prefectures and counties have no examination rooms for the academy examination and conduct the examination directly in the open air. In this hot June weather, exposed to the scorching sun, one would be covered in sweat in no time.
Forget about taking the exam, it would be good enough to avoid heatstroke. Hangzhou is the provincial capital, and the provincial examination will also be held in the academy. The students taking the academy examination in Hangzhou have an advantage,
as they can use the academy before taking the provincial examination. The academy examination is held every year, presided over by the provincial education commissioner, to select talents.
Those who pass become scholars and are qualified to participate in the subsequent formal imperial examinations. The candidates are all outstanding students selected from the prefectural and county schools, as well as some officially recognized academies.
They are qualified to participate in the academy examination only after being recommended by the county magistrate and the prefect. The scholar examination at this time is very different from the scholar examination in the later Ming and Qing dynasties.
There is no such thing as a county examination or a prefectural examination, it is directly the academy examination. After about half an hour, someone shouted, "Entry is complete. The doors are locked. Everyone be quiet. Prepare for the examination." Before
a Yemen runner came over carrying a large bamboo basket. which contained rolls of paper. He dropped one roll directly at each examination room. Xuanhuan excitedly took the examination paper, a thick roll. He spread out the paper and held it down with his phone.
He also took out an inkstone, poured a little water on it, and gently ground the high-quality pine resin oil smoke ink. He took out a wolf hair brush and moistened it with water to spread the bristles.
He began to answer the questions.
A short while later,
The examination had finally begun. Although the academy examination only had 3 sections, classic excerpts, exposition, and poetry, the number of questions was actually quite large. 50 questions for classic excerpts.
5 questions for exposition, and 1 question for poetry. Xuanhuan picked up the wolf hair brush, dipped it generously in ink, and glanced out of the corner of his eye at the patrolling officials.
After the patrolling officials were only a silhouette in the distance, he picked up his phone with his left hand, skillfully turned it on, and his thumb moved like lightning, rapidly typing in single-finger pinyin, curving the arm to use as a pillow.
With a swipe, a line of text appeared on the screen. It turned out to be a sentence from the Analects. To eat coarse rice and drink water, and to curve one's arm to use as a pillow, joy is also in the midst of this.
To be rich and honored through unrighteousness is to me like floating clouds. Write it down quickly. Scripture examination. Question 4. A gentleman has 3 sources of joy. Keep searching. In an instant the answer appears.
A gentleman has 3 sources of joy, and to reign over the world is not among them. To have both parents alive and brothers in good health is the first joy. To be free from shame when looking up to heaven and down to earth is the second joy. To obtain the most talented in the world and educate them is the third joy.
A quote from Mencius. Write it down. Scripture examination. Trustworthiness is the strength of virtue. Search, search, search. It turns out to be a line from the 5 classics. Spring.
Loyalty is the correctness of virtue. Trustworthiness is the strength of virtue. Humility and concession are the foundation of virtue. Write it down again. Xuanhuan feels this kind of exam is so enjoyable. A sense of heroism arises in his heart.
With a phone in hand, I have the world. Just then, he hears footsteps. Xuanhuan pauses, and his left hand secretly presses the power button next to him. The phone screen immediately goes black.
He presses the phone down on the slightly curled exam paper. The brush in his hand is placed back in the inkstone, and he slowly dips it in the ink. The education official glanced over, saw that Xuanhuan had already answered several questions,
and walked past without paying attention. After the invigilator walked away, Xuanhuan's pounding heart finally calmed down. Too exciting. Continue to copy. Activate the 1-finger typing skill and search for answers. Respectful and gentle.
A quote from the Book of Rites, Shizi of King Wen. Write it down. Writing while searching, he unknowingly reaches the last question. He has written down all 50 scripture-filling questions without missing a single one.
Xuanhuan puts down his pen and rubs his sore wrist. He is impressed by his own achievements. Looking at the time, more than 2 hours have passed. It's almost 11 o'clock. Sitting for more than 2 hours, his back aches, his arms are sore, and his wrist is tired.
He has never been so diligent before. He decides to take a break, collected the completed Taijing papers, cleared the desk, took out the teapot, poured myself a cup of tea. Top quality Longjing tea. Too bad it's cold. Oh well, it's hot anyway.
Might as well drink it as iced tea. After resting for 10 minutes, and after the proctor passed by again, Xuanhuan spread out the Mo Yi test paper and began to review it. The Mo Yi section consists of 5 questions, somewhat similar to short answer questions.
It's a simple response to the meaning of the classics. As long as you are familiar with the scriptures and various commentaries, you can answer them. First question, the master said. Are they filial? What the heck is this? I don't understand. Check the phone.
Search on the Imperial Examination app. The answer is immediately provided, and it's even divided into Mo Yi question answers, essay question answers, and policy question answers. My 3 million wasn't spent for nothing. Easily copied the answer.
Continue searching for the next question. This is how awesome the exam is. Although writing calligraphy makes my wrist ache, I can't help but keep answering. Finally finished the 5 Mo Yi questions. Xuanhuan breathed a big sigh of relief. I'm exhausted.
He felt like his wrist was about to break. No need to rest. At this time, the sun was at its zenith. Outside, the cicadas were chirping foolishly. The small examination room was unbearably hot.
Xuanhuan took out a white paper folding fan and vigorously fanned himself, poured a cup of iced tea, gulped it down in one go. This is one thing that's not good about ancient times. Unless you're at home, you have to wear a long robe no matter how hot it is.
And a shirt underneath. At this moment, Xuanhuan missed his undershirt and large shorts, the air-conditioned room, and the massage chair very much. Secretly looked at the time on his phone. It was already 1 in the afternoon, just now.
He was so focused on answering the questions that he didn't feel hungry. Perhaps it was because of the tension and excitement. Now that he relaxed, he immediately felt his stomach grumbling. Took out the food box. Took out the food one by one.
Started eating voraciously. All of it was cold, nowhere near as comfortable as being served by Yunxiang at home. But what else can you ask for in the middle of an exam? After eating, he secretly took a leak. The weather was hot and humid.
The smell was really unpleasant. Holding his nose, he quietly pushed the chamber pot from under the desk to the outside with his foot. He felt a little better. At this moment, there were 2 heavy coughs next to him. It seemed to be a protest.
Xuanhuan chuckled secretly. He didn't bother with the brother who was influenced by his aroma. At this time, no one could care about anyone else. This ancient exam is really suffering. In fact, the prefectural exam is considered good. It only lasts for 1 day.
If it's the provincial exam or the metropolitan exam, that's the real test for the candidates. Some last for 3 or 4 days in a row. Some are separated and some are even consecutive. It is definitely a double test of both body and mind. Chapter 33.
At this moment, Xuanhuan had finished answering the Taijing and Moyi questions, leaving only the last question. Poetry composition. After resting enough, Xuanhuan opened the exam paper. Speaking of which,
the poetry composition section of the exam is sometimes difficult and sometimes easy. If it is the poetry composition of the provincial exam, it will definitely give you a big move. There are rhyme requirements, rising or falling tones,
and even regulations that require the use of certain words. Writing poetry like this is definitely a major test for candidates. However, relatively speaking, it also restricts the candidates' free play. It is rare to produce any inspiring good poems.
Fortunately, this is just the prefectural exam. The education commissioner did not make things too difficult for these students. He just gave an exam question. Write about Westlake in June. 5 character, 7 character, or see poetry alls.
The education commissioner's question is also clever. This is Hangzhou. It is now June. This question is also appropriate. Don't think that the education commissioner is casual with the questions.
Every year he has to go to various prefectures to participate in and preside over the prefectural exams. Where are there so many questions to ask, if these candidates can't answer 2 tricky questions?
It is also the dereliction of duty of the education commissioner who is in charge of education in the entire province. It is not difficult to write poems on this topic, but writing well is not necessarily easy. This time,
Xuanhuan didn't even need to check his phone. A poem appeared in his mind, but he forgot which poet wrote it in which era. He checked it again with his phone. Haha, great, it is a poet from the Southern Song dynasty.
It's good that it's not before the Tang dynasty. This poem is both appropriate and simple. It is also famous. Using it is definitely not bad. He spread out the exam paper, pressed it with his phone. The wolf hairbrush dipped in ink.
He brushed and wrote a 7-character quatrain. After all, it is the 6th month on Westlake. The scenery is different from the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves stretch to the sky, endlessly green. The lotus flowers reflecting the sun are especially red.
Done. Xuanhuan felt so happy. He was sure to pass the examination this time. The Qian brothers were just waiting to jump into the lake. Finally, the exam was over. Xuanhuan exhausted.
He had rarely put his heart into doing one thing so diligently. Today was the first time. Seeing that his name was written well and there were no omissions, Xuanhuan rolled up his paper and put it aside.
The examination hall had rules that the lock could not be opened unless there was a major accident such as a fire. Even if the candidates finished answering, they had to wait until the gate was opened. It was okay to hand in the paper early,
but they had to wait in the side hall and leave together after everyone had finished the exam. Xuanhuan felt that waiting outside was not as good as waiting in the examination room, so he lay down on the long bench and began to doze off, in a daze.
He felt someone calling him. This candidate, wake up, it's time to hand in the papers. Xuanhuan woke up groggily. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 clerks standing outside the examination room, holding a bamboo basket in their hands,
which was already filled with many test papers. Xuanhuan handed over his paper. One of the clerks opened Xuanhuan's paper, took out a piece of white paper, carefully smeared paste around it, and then pasted over Xuanhuan's name. Xuanhuan thought,
so this is sealing the name. Xuanhuan had heard Zhengde introduce the rules of the examination hall, because some people had reported the chief examiner for cheating in previous years.
The imperial court had restricted the imperial examination and introduced the practice of sealing the name to avoid the chief examiner favoring his own people and accepting bribes. Xuanhuan thought to himself, what's the use of just sealing the name?
You can still see clues from the strokes in handwriting. Later generations even had transcription, where someone directly copied the candidate's papers. That was really powerful. But it seemed that it could not avoid cheating either.
Don't think about these messy things. Finally the exam is over. Sleeping on the bench made my bones ache, and my whole body felt sticky and uncomfortable. I need to go home and take a bath quickly, and the kind where Yunxiang scrubs my back, he.
Xuanhuan quickly packed his things and walked out with the crowd. As soon as he came out, Xuanhuan heard Erbao shouting outside, young master, I'm here. Qin Guan saw Erbao's slightly thin body in the crowd of people picking up people.
Erbao squeezed over and quickly took the box from Qin Guan's hand. Yunxiang also quickly stepped forward, holding a wooden box in her hand. She opened it in front of Qin Guan, and wisps of white mist rose from it, with a gust of coolness blowing towards him.
Yunxiang took out a teapot from it, poured a bowl for Qin Guan, and immediately handed it to Qin Guan. Young master, drink a bowl of iced plum juice to relieve the heat. Madam knew that young master would come out at U time and sent someone to deliver it.
Calculating the time, Erbao also cared from the young master. Are you tired? I used to go to the examination hall and saw that they were all small pigeon cages. Young master stayed in there for a day. It's so hot.
And there's no cold drink or Yunxiang fanning. You must have suffered. Qin Guan took the sour plum drink, feeling its icy coolness in his hand. He took a sip, feeling refreshed all over.
And the heat that had been stifling him in the examination hall all day dissipated by more than half. After drinking the sour plum drink, Yunxiang handed over a towel. Qin Guan wiped his hands and face with it, feeling much refreshed. Let's go home.
Qin Guan said. He turned and walked out. After walking only a dozen steps, he saw a group of people ahead. Lu Su, Lu Xuanhuan, the Qian brothers Xuanmao and Xuansheng, and several other scholars. These people's gazes were all directed towards Qin Guan.
Qin Guan knew that this group of people had come for him. Oh my, isn't this the great talent Qin Guan? Young Master Qin, brother Xiaoyu, sitting in the examination hall all day. You must be feeling very uncomfortable.
Especially when you're facing the paper and can't write a single word. Qiansheng directly mocked. Brother Qin wouldn't have handed in a blank paper, would he? Ever since their brothers were beaten last time.
Their hatred for Qin Guan had been basically out in the open. At this time, Qian Mao said with a smile on his lips, "Oh, I don't think Brother Qin would hand in a blank paper. At the very least, he'd write his name on it. Ha ha ha." The others laughed. Oh.
I remember we made a bet with Brother Qin. If he doesn't pass, he'll jump into the lake and swim. Brother Qin, it's a pity it's not for another 3 years. But Brother Qin, I don't think you'll pass anyway. Why don't you jump this year? It's really hot these days.
So you can take the opportunity to cool off. Qiansheng continued to mock. Qin Guan's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the group, finally pausing on Lu Su. Lu Xuanhuan was dressed in a white scholar's robe, wearing a scholar's hat,
and holding a folding fan in his hand. A poem could be faintly seen on it. The look in his eyes as he looked at Qin Guan carried a hint of a smile. However, all Qin Guan saw in his eyes was disdain. It was as if Qin Guan in his eyes
was an object to be manipulated at will. Although Lu Su had not spoken a word or said anything mocking, Qin Guan knew that this group of people were all Lu Si's lackeys.
They're blocking the entrance of the examination hall to mock. Qin Guan must have been at Lu Si's instruction. Qin Guan smiled faintly and said, "Brothers Qin, are you so sure that I can't pass the scholar exam? Qin Guan, if you can pass,
then I think anyone in Hangzhou can pass." Qiansheng said. The results will be announced tomorrow. Well no then, I'm just afraid that when I pass, the two Qian brothers won't fulfill their bet. Qin Guan spread his hands. So,
Brother Qin means that if you don't pass this time you'll fulfill the bet. Xuanmao began to set a trap again. Chapter 34. The teacher gets shot while lying down. I'm fine. Qin Guan smiled. We're fine too. Qiansheng now hates Qin Guan to death.
3 years is too long. He'd rather see Qin Guan jump into the lake right now. Qin Guan glanced at Xuanmao and Qiansheng and said, "If you two go back on your word at that time, what then?" At this point, Lu Su, who had been silent all along, spoke.
His tone was light but left no room for doubt. I can vouch for it. If Brother Qin passes the Shukai exam this time, the two Qian brothers will definitely fulfill the bet and swim ashore themselves. If Brother Qin doesn't pass this time,
he must also jump into the lake to fulfill the bet. How about it? Qin Guan chuckled inwardly. He was waiting for this line. However, Qin Guan still said, "It's naturally good that Brother Lu is vouching for us."
But what if the two Qian brothers don't listen to you at that time? Naturally, I, the guarantor, will fulfill the bet, Lu Su said. After Lu Su finished speaking, he flicked open his folding fan and said to Qin Guan,
"Miss Xiangjun is still on the pleasure boat on West Lake, waiting for us to participate in today's poetry gathering on the lake. Since it's settled, Brother Qin, we'll meet again tomorrow." After speaking, he turned and left with a flourish.
Qin Guan walked towards the carriage with Bao and Yunshang. Bao said worriedly, "Young master, if the 3-year bet is changed to tomorrow, does young master have confidence in passing the Shukai exam?" Qin Guan spread his hands.
"The exam papers are still with the examiners. Who knows if he'll pass?" When Bao heard Qin Guan say this, his little face immediately fell. "Young master, if you don't pass the exam tomorrow and jump into the lake to swim,
it will probably become the talk of Hangzhou again." Qin Guan smiled and said, "Being an internet celebrity isn't bad." Yunshang didn't understand. "Young master, what's an internet celebrity?" Qin Guan chuckled and said, "In another 1,000 years,
you'll know what an internet celebrity is." On a pleasure boat on West Lake, a group of scholars were composing poetry. Suddenly, someone said, "Do you think that Xuanhuan, who confidently made a bet with brother Qian today,
might have some confidence in passing the Shukai exam?" Qian Sheng sneered when he heard this. Teach. With his knowledge, he hasn't even thoroughly read the 4 books and 5 classics. He still wants to pass the Shukai exam. Wishful thinking.
tomorrow? Let's just wait and watch him jump into the lake. I think. Why don't we make the spectacle bigger so that he won't dare to show his face again after this? Haha, that's interesting. I support it.
Let's go back and call on more people to publicize this matter. There will definitely be a lot of people who come to watch the fun. Perhaps, it might even become a grand event in Westlake. This kind of thing deserves a poem to be passed down.
What should it be called? Qingguan's Lake to ha. The group spoke enthusiastically, as if they could already see Xuanhuan's embarrassing situation tomorrow. After returning home, Xuanhuan was naturally warmly received.
Madame Chun instructed the servants to prepare bathwater and a change of clothes for Xuanhuan. After washing, he felt refreshed all over. Xuanhuan lay in the shade of a tree in his small courtyard, with Yunxing fanning him nearby. Young master.
The results will be announced tomorrow. Are you really confident in passing the scholar exam? If you don't pass, you'll have to jump into the lake tomorrow. That would be so embarrassing, the little maid Yongxiang said. Xuanhuan closed his eyes.
He replied, "Don't worry, your young master is confident. Anyway, the exam papers are all filled." After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he fell asleep, feeling drowsy. Once the exam ended, the papers were collected.
And the examiners got busy. 20 academic officials were responsible for the initial review, judging the good papers before sending them to the Grand Master, the academic supervisor, and the Hangzhou prefect for the final judgment, a junior official reported.
A total of 472 candidates took the exam this time. Among them, 2 stopped midway and abandoned their papers. 1 cheater was caught in the examination hall. All other students completed their exam papers.
Academic supervisor Xuanhuan took a sip of tea and said, "Record the cheating candidate. They will be barred from taking the exam for 5 years and reported to the academy for further action." "Yes, sir. Have the exam papers been reviewed, Grand Master?"
And 28 exam papers have been selected. Please decide who will be admitted. Grand Master, the junior official said. Xuanhuan looked at Hangzhou prefect Lin Qiu beside him and said, "Brother Yunxia, it's already late at night. The results will be announced tomorrow."
"How about we review the papers together? It will save some time." Lin Qi nodded. "Alright, in the end, Brother Kui will still make the final decision." After the 2 exchanged pleasantries, they began to review the papers. The papers passed one by one.
Good ones were marked with red ink to indicate their scores. There were specific rules for judging the papers. Scores were given on the spot, and a final comparison was made. Some bad papers were directly marked as fail by late at night.
Both of them were somewhat tired. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly saw a paper. After reading it, his spirits immediately lifted. He repeatedly exclaimed, "Excellent," and then "What a pity," attracting Hangzhou prefect Lin Qi next to him to look up. "Brother,
Why are you is also tired?" He put down his red pen, taking the opportunity to rest. Xuanhuan shook the paper in his hand and said, "This candidate's explanations of the classics and the meanings of words are all correct.
Especially this poem at the end. It's written with great taste. It's the best poem I've seen in this exam. Is there a good poem? Tell me about it, Brother Kui." Lin Qi had a fondness for poetry and was intrigued. Xuanhuan began to read it immediately.
It is the 6th month in Westlake. The scenery is different from the other seasons. The lotus leaves stretch to the sky. An endless green, the lotus blossoms reflecting the sun. A particularly bright red. Lin Qi listened and pondered for a moment.
Then directly praised it as a good poem. Brother Q's poem is about the West Lake in June. This poem closely adheres to the topic. What's even more commendable is the grand composition. The reflection of the sun complements the lotus flowers,
making the whole scene vibrant and vivid. The whole poem is clear and understandable. The extraordinary thing is that it first writes about feelings, then describes the actual scenery, creating a virtual to real effect. After reading it,
one can truly feel the beautiful scenery of Westlake in June, which is different from the other seasons. It is indeed a rare masterpiece depicting the scenery of Westlake. It seems that the Westlake in June will not lack poetry in the future.
Lin Qiu read it again and liked it even more. He felt that the fatigue and heat of grading papers late at night had dissipated a lot. Reading it made him feel physically and mentally happy, as if a cool breeze was blowing from outside the window,
from the edge of Westlake, making him feel comfortable. At this time, Lin Qiu remembered something and asked curiously, "This poem is very well written. What was Brother Qiu regretting just now?"
Xuanhuan said that the examinee answered all the questions correctly and the poetry was so outstanding. Such a paper would not be an exaggeration to be awarded first place. Xuanhuan sighed and said, "It's a pity."
There is nothing wrong with this student's answers. The poem is also excellent, but the handwriting is too ugly. Lin Qi was stunned. He stood up, walked over, picked up the paper and looked at it. He said with a little anger, "Which academy is this student from?"
Don't the teachers in the school teach writing? This handwriting is not even as good as a 7-year-old child. With such knowledge and talent, he doesn't know how to work hard to practice writing. It is truly a failure of discipline.
Qin Guan's teacher was shot while lying down. Chapter 35. Handwriting too bad, paper fails. A teacher's laziness lies in failing to teach strictly. That's right, but Qin Guan was not an honest child and never bothered to study hard, one can only say.
Qin Guan's teacher is so innocent. Although Qin Guan, who had transmigrated, had practiced writing sporadically for more than 2 months, he certainly couldn't be considered diligent. His handwriting was still terrible. At best it was legible.
But it lacked any aesthetic appeal. Brother Qi, what do you think this paper should be graded? Lin Qi asked. Qi Xuanhu thought for a while and said, "Let's give it a C." Lin Qi sighed and said, "If the handwriting were better."
Even if it could be considered neat, it could be ranked as top tier. Perhaps even the first place would not be an overstatement. Lin Qi felt sorry for this candidate. Qi Xuanhu nodded. Indeed. However,
the candidate's handwriting is also within the scope of assessment. This candidate's handwriting is indeed too poor. It would not be an overstatement to not admit him. Giving him a C grade is still in consideration of his answers and this poem.
In ancient imperial examinations, in addition to correct answers, whether the paper was clean and tidy and the quality of the handwriting were also extremely important criteria for judgment. Qi Xuanhu was right with Qin Guan's handwriting.
It was already fortunate that he had not been discarded by the preliminary examiner. It was probably due to the candidate's outstanding answers and poetic composition. Lin Qi suddenly had an idea. Brother Qi, how about we fail him? What do you think? Fail.
Brother Yungxia. Lin Qi put down Qin Guan's paper and said, "This child has a solid foundation in his studies and his writing is also remarkable. Although I don't know which academy he is from, it is clear that he is a good prospect for studying."
Qi Xuanhu nodded in agreement. If Qin Guan heard the 2 chief examiners' evaluation of him, saying that he was a seed for studying, he might laugh so hard that he would fall over. Lin Qi continued, "Since he has this knowledge,
but is dragged down by his terrible handwriting, it is truly a pity. Why not fail him? We can call him over and instruct him. Let him practice his handwriting properly, and he will surely be able to win first place next year. Wouldn't that be wonderful? In fact,
Lin Qi's starting point was indeed for the good of this candidate. Winning first place versus being in the middle or lower ranks, even if only as a licentiate, is incomparable.
Winning first place will make the candidate famous and greatly help with future examinations. Qin Guan was sleeping soundly at this moment. He did not know that he might be valued by Lord Lin for his excellent answers and CXC cherishing talent,
but also not be admitted as a licentiate due to his terrible handwriting. Qin Guan would probably cry to death. Also, he would lose his bet with the Qian brothers. Tomorrow Qin Guan will jump into West Lake. After listening to Lin Qi's words,
Qi Xuanhu was also somewhat tempted, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "Brother Yungxia, I know you are doing this for the good of this candidate, wanting him to win first place next year, but this is somewhat unfair to this candidate."
More importantly, this year is the triennial year of the grand examination. The provincial examination will be held in August during the autumn. The metropolitan examination will be held in February next year during the spring, if he is not admitted this year.
This candidate will have to wait for 3 years, which may delay his future prospects. As soon as Qi Xuanhu said this, Lin Qi also realized this point. If it were an ordinary year, it would be fine, but this year it was not.
The prefectural examination is held every year, but the grand examination is held only once every 3 years. If he is not admitted this year, he will waste 3 years of his time. 3 years is not a short time. Things may change.
And it may ruin a candidate's life. Winning first place in the prefectural examination is indeed not worth waiting 3 years for. Qi Xuanhu picked up the vermilion pen and wrote his assessment on Qin Guan's exam paper, grade C lower.
Lin Qi still felt sorry for this candidate. After thinking for a moment, he said to Qi Xuanhu, "Brother Q, now that you've graded the paper, let's reveal the candidate's name to see who it is. If there's a chance in the future,
we can offer some guidance in person." This request didn't violate the rules. Qi Xuanhu was also curious, so he summoned a clerk to open the sealed name. Upon seeing the name, Qi Xuanhu didn't react much, but Lin Qi's face was filled with disbelief.
Then Lin Qi shook his head with a wry smile, muttering, "How could it be him?" Seeing Lin Qi's expression and hearing his words, Qi Xuanhu's curiosity was piqued. He asked, "Brother Yingxia, do you perhaps know this candidate?" Lin Qi nodded with a wry smile. "Indeed.
I know him. I never expected it to be him. Does this candidate have some connection with Brother Lin?" Qi Xuanhu asked. Lin Qi said, "If you're talking about connections, then yes, there are some. Brother Qi might also know this person's father."
Qin Zhang, the Vice Minister of Revenue. Qin Zhang, I've met him a few times. If I remember correctly, the prefectural examination 2 years ago admitted a candidate named Xuanhuan. Also Qin Zhang's son. Qi Shanfu nodded. Lin Qi said.
Brother Kui has a good memory. Kui Shanfu picked up his teacup, not minding that the tea had cooled, and took a sip. It seems Qin Zhang's education is quite good. Both his sons are becoming accomplished scholars. Lin Qi shook his head and said.
Perhaps that Xuanhuan is not bad, but this Qinguan is a well-known playboy in Hangzhou. There are many rumors about him, calling him the most inept person in Hangzhou. After hearing this, Qi Shanfu almost spat out his tea, pointing to the paper on the table.
He said, this kind of work, this kind of poetry, and has called the most inept person in Hangzhou. Is Hangzhou so full of talent? Lin Qi smiled slightly and began to tell anecdotes about Qinguan.
Qin Guan's reputation as a playboy has been around for a long time. Later, I inquired about it. It seems to involve the feud between the Qin family and the censor Liu family. But let's not talk about that. Later, Qin Guan made a bet with someone,
saying he would pass the imperial examination. If he didn't pass, he would jump into West Lake and swim ashore. When Qin Guan signed up, the recommendation period had already passed. Qin Zhang personally wrote me a letter,
hoping that his son could participate in this prefectural examination. You also know that Qin Zhang and I are classmates from the same year, so I agreed to his request. Lin Qi was straightforward, telling everything. In fact, in officialdom,
taking care of classmates from the same year is normal. No one would consider Lin Qi's recommendation of Qin Guan as favoritism. I had heard of Qin Guan's reputation as a playboy before, and I didn't want to recommend him. But then I heard one of Qin Guan's poems.
Yingsha, you are also a master of poetry and lyrics, renowned in literary circles. What kind of lyrics can move you? Kai Shanfu asked. Immediately, Lin Qi recited the poem Butterfly Loves Flowers, as the flowers fade.
The green apricots are small once. Lin Qi felt this poem was incredibly beautiful when he first heard it. The more he savored it, the more flavorful it became, and he liked it very much. As for the rumor that Qin Guan bought this poem,
Lin Qi didn't quite believe it. Such a beautiful poem that can be passed down through the ages, making someone instantly famous and increasing their worth 100-fold, who would be willing to sell it? Unless they were foolish.
Kui Shanfu was also a Jinshi graduate with considerable attainments in poetry. As the academic supervisor in charge of education, he had seen countless poems and immediately felt that this was definitely a masterpiece that could be passed down through the ages.
To be able to write this Butterfly Loves Flowers, it's no wonder he could write the line the lotus flowers reflecting the sun are especially red. It seems this boy has quite the skill in poetry, Qi Shanfu praised.
Then he looked at the crooked and distorted handwriting on the papers on the table. At this moment, even Kui Shanfu had the thought that Qin Guan was nothing special. With such talent, yet he wrote such terrible characters, it was truly infuriating. Chapter 36.
The list is posted. Qi Shanfu waved his pen and wrote a few words on Qin Guan's paper. Outside the window, a sliver of dawn had appeared. After a night of grading papers, the successful candidates for this year's Shukai degree had been determined.
The clerks copied the list of successful candidates onto a red paper, covered it with a yellow paper, and waited for the Psi hour 9:11 a.m. to post the list, which would determine a student's fate. Kui Shanfu and Lin Qi cupped their hands in farewell. Both men,
dragging their tired bodies, went back to rest. The next soon as it was light, Yingxing came to wake Qin Guan up again. Why get up so early? Isn't the list posted at the Psi hour?
The Psi hour is around 9 to 11 a.m. Qin Guan had already asked and knew that the list was usually posted around 10 a.m. He wanted to stay in bed a little longer. Young master, the old lady and madam are already up and waiting in the front hall.
You can't sleep anymore. Get up and eat, then we can go see the list, Yingxiang continued to urge. Okay. Him getting up, Yingxiang hurried to help him get up, dress, and wash. Qin Guan wore a white scholar's robe and a xiaoyao scarf,
with a red agate inlaid on it. Purple tassels hung down, paired with Qin Guan's handsome face, making him look dashing and unrestrained. A good outfit can really enhance one's image. Didn't you see the little maid Yongxiang's eyes sparkling?
Arriving at the front hall, he greeted his grandmother and mother. Qin Guan also saw his concubine mother and his little sister Yupi. The little girl, seeing Qin Guan come over, still timidly hid behind her mother, peering at her brother with frightened eyes.
Just finished breakfast, Zhengda came to find Qin Guan, followed by several classmates and friends. Qin Guan greeted his classmates, calling out Brother Lu, Brother Ma, and Brother Feng. Brother Qin.
The results of today's academy exam are being posted. We classmates are all here to cheer you on, hoping you pass with flying colors. Let's go to the examination at Courtyard Academy and wait for the results to be announced. On the way,
Zhengda got into Qin Guan's carriage and whispered to him, Brother Qin, something is very unfavorable to you. Qin Guan was taken aback. What is it? Zhengda asked. Yesterday, you changed the bet with the Qian brothers, wagering on this academy exam.
If you don't pass, you have to jump into the lake, and Lu Su is the guarantor. Is that right? Qin Guan nodded. That's correct.
Zheng side show you.
You were confused. Did you know that after leaving yesterday,
The Qian brothers started spreading the word everywhere, saying they made a bet with you to determine the winner, and the result will be revealed tomorrow. After the results are announced today, there will surely be a spectacle at West Lake.
now everyone in Hangzhou knows about it. All the painted boats on West Lake have been rented out, just to watch you jump into the lake. Qin Guan was unhappy. Why is it me jumping into the lake, not the Qian brothers? Do you think you can pass?
Zheng Da put on a knowing look and looked at Xuanhuan. I will definitely pass this time. This hurt Xuanhuan. Even his best friend had no confidence in him. Zheng Da felt that his good friend must have had a sweet dream last night and hadn't woken up yet.
Brother Qin, I've already found out that there are over 400 candidates in this year's Hangzhou Academy exam. According to past practice, only 40 or 50 people can pass, although I didn't go to the examination hall to pick you up yesterday.
I heard that you were sleeping soundly in the examination hall and were woken up in the end. Is that true? Besides, passing the Zhukai exam isn't that simple. If it were easy, my father wouldn't have confined me for half a year. The 4 books and 5 classics,
And over a dozen other classics, require several years of hard work to memorize and thoroughly understand. It's absolutely impossible to pass the Zhukai exam without that. You've only been reading for 2 months. During that time, when I went to see you,
I found you were always slacking off and being frivolous. Do you think you can pass? Qin Guan replied. Why can't I? I'm a genius, protected by the Tao ancestor. I can learn everything at a glance and don't need to waste time.
Zhang Da was speechless at such a rogue. Okay, I'll find a few more fishermen who are good swimmers to save you when the time comes, Zhang Da said. The group arrived at the examination hall, although it was only a little after 8 o'clock.
Qin Guan was taken aback by the scene before him as he got out of the carriage. The candidates for this examination, accompanied by their family and friends who came to see the results, were joined by many small vendors selling wontons, sugar figurines, tea,
Melon seeds and steamed cakes. In front of the examination hall, there were already no less than 2,000 people gathered, bustling and crowded. As soon as Qin Guan and the others got out of the carriage,
Someone with sharp eyes saw him and immediately shouted, Qin Guan, Qin Shaoyu is here. Instantly, a large crowd swarmed towards Qin Guan. Qin Guan was startled. What was this about? He hadn't offended anyone. Was he about to be mobbed?
were they trying to trample him to death? In reality, these people were just there for the spectacle. The Qian brothers had spread the word about yesterday's bet everywhere, hoping to embarrass Qin Guan. Naturally, the people here all knew about it.
They believed that whether Qin Guan won or the Qin brothers won, there would be a good show to watch today. At this moment, the crowd parted, with Lu Xuanhuan leading the way, followed by the Xuan brothers and a group of scholars.
They came before Qin Guan and the others. Lu Su still wore a calm and confident smile, raised his folding fan slightly, and said, Brother Qin, I didn't expect you would actually come to see the results. Brother Qin is a man of his word.
Qin Guan naturally understood what Lu Su meant. What? Did you think I would hide at home, afraid to come? The Qian brothers will be fulfilling their bet to jump into the lake later. How could I possibly miss that? Lu Su smiled faintly.
It seems Brother Qin is very confident. Confidence comes from strength. Many people rolled their eyes at Qin Guan's words. Even Zheng De next to him felt his face burning. At this moment, Qun Mao said with a narrowed, smiling eyes, Brother Qun,
I have already prepared a painted boat on West Lake. After the results are announced, we will move to West Lake to fulfill the bet. What do you think? Qin Guan cupped his hands. Brother Qian is very thoughtful. It should have been me who prepared it.
but it's cost Brother Qian instead. Words were not enough to express their feelings. The two sides separated, and Qin Guan and the others stood waiting at the place where the examination results were posted. He was still very confident about yesterday's exam.
With the magical cheat sheet of his mobile phone in hand, a mere county exam was nothing more than a cinch. Qin Guan was very confident. But he didn't know what the academic director and prefect Lin had thought after reading his exam paper yesterday.
Lu Su and the Qian brothers, among others, also stood in the front, only 10 meters or so away from Qin Guan. Lu Su frowned when he saw Qin Guan's composed expression. How can Qin Guan be so calm? Could it be that he is really confident of passing?
Qian Mao, don't you think Qin Guan is very calm today? Lu Su asked. At this time, Qian Mao also noticed this. It was indeed a bit abnormal. This Qin Guan seemed to have a confident look. Speaking of this,
Qun Mao's face changed, and he said urgently, could it be that he has bribed the imperial supervisor of studies and knows that he will definitely pass this time? Lu Su lowered his head and thought for a while. He did not rule out the possibility of cheating.
Chapter 37, Passing the Imperial Exam Last Place. Cheating in imperial examinations has never stopped. Using connections and backdoors is arguably the most common type of cheating.
by bribing or building relationships with the examiners to get them to raise the score of the paper and be placed on the list of successful candidates. In addition, there are also minor tricks such as impersonation, fraudulent registration, and smuggling.
Qin Guan's father is a secretary of the Ministry of Revenue. It is not impossible for him to build a relationship with the imperial supervisor of studies and get Xuanhuan to pass the imperial examination and become a shukai. After all,
A shukai is not yet an official, it's just a stepping stone to advancement, something that the academic official of the prefecture can decide with a single word. It's unlikely that anything will go wrong. Xuanhuan naturally thought of this as well.
his expression became increasingly ugly. He had previously been completely confident in winning against Xuanhuan. But now that he thought about it, it wasn't impossible for Xuanhuan to obtain a shukai status by smoothing things over through connections.
Brother Lu, what should we do? Cao Mao asked. Lu Su thought for a moment, his face unfriendly, and said in broad daylight, how can we allow villains to be rampant? If that Xuanhuan doesn't pass, then so be it. But if he really passes,
When that time comes, we'll make a scene. Naturally, someone won't be able to withstand the pressure. Liu Si's father was a supervising censor. Having heard and seen such things,
Lu Su had learned a few skills in the art of accusing people. Qian Mao's heart settled down again. Bang, bang, 3 sounds of the copper gong rang. The gate of the examination hall opened.
a group of Yamen runners came out and surrounded the posting platform to prevent people from getting too close. An academic official walked out and stood on the steps, shouting loudly.
At the hour of C9:11 a.m., the list of those admitted to this year's Hangzhou Prefecture examination will be posted. Someone brought a high stool and brushed it with paste. The academic official pasted the list on it. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the list.
Others looked excited. An old man with a white beard watched the list being posted, breathing rapidly, clearly extremely nervous. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything yet.
Because it was still covered with a piece of bright yellow paper. Tong! 3 cannon shots rang out. The academic official shouted loudly, "Open the list!" People's eyes widened as they watched the official carefully remove the bright yellow paper.
Revealing the first name, first class, Su Chengyu. Someone in the crowd immediately let out a cry of joy. The top scholar! The top scholar! Congratulations, Brother Shu, on becoming the top scholar. Your future is sure to be smooth and bright.
And you'll surely become a Zhuangyan? Yes, congratulations, Brother Chengyu. Shu Chengyu steadied his mind and flicked the hairband on his shoulder back, saying with a bit of dashing flair, "Today, at the moon-gazing pavilion, we won't leave until we're drunk."
That's right, we must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Ignoring the commotion, the list continued to be revealed. Second place went to Meng Fantong. Another burst of cheers and celebrations erupted from the crowd, and it continued down the list.
Qin Guan was now getting nervous. Although he was somewhat confident, no one could guarantee anything until the very last moment. Qin Guan had excellent eyesight. Even from 4 or 5 meters away, he could clearly see the names on the list.
He revealed his name was nowhere to be found. Qin Guan began to feel anxious. At that moment, Qin Guan's heart couldn't help but pound. If he didn't pass, he would lose a lot of face. The list was nearing its end.
And Qin Guan's name was still not there. Lu Su and Qian Mao exchanged glances, both wearing triumphant smiles. Qian Sheng couldn't resist mocking Qin Guan. "Qin Guan, it's almost at the end. It seems you're destined to swim in the lake today. Ha ha ha."
52nd place, Zhao Yuan. 53rd place, Qin Guan. As the list was revealed to the end, Qin Guan finally saw his name. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, even though it was the last place.
I'm a shukai now, ha ha!
Just then, a system notification came to Qin Guan's mind. The host has completed the first main system task. Obtain the title of Shukai. Reward received. Please check.
And quickly checked the system panel name. Qin Guan level, mortal, skill, calligraphy equipment, none pet, none, reward item, vomiting talisman. Qin Guan saw that a new skill, calligraphy,
Had been added to his system panel and was taken aback. Was this his reward? He mentally clicked on the calligraphy skill, and a large amount of information appeared. After a while, it was absorbed by Qin Guan's brain.
Qin Guan felt that he was now a master of calligraphy, capable of writing many beautiful brush calligraphy works. Even so, Qin Guan was still somewhat disappointed. Calligraphy. What good is that? So much effort, so much worry.
Millions spent on a system reward, and it's just calligraphy. He didn't think it was worth it. He thought he should at least get a super cool skill, like flying or teleportation. Just as he was about to call up the system, he heard someone shouting outside.
Qin Guan had to exit the system, planning to check it out when things were quieter. When Qin Guan's results came out, he looked at Liu Su and the Xuan brothers not far away. They had been laughing and talking just now.
But when they saw the last name on the list, they suddenly seemed to freeze, standing there motionless. Qian Sheng shouted, "How is that possible? How could Qin Guan pass the Xukai exam?"
Dan, a group of friends, also saw Xuanhuan's name and cheered loudly. Zheng Da shouted, "Brother Xiaoyu, you really passed the Xukai exam! Even if it's last place, you still passed. Congratulations, Brother Qin!"
Brother Qin is truly full of surprises! Everyone congratulated him, and Qin Guan returned the greetings happily. Now that the list was posted, people should have gradually dispersed, but at this moment, not many people left.
Because there was still a big show waiting for them. Qin Guan cupped his hands to the Chuan brothers and said, "Brothers Qian, I Qin Guan am dull, but I still passed this year's Xukai exam. Didn't you two say you had rented a pleasure boat on West Lake? Perfect.
Let's move to Westlake now and watch you two Qian brothers dive into the water." At this moment, Qun Mao and Qun Sheng's faces were extremely ugly, and Lucius' expression was gloomy as well. Qin Mao, being mocked by Qun Guan, said breathlessly, "Qun Guan,
With your knowledge, there's no way you could have passed. You must have cheated to get this Xukai." As soon as everyone heard this, those who had been gathered around the Qian brothers immediately scattered.
anyone with a brain knew that you couldn't just say things like that. Directly accusing Qun Guan of cheating was the same as saying that the education commissioner in charge of the exam was cheating. You couldn't just say that.
These commoners didn't want to get involved. As soon as Qin Guan heard this, he immediately straightened his face and said, "Chuan Mao, how dare you say such things? Do you have any solid evidence? If not, then it's slander. Slander is punishable."
And you say I cheated. Who did I cheat with? How did I cheat? Do you have any evidence? Qun Mao, you have to take responsibility for your words. Qin Guan began to show off his connections. Chapter 38. A major case of examination fraud.
Qian Mao felt a little timid after hearing what Qin Guan said and looked towards Lu Su. Lu Su, with a cold face, nodded slightly to Qian Mao. Qian Mao steeled his heart. He knew that if they didn't bring Qin Guan down,
The two brothers would have to jump into the lake today, losing all face and perhaps never being able to hold their heads up again for the rest of their lives. Seeing Lu Su nod, as if he had a backbone, he immediately said, "With your talent,
you surely could have passed. I suspect you plagiarized." Qin Guan smiled coldly. "Qian Mao, are you resorting to these kinds of tricks because you lost the bet? I advise you not to be so cheap, or you'll end up hurting yourself." Humph, Qin Guan.
Are you feeling guilty? We'll have to take this to the academic supervisor." Qian Mao's momentum grew even stronger. The commotion in front of the examination hall naturally caught the attention of officials. Someone came over to reprimand.
No noise is allowed in the examination hall. Qian Mao immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, I want to report that someone cheated in this imperial examination. Please report this to the academic supervisor." Upon hearing this, the official was stunned.
Reporting cheating in the imperial examination was a huge matter. He didn't dare to make a decision and after clarifying the situation with Qian Mao, said coldly, "Wait here, no more noise."
He immediately ran into the examination hall to inform the academic supervisor. Kuai Shanfu had just woken up, his face still showing signs of fatigue. But after hearing the report from below about the situation outside, he immediately stood up.
Who is accusing someone of cheating? It's a scholar named Qian Mao, accusing Qin Guan, who ranked last in this provincial examination, the official said. Upon hearing this, Qi Shanfu thought, "Qin Guan, I know him."
He might not have a deep impression of other candidates, but he had a strong impression of this Qin Guan. Yesterday, after reviewing Qin Guan's paper with Prefect Lin,
Qi Shanfu was annoyed that Qin Guan had talent but didn't work hard to practice his calligraphy. In the end, he wrote a line on Qin Guan's paper, only to be ranked last. The meaning was that no matter how many scholars were admitted this time,
no matter how the scores were, even if someone else was not as good as Qin Guan could only be ranked last. It was clear that he deeply detested Qin Guan's calligraphy. But Qi Shanfu thought for a moment, and a surge of anger rose in his heart.
If someone was accusing the top scholar of not being qualified, that would be one thing, but to accuse the last place finisher, was this scholar named Qun Mao crazy?
He put on his official robes and led a group of officials and yeoman runners out of the examination hall gate. When the people saw the academic supervisor come out, they automatically retreated, and the noisy scene became silent. Shanfu,
with his imposing presence, scanned the dark crowd outside and said loudly, "Who is here to accuse someone of cheating in the imperial examination? Step forward." Qian Mao felt a little weak in the legs at this moment, but now there was no turning back.
He walked over and bowed deeply to Qu Sizeng. Student Qian Mao. Tian Mao didn't know why it had come to this. He felt very uneasy. What are you accusing him of? Since things had come to this, Qian Mao could only grit his teeth and say with a stiff upper lip.
Student accuses Qun Guan of cheating. Qu Shanfu frowned and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Qian Mao hesitated. Student knows that Qun Guan is unlearned and unskilled, although he is a student of Hangzhou Prefectural School.
He has never attended school properly. This time he passed the Xukai exam. It must be because he cheated and plagiarized. Please, Your Excellency, investigate thoroughly. Fortunately, Qian Mao didn't dare to say that Kui Shanfu was being partial,
but only said that Xuanhuan himself had plagiarized. Hearing this, Qi Shanfu smiled coldly. Is this what you call evidence? Qian Mao heard that the Shizeng's tone was unkind and lowered his head, saying yes, officials are afraid of trouble.
and peace is best. As soon as the list of the academy examination was released, there were cries of cheating. There were 1 or 2,000 people watching here. This was no small matter. If Qian Mao had solid evidence, it would be fine.
But he dared to accuse someone based only on subjective speculation and cause such a commotion. Qi Shanfu was already angry with Qian Mao. Kui Shanfu said to the officials around him, "Come, invite the prefect of Hangzhou over.
And have someone set up a table and desk. Today, this official will publicly try this major case of corruption in the imperial examination outside the examination hall." Kui Shanfu always paid attention to his reputation as an official.
There were also hundreds of current candidates and countless scholars with the title of Shukai. He couldn't take it lightly. Accusing someone of cheating is definitely a major case.
Kui Shanfu had a clear conscience and prepared to conduct a public trial to cut through the mess quickly. So he arranged a live trial outside the examination hall. After the table and desk were set up and the arena was opened,
2 rows of yeoman runners stood on both sides, making it no different from the yeoman hall. After all this was done, Lin Qi, the prefect of Lin, also arrived. On the way, he had already asked about the reason. He sat directly on the other side.
outside the trial scene, there were no less than 2,000 Hangzhou scholars and common people. People were jostling and moving. This matter has really blown up. Kui Shanfu slammed the gavel and shouted, "Kumao,
You accused Xuanhuan of cheating in the imperial examination. Now, Prefect Lin and I will try this case. Do you have any objections?" Qian Mao's forehead was now covered with sweat. He bowed deeply and said, "Student has no objections. Very well."
Of Kui Shanfu said. Qian Mao took a deep breath, organized his words and said, "In this academy examination, Qin Guan, Qin Shoyu, a student of Hangzhou Prefectural School,
Also participated in the examination and passed as the last Shukai. I used to be classmates with Qin Guan. I know that Qin Guan is usually dissolute and has never studied hard. Our teacher has also said that Qin Guan is incorrigible and cannot be carved.
But this time he passed the Shukai exam. Therefore, the student believes that Qin Guan definitely passed the exam by cheating. Please, Your Excellency, investigate thoroughly." After hearing Qian Mao's words, Lin Qi, who was sitting in the hall, also frowned.
Kui Shanfu ignored Qun Mao and, once again striking the gavel, ordered Qun Guan to be brought before the court for confrontation. Qin Guan knew it was his turn to appear, although it was his first time witnessing such a scene.
And he felt both novelty and trepidation. He remained calm and strode out of the crowd. Student Qun Guan greets both esteemed officials. It was the first time Kui Shanfu and Lin Qi had seen Qin Guan. They saw that Qin Guan was not old,
But he was quite handsome. Seeing that he showed no timidity towards them but rather had some composure, coupled with his previous poems, their first impression of Qin Guan was quite good. Kui Shanfu began, "Qin Guan,
Your fellow student Qian Mao accuses you of cheating. What do you have to say?" This student did not cheat. Qin Guan's reply was crisp and straightforward. And that was it. Lin Qi and Kui Shanfu were both taken aback. Kui Shanfu asked, "Qian Mao has accused you."
do you have nothing to say in your defense?" Qin Guan said with a righteous expression, "The upright are naturally upright, and the corrupt are naturally corrupt. My conscience is clear, and I fear no accusations. Anyway, he hadn't been caught."
And no one could do anything to him. Qin Guan's words were uttered with great righteousness. Just when everyone thought he was done, Qin Guan spoke again. "Esteemed officials, I can understand why Qian Mao accuses me of cheating. We had a bet before.
If I passed the Shukai examination, he and his brother Qiansheng would have to jump into West Lake. If I failed, then I Qun Guan would jump into the lake. Chapter 39. You say my handwriting is ugly. I beg to differ.
Thanks to the blessing of the Taoist ancestor, this student has opened his spiritual senses and can read 1,000 miles a day. Feeling that I had acquired some talent, I came to participate in this examination.
I was fortunate enough to be selected as a Shukai. Perhaps the Qian Mao and Qiansheng brothers were so anxious that they wanted to renege on the bet. So they accused me of cheating in order to win that bet. Upon hearing this, Qian Mao said agitatedly,
Don't talk about those supernatural things. Everyone in the Fu Academy knows you're learning. Your passing the Shukai examination must be due to cheating. Qin Guan turned to look at Qian Mao and said coldly,
"Do you think the academic director who presides over the examination, the prefect, and the dozen or so officials and hundreds of yeoman runners who are invigilating are all just for show with just your, Qian Mao's, speculation?"
You completely overturned this examination. What great ability you have. Qian Mao. After Qin Guan said this, the invigilating officials, the patrolling yamen runners, including Kui Shanfu and Lin Qi, all looked at Qian Mao with unfriendly eyes. Seeing this scene,
Qian Mao's face turned pale. Qin Guan continued coldly, With just your word, you say this imperial examination is fraudulent. Does that mean that all the Shukai who passed this time are potentially involved in cheating?
You must know that if a cheating case is confirmed, this year's examination will inevitably be overturned. What great ability you have, Xuanhuan. Another stern question. What great ability? Cold sweat dripped down Xuanhuan's cheeks. His standing there
began to tremble slightly. At this moment, those scholars who had passed the current imperial examination, who were originally watching the excitement outside, were not happy. Yes, if a major cheating case was really confirmed,
their scholar status would be gone. They were lucky enough to pass this time. Who knows if they can pass next time? Besides, the autumn exam is coming soon. Who wants to be delayed? Someone in the crowd immediately shouted, Xuanhuan.
You accuse someone of cheat evidence. What's the use of empty words? The examination and patrol this time are stricter than in previous years. We can testify. You, Xuanhuan, didn't even participate in the exam. You didn't see it, and you have no evidence.
The patrolling officials at the scene didn't know that Xuanhuan plagiarized and cheated. How did you know? Xuanhuan, don't be too shameless. Accept your bet. People yelled, with a posture of popular indignation.
Xuanhuan knew that he had offended everyone this time, and the faces of Qiansheng and Lu Su who were standing beside him were also extremely ugly. Xuanhuan knew that if he admitted defeat at this point,
he would inevitably be severely punished by the government and would have to jump into the lake, never being able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. He gritted his teeth, mustered his last courage, and raised his head to Ku Shuzheng. Sir,
the student would like to see Xuanhuan's examination paper. Is that possible? Please see the examination paper. Xuanhuan certainly did not have this qualification, but Xuanfu thought about it and looked at the countless scholars and students here.
He knew that this matter must be clarified clearly in order to eliminate the impact. Even if a little flaw is left, it may be seized by people in the officialdom in the future. But at this moment, Xuanfu was very annoyed with this Xuanhuan.
Xuanfu said with a cold face, Xuanhuan, you are not qualified to request the paper, but in order to clarify the truth, I will make an exception this time. Let everyone here witness it.
Then he ordered an official behind him to fetch Xuanhuan's examination paper. Before long, the official brought a sealed paper.
Lin Qi and Xuanfu confirmed it and asked the Yemen servants to move a few long tables to spread out Xuanhuan's examination paper and press it with paperweights. Xuanfu said loudly, for the sake of fairness,
all scholars and students present can come forward to view Xuanhuan's examination paper. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and was the first to step forward and begin to examine it. After looking at it for a long time, he muttered somewhat dejectedly, "That's right."
It's all right. Many people looked at each other. Someone in the crowd finally couldn't help but step forward. With the first one, there would naturally be a second one. In the end, there were more and more people.
And the long table was crowded with scholars and students. Seeing the paper, people began to discuss it. I glanced over it. Surprisingly, it's all correct. This handwriting is terrible. But if you told me Xuanhuan wrote it, I'd believe you, haha.
I feel the same way. This poem inscribed on the post is really well done. I can hardly believe Xuanhuan wrote it. After all, in the 6th month of West Lake, the scenery is different from the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves stretch to the sky.
The lotus flowers reflect the sun, a uniquely vibrant red. Indeed, this poem is so relevant to the topic and very clever. It's a rare masterpiece about West Lake. I think that if it weren't for the ugly handwriting,
this paper could easily have earned the top spot. I didn't expect it. He usually doesn't show it. But Xuanhuan really does have some talent. This work is not bad. Maybe he prepared it in advance. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would have accused him of cheating.
That's beyond the scope of our discussion. After reviewing the exam papers, the students began to disperse. However, the details of Xuanhuan's paper spread wider and wider. Everyone present knew that Xuanhuan had answered all the questions correctly.
And the impromptu poem was also an excellent piece. The only problem was his terrible handwriting. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan in the hall. Xuanhuan stood aside, acting as if nothing had happened. Xuanhuan, however,
seemingly lost in thought. Xuanfu said loudly, "Xuanhuan, what do you have to say for yourself?" Xuanhuan raised his head and said, "I suspect there was a leak of the questions beforehand. Otherwise,
there's no way he could have answered them all. This poem was also prepared in advance and brought in." Xuanfu's hands trembled with anger. He said coldly, "The questions were set by me and Lord Lin Qi the night before last. As for the impromptu poem,
the topic was given just before the exam. How could there have been a leak?" Xuanhuan wanted to say, "Maybe you were the ones who leaked the questions directly." But he didn't dare to say it. That would be a direct accusation against court officials.
A crime too great for him to bear. Xuanhuan struggled desperately, shouting, "Your Excellency, the Education Commissioner, I remember that in our imperial examinations, ugly handwriting should also lead to a deduction in points, a lower grade, or ELA."
Xuanfu's face was as cold as frost. "That's right. Calligraphy is indeed one of the criteria for assessment. However, Qin Guan's answers were complete and without errors. The final impromptu poem was also excellent.
It was only because of his terrible handwriting that I ultimately annotated it, saying he could only be ranked last. The students and scholars all agreed with Kai Xing's explanation.
They now understood the meaning behind Kui Suizeng's annotation on Qin Guan's paper, stating that he could only be ranked last. Someone couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Mao knew that he had completely offended Kui Suizeng. He could only struggle to the end.
Hoping for a chance, he said with a face full of dissatisfaction, I still disagree with this judgment. Qian Mao had no way out and could only stubbornly resist.
Hoping to find a way to survive in this desperate situation by muddying the waters and escaping this predicament. Although his reason was very far-fetched, it made Kui Xuanfu hesitate. Indeed, given Qin Guan's handwriting, he could be accepted or rejected.
With Qian Mao clinging to this point, he found it difficult to deal with him. At this moment, Qin Guan, who had been watching the show from the side, spoke up. Brother Q, you say my handwriting is ugly. I can't agree with that. Chapter 40.
Expulsion and 30 lashes. Seeing Kui Xuizeng's predicament, Qin Guan made his move. He had already decided that he must bring down Qian Mao today and ensure his utter ruin. Qian Mao was somewhat pleased that Qin Guan was talking to him.
He wasn't afraid of confrontation and unreasonable arguments, but he was afraid that the academic official on the stage would directly judge the case. Qian Mao raised an eyebrow and said, your paper is right here. Your handwriting is like a dog crawling.
Worse than a 7-year-old's. And you still say your handwriting isn't bad. Handwriting like this, and you can still pass the county exam. It's a disgrace to scholars. Qin Guan smiled calmly and said, Brother Qian, you say my handwriting is ugly, right?
It's very ugly, Mao said. Qin Guan nodded. Actually, I did it on purpose. Qian Mao was stunned, not knowing what trick Qin Guan was playing. What do you mean? Qin Guan deliberately straightened his body, raised his eyes slightly at a 35-degree angle,
and held his chin level with his neck. He said in an awe-inspiring tone, before the exam, I suddenly thought of something. If I show off my calligraphy, others will only value my calligraphy and not my talent. That would be the sorrow of a scholar. So,
when I picked up the pen, I decided to only use my true knowledge to take the exam, not relying on my calligraphy. That's why I deliberately wrote the characters like this. After Qin Guan finished speaking, he remained in the same posture.
His expression unrestrained with a hint of loneliness, and his wildness with a hint of persistence. He certainly attracted a lot of attention. Qian Mao looked at Qin Guan and said coldly, Qin Guan,
are you saying that your calligraphy is so good that it overshadows your talent, so you deliberately wrote these terrible characters? Is that right? Qin Guan nodded. Indeed. Ha 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 ha. Qian Mao laughed out loud, then glared at Qin Guan and said coldly,
do you think I don't know what your scholarship is like? Since you say your calligraphy is superb, then dare to write a piece of calligraphy here on the spot and let everyone see it. Qin Guan shook his head and said in a somewhat sorrowful tone, Brother Qian,
we were classmates after all. You falsely accused me of cheating. I know you don't want to fulfill the bet. Brother Qian, don't be obsessed and make mistake after mistake. You must know that false accusations will be punished. Admit your mistake to the adult,
and then go jump in the lake to fulfill the bet. Perhaps the adults will be lenient. Qian Mao gritted his teeth. Qin Guan, don't say such things here to deceive children. Today, I want to see what your calligraphy looks like. Qin Guan sighed,
his expression very lonely, but in his heart he chuckled. He turned to the supervising academic official Lord Q and Prefect Lin on the stage and said, my lords, this was just a joke. Qin Guan doesn't want to make such a fuss with Brother Qun.
But Brother Qun is relentless. I really have no choice. Please, my lords, allow Qin Guan to demonstrate his calligraphy on the spot to prove my innocence. And please, my lords, to preside over justice. That Qin Guan is really bad.
Those last few sentences completely cornered Qian Mao. If his calligraphy is truly good, then Qian Mao has absolutely no excuse left. Xuanhuan nodded. Someone come, bring over a table and chairs. Prepare brush, ink, paper, and inkstone.
Qin Guan stood before the table. He didn't sit down, but stood holding the brush. Contemplating for a moment, he said, during the examination, the assigned poetry topic for the preliminary examination was Westlake in June.
At the time, this student came up with 2 poems. In the end, because that different read was more relevant to the topic, I used that one. Now that there's a good opportunity, this student will write out the other poem I thought of then.
Then took up his brush and, with a flurry of strokes, completed a 7-character quatrain. He put down the brush and said to the 2 officials, please, the 2 of you, judge it. He then looked at Qian Mao smiling and said,
please also take a look at Qin Guan's clumsy handwriting. Brother Qian. Qian Mao had long abandoned all pretense of formality. He immediately stepped forward, but upon seeing the writing on the table, he was completely stunned. In the end, he could only mutter,
how is this possible? Qi Shanfu and Lin Qi walked over and the two of them circled the table, looking at it for a while. Lin Qi was the first to speak. Good poem. Qi Shanfu, however, shook his head. Brother Yingxia.
I, on the other hand, feel that Xuanhuan's writing already has a divine quality and is unique to him.
Truly good writing.
Good writing! Seeing the two officials arguing over Xuanhuan's calligraphy and poetry, the other students were anxious.
As if their skin was crawling. They all wanted to get closer for a look, but they didn't dare to overstep, seeing as there were still 100 or so Yamen runners on either side. In the end,
Kui Shanfu and Lin Qiu couldn't agree on whether the calligraphy or the poem was better. Finally, Kui Shanfu realized that there was still business to attend to. He said to the Yamen runners beside him, "Carry the table and go around the field once."
let all the students see what Xuanhuan, who Qianmao claimed was unlearned and had terrible handwriting, has actually written. The Yamen runners carried the table into the crowd. In just a few seconds the crowd began to stir. Good poem! Truly a good poem!
Is this Qinguan's writing? I never thought Qinguan could write such good calligraphy. The one in front, read it out loud for us to hear. Someone loudly recited, the shimmering light on the water, a fine day's delight, the misty mountains.
A marvel in the rain. To compare Westlake to Xixi, to whether lightly adorned or richly painted, both are fitting. As soon as the poem was recited, those with some literary talent immediately felt the beauty of its imagery, comparing Westlake to Xixi.
How apt and vivid this poem is, truly good! It captures the beauty of Westlake perfectly. It's definitely a masterpiece about Westlake. A scholar skilled in calligraphy said, I think Xuanhuan's writing is good. The brushstrokes are like dragons and snakes.
The central strokes are full and vigorous, smooth and uninhibited. It already has the style of a master. Truly good writing. Another scholar nodded. Indeed, no wonder Xuanhuan would say what he just said.
If he were to answer the examination with such writing, the examiner would only look at the calligraphy and wouldn't even bother looking at his talent. Looking back now, Xuanhuan truly was talented, otherwise, he could have produced such poems and essay.
First there was green almond small, then a different kind of red, and now has written this Westlake. I think his poetic talent is on par with our Hangzhou's great talent. Shen. You tell me, how could Xuanhuan, who previously had no learning,
suddenly become so knowledgeable? Perhaps it really was the Taoist ancestor's blessing, opening his mind. Xuanhuan presenting this poem and writing this calligraphy is enough to prove his talent is extraordinary. Passing the county exam will be a piece of cake.
I think if Xuanhuan is willing to show his talent, getting the top spot in this year's exam would be an exaggeration. I agree. At this moment, people's perception of Xuanhuan is not what it used to be. It can be said that a huge change has taken place.
The former playboy has suddenly become a talented scholar. This is also something people are talking about. Perhaps from now on, Xuanhuan's reputation as a playboy will disappear, and he'll become the second young Master Qin, who is rich in poetic talent. Pop.
The sound of a gavel echoed, pulling everyone back to reality. People then realized that there was still a lawsuit going on. The two officials on the stand sat upright. Kui Shanfu said with a cold face, Qianmao.
Qianmao was so frightened that his body trembled. He immediately bowed. Qianmao, as a scholar, you have falsely accused your classmate of cheating in the imperial examinations without any real evidence, almost causing chaos in the provincial examinations.
Another sound of the gavel echoed. Then Kui Shanfu said coldly, in the name of the provincial director of studies, I hereby strip you of your title as Shukai, barring you from ever participating in the imperial examinations, for your false accusation.
You shall receive 30 strokes of the rod, to be carried out on the spot. Chapter 41. Madame Qin's joy. Qianmao immediately knelt upon hearing the sentence. He couldn't bear this outcome.
Having his Shukai title revoked and his path to the imperial examinations blocked meant the end of his future. Qianmao cried and shouted, Your Honor, I had no intention of disrupting the imperial examinations.
I simply didn't want a dandy Wunkua like Xuanhuan to get away with cheating. Kui Shanfu paid him no heed. Men strip him of his robes and administer 30 strokes. The Yamen runners came forward and dragged Qianmao away, just when people thought it was over.
Shanfu struck the gavel again. Where is Qiansheng? Qiansheng in the crowd trembled, his face changing drastically, his body shaking like a sieve. Whether Qiansheng was willing or not, Yamen runners came and dragged Qiansheng out.
Throwing him to the ground, Qiansheng knelt and kowtowed spinelessly, wailing, Your Honor, it's none of my doing, it's none of my doing. Kui Shanfu now deeply resented Qianmao. He naturally felt unsatisfied dealing with Qianmao alone.
Since Qiansheng was also involved in this matter, how could he let him go? Just now, when Qiansheng saw his brother Qianmao being sentenced to have his Shukai title revoked, he had felt a faint sense of joy. Qianmao had always been above him,
and he could only follow behind as a sidekick. Now that his brother's title had been revoked, he was the only one in the family who could take the imperial examinations. Wouldn't the Qian family be under his control from now on?
But the situation changed suddenly. Before he could gloat for even 2 seconds, Xuanfu had singled him out. Xuanfu directly announced, "Your brother just said that it was you Qian brothers who accused Xuanhuan of cheating."
How can it not be your business? Moreover, you were also part of the bet. Did you think you could get away with it by hiding in the back? Qian Sheng was dumbfounded. Had Qian Mao said that just now? In fact, Qian Sheng himself couldn't remember clearly.
Qian Sheng participated in falsely accusing Xuanhuan of cheating in the imperial examinations. He is sentenced to have his title revoked and is permanently barred from participating in the imperial examinations. He will receive 30 strokes of the rod. Well,
The brothers got the same fate. The Yemen runners came and pinned the brothers on the bench, awaiting the magistrate's order to carry out the punishment. At this moment, Qian Mao turned his head and saw a figure in the crowd, as if he had found a savior.
Brother Liu, Brother Xuanhuan, save me! I don't want to have my title revoked. Save me! At Qian Mao's shout, everyone looked at Lu Su. Many people here knew that the Qian brothers were actually Lu Su's henchmen.
They were waiting to see what Lu Su would do. Lu Su kept a cold face. Hearing Qian Mao's plea for help, he narrowed his eyes, turned his head, and resolutely walked away. Seeing Lu Su's departing figure, Qian Mao's heart completely collapsed.
Qian Mao suddenly had an epiphany. He seemed to have been used. He was just a pawn in the power struggle between Lu Su and Qin Guan. Lu Su had encouraged him to sue Qin Guan. If successful, the Qin family would be greatly affected. But if it failed,
only he himself would suffer. The feeling of being used was really uncomfortable. Many people present saw this scene, and their gazes towards Lu Su changed. The once famous young master Lu Xuanhuan of Hangzhou was such a callous person.
The group of scholars who were originally close to Lu Su did not follow him when they saw him leave. Qin Guan watched the good show from the sidelines with amusement, thinking to himself, the Qian brothers are finished. Lu Su has become isolated,
and his reputation has been greatly affected. Let's see how you will enjoy yourself in Hangzhou in the future. You deliberately ruined my reputation. This debt will be repaid sooner or later. Xuanfu gave an order. Execute the punishment of beating.
The thick water and fire sticks landed on their buttocks, making everyone watching tremble with fear. With each blow, the Qian brothers let out a miserable howl. Seeing the Qian brothers' miserable state,
Qin Guan was filled with sympathy and said to the people beside him, "Oh dear, their buttocks are so badly beaten. How can they jump into the lake? It seems we won't be able to see it today. Let's wait until they recover from their injuries in a few days."
My heart is too kind. Everyone stared at Qin Guan with wide eyes. The Qian brothers have been stripped of their titles, are forever forbidden from participating in the imperial examinations, and have been beaten 30 times. They are already so miserable.
And you are still thinking about them jumping into the lake? Do you have to be so cruel? After the punishment was executed, the Qian family servants came and carried the two away. The officials also withdrew.
The scholars outside the examination hall dispersed automatically when there was no more excitement to watch. The grand drama came to an end. A group of people surrounded Ed Chun Guan back to the Chun residence.
As the carriage entered the street where the Qin residence was located, the sound of firecrackers came from ahead. A bow said from outside, "Young master, our residence is setting off firecrackers to congratulate you on passing the county examination."
Qin Guan got out of the carriage. A large crowd had already gathered outside. Neighbors, relatives, and friends packed the street. Qin Rong, accompanied by a group of servants, greeted them at the entrance, each with a beaming smile.
Congratulations to young Master Qin on passing the imperial examination. The second young master truly kept his abilities hidden. He passed the exam in one fell swoop. Did the second young master say he had the blessings of the Taoist ancestor?
Passing the exam must have been a piece of cake. The Qin family was not stingy either. Qin Rong had people bring out a wicker basket filled with copper coins, and they began tossing them out. The crowd scrambled for the money, creating a lively scene.
Qin Guan strode into the Qin residence and arrived at the main hall. Madame Qin was dressed formally and sitting upright on the dais. Knowing the proper etiquette, Qin Guan paid his respects to his mother, saying, "Mother, your son has passed the exam."
Madame Qin's face was already beaming like a blooming flower. She helped her youngest son up and, holding his hand, said, "Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, I never thought my son would actually pass the exam. My life is complete."
Madame Qin was completely surprised and overjoyed that Qin Guan had passed the imperial examination. Originally she had no hope at all. Who would have thought that her son, who never studied diligently, would pass the exam on his first try?
When the messenger returned with the good news, she was full of disbelief. She sent several groups of people to check before finally confirming it. Even though he was last on the list. So what? The last one is still an imperial scholar later.
The Qian brothers accused Qin Guan of cheating. Madame Qin was worried again and sent servants to keep an eye on the situation. She was afraid something bad would happen to her son.
But who knew that her son would conquer everyone with a poem and a calligraphy piece? The Qian brothers were stripped of their titles and flogged 30 times on the spot. It was truly satisfying with Qin.
The Qin residence was naturally abuzz with excitement. Old Madame Qin also came out. Qin Guan kowtowed to pay his respects. The old lady stroked Qin Guan's head and said, 16 years ago, your father passed the Jinshi exam. The year before last.
Your brother passed the imperial examination. This year my little Guan has also passed the exam. Our Qin family is blessed by our ancestors. Servants came one by one to offer their congratulations.
And they were given celebratory money before things calmed down. After lunch, Quan returned to his small courtyard to rest. Lying in bed, Qin Guan opened the system. Name, Qin Guan. Lel mortal. Skill, calligraphy equipment. Known, pet. Known, reward.
Vomit talisman. At first Qin Guan received the calligraphy skill and was quite unhappy. He felt it was useless. He hoped the system would reward him with an awesome and cool skill, like flying or teleportation. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he realized that this calligraphy skill was actually quite useful, especially after seeing the new system task. System task 2. Pass the imperial exam and obtain the title of Juren. Do you wish to accept the task?
A few 100-year-old ginseng, please. New system task. Pass the imperial exam and obtain the title of Juren. It seemed that the system was preparing for him to go all the way down the path of the imperial examination.
If he wanted to become a Juren, his terrible handwriting was a big problem. Now it seemed that receiving the calligraphy reward was just right. Moonlight, are you there? Qin Guan tried to call out to the system. Yes. Qin Guan was overjoyed.
The system actually responded. Since accepting the first main quest, the system had seemed to disappear, except for issuing temporary quests. No matter how he called, it wouldn't answer. Now that the main quest was completed, the system reappeared.
Qin Guan felt he had figured out some patterns. System, am I required to accept the task now? Qin Guan asked. The system replied, according to system regulations, the time the host spends in other planes is not counted in the 3-month task acceptance period.
The host can choose to return to the main plane at any time. However, once the host returns to the main plane, they must accept the task within 3 months. If the task is abandoned, the system will automatically detach from the host, Qin Guan said.
I don't want to become an idiot. Through the explanation, Qin Guan understood that he could stay in the mission world for as long as he wanted. This time wasn't counted, however. Once he returned to the modern plane, the time would start counting.
A new system task appeared. Qin Guan thought about it. He had to accept it sooner or later anyway. He was already on the boat, and getting off would turn him into an idiot. Whether he accepted it or not, he had 3 months in the real world, so.
Qin Guan simply accepted the task. Accept the task of passing the imperial exam and obtaining the title of Juren. Qin Guan said. The system asked, task accepted. Does the host wish to return to the real world plane now? Do not return.
Qin Guan immediately refused. He still had many things to deal with. He could only travel once after completing a system main quest. He couldn't waste such an important opportunity. Has going to take Xiang Jinulu tomorrow to take a look.
Preparing things to bring back to the real world, you know. He still owes people 3 million. In Madame Qun's room, Madame Qun wrote a letter to her husband, Qun Zhang, and ordered someone to send it to Jinling City on horseback.
Qin Guan woke up leisurely after sleeping soundly until dawn. The little maid, Yingxiang, served him while he washed up. The book boy, Erbao, stood beside him, chattering away. Young master, the Qian brothers are in a terrible state.
They were carried home yesterday and have been unconscious ever since. The whole of Hangzhou is laughing at the Qian brothers now. Young master, your poems are circulating everywhere now. Some people say that your poetic talent is on par with Shen Yuchen,
who is known as the #1 talent in Hangzhou. Humph. Some people on the street even say that your poems were ghostwritten. How infuriating. Others may not know, but I do. The poems you bought are not as good as the ones you write yourself. Speaking of this,
Erbao lowered his voice and said, young master, where did those poems of yours come from? Could it really be that the Tao ancestor blessed you and opened your mind, and you wrote them yourself? Qin Guan finished washing his face and tapped Erbao's head.
How dare you doubt your young master's literary talent? You deserve a beating. By the way, is my mother at home? Erbao immediately replied. Madam went to Baopu Taoist temple early this morning.
She said that your passing the exam must be a blessing from the Tao ancestor, so she naturally had to go to the temple to worship the Tao ancestor and donate some money. Qun Guan was going out today and originally wanted to tell Madame Qun.
But now he doesn't have to. After getting dressed and looking in the mirror, Qin Guan felt that this scholar's attire made him look even more dashing and suave. Erbao, bring the contract with Jinyulo and come with me to the street, Qin Guan instructed.
The master and servant walked to the street. Qin Guan was preparing to go to Zhou Taixiang's Jinyulo to take a look. He was preparing to choose things suitable to bring back to the modern world, gold and jewelry. Here I come. However,
as he walked down a street, Tian Guan saw a wide storefront with a plaque above the door that read Yongtang in large characters. Tian Guan knew that Yongtang was the largest pharmacy in Jiangnan. There were 3 pharmacies in Hangzhou alone.
Seeing the pharmacy, Xuanhuan remembered that valuable things were not limited to jade, but also included Chinese medicine. He stepped into the pharmacy. Erbo didn't know why the young master had entered the pharmacy.
He didn't dare to ask and quickly followed him in. The pharmacy was very large. There were doctors sitting in practice, patients seeing doctors, and clerks dispensing medicine. Tian Guan looked around and saw a middle-aged man in a green robe.
About 40 years old, with directing the clerks to work, Tian Guan walked over and asked, "I want to inquire about something." The middle-aged man looked at Tian Guan, cupped his hands, and said, "What can I do for you, young master?"
I am the shopkeeper here. Shopkeeper, I want to ask, do you have medicinal materials such as century-old ginseng or millennium fleeciflower root? I'd like to buy some. The shopkeeper was taken aback and sized up Tian Guan. Then he said, "To be honest,
Young master, medicinal materials such as century-old ginseng and millennium fleeceflower root are already considered treasures and are rarely available. Our Yonghall headquarters may have some, but definitely not many, and they are very expensive."
I don't know what you need them for. Tian Guan asked, "How much does a century-old ginseng cost?" The shopkeeper said, "Century-old ginseng is hard to come by. Some ginseng collectors may never find one in their lifetime. Each one is a treasure."
And the price is naturally high each. A measure word for plants costs around 2 or 3,000 Gwen gun, a unit of currency, and the price may increase depending on the situation.
Tian Guan originally planned to buy some century-old ginseng to sell back home, but upon hearing this, he immediately dismissed the idea, because it wouldn't be cost-effective no matter how he calculated it.
A century-old wild ginseng in modern times auctions for no more than 2 or 3 million. But buying one here would cost him 3,000 Gwant, not worth it at all. He left the pharmacy and went to Taexiang Gold and Jade Building.
Taexiang Gold and Jade Building has 3 floors. Tian Guan stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a shop assistant came over to greet him, bowing and smiling. "Young master, what would you like to buy? I'll be happy to assist you. Is your boss Zhou Taexiang in?"
Qin Guan asked. The shop assistant sized up Qin Guan and immediately said, "Yes, he's on the 2nd floor. Then go and notify him. Tell him Qin Guan is here to see him," Qin Guan said. The shop assistant didn't dare to delay and quickly went upstairs.
The 1st floor was a gold and silver spacious and wide stage selling various gold and silver jewelry, as well as small jade ornaments, pearls, and even glass accessories. Qin Guan had just glanced at them when he heard the sound of footsteps from the stairs.
He looked up and saw the portly Zhou Taexiang hurrying downstairs. Upon seeing Qin Guan, he put on a smiling face and said, "Young Master Qin, I didn't expect you to come today. By the way, congratulations on passing the imperial exam and becoming a shukai.
Since the day I signed the agreement with you, young Master Qin, I have been preparing what you requested. However, I later learned that you were preparing for the imperial exams, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Please come upstairs today, since you're here."
Young Master Qin, you can take a look at what I've prepared and see if you're satisfied. Qin Guan was also full of anticipation. The two went upstairs. Qin Guan discovered that the 2nd floor was also quite spacious,
with many curio cabinets displaying jade carvings, coral ornaments, and other large items. In the middle was a large tea table for entertaining guests. It seemed to be a fine goods sales area targeting high-end customers. Chapter 43. A chest of jade jewelry.
Zhou Taexiang was genuinely pleased to see Qin Guan arrive, because Zhou Taexiang had made a handsome profit on that Chinese dragon-glazed jade pendant. On that day, with a simple agreement,
Zhou Taexiang acquired the glazed pendant without spending a penny, and then began looking for a buyer. Just 7 days ago, the eldest grandson of Go, the wealthiest salt merchant in Suzhou. Knowing this,
Zhou Taexiang began promoting the glazed pendant in his possession, naming it the Chinese dragon glazed jade pendant. The Chinese dragon has the best auspicious meaning for a newborn.
Guo was also willing to spend money to give his eldest grandson the best things to bless his safety, directly paying 3,800 strings of cash to buy the glazed pendant, with 1 transaction in and 1 transaction out, without spending any capital.
Zhou Taexiang made a net profit of 800 strings of cash. Seeing Qin Guan today, he naturally greeted him with a smile. Zhou Taexiang invited Qin Guan to wait on the 2nd floor, while he went up to the 3rd floor. After a while,
he came down carrying a sandalwood box. Seeing the wooden box in Zhou Taexiang's hands, Qin Guan could only imagine countless symbols flashing before his eyes. The inside of the box was divided into 4 compartments, lined with yellow silk cloth.
Each compartment contained items. Taking out 2 pairs of white jade bracelets from one of the compartments, Zhou Taexiang said, "Young Master Qin, these are genuine Hetian jade seed material bracelets. 2 pairs, 4 in total, crafted by Suzhous jade.
They are all top-grade items, each worth 300 strings of cash. totaling 1,200 strings. Qin Guan took a bracelet and it felt warm and smooth to the touch. Truly excellent. Qin Guan nodded in satisfaction. Good.
Zhou Taixiang smiled when he saw that Xuanhuan approved of the price. This price, he thought. I didn't cheat Xuanhuan and of course I didn't undersell it either. It's good that Xuanhuan approves now. He took out the second item from the box. Young man.
4 Jadeite bracelets. They are all top quality Jadeite. I wouldn't stock anything bad. Each bracelet is priced at 150 strings of cash, totaling 600 strings. What do you think? Zhou Taixiang said.
Handing one of the emerald green Jadeite bracelets to Qin Guan for inspection, Qin Guan was surprised. Such good Jadeite bracelets should be glass-like and full of green. In the real world, such a bracelet might sell for around 5 to 8 million yuan.
Even more expensive than mutton fat jade bracelets. How could it be cheaper than mutton fat jade bracelets at Zhou Taixiang's place? Qin Guan looked at the Jadeite bracelet.
Although he didn't have the heart-fluttering feeling that women have when they see gemstones, he felt that the bracelet was very beautiful. Why are Jadeite bracelets cheaper than mutton fat jade? Qin Guan asked his doubts. Zhou Taixiang said.
This Jadeite is passed down from the Dali kingdom. Although it is also precious, many dignitaries in our great Zhao kingdom like it. But how can its price compare to mutton fat jade? Qin Guan didn't react to this name. Isn't Jadeite from Myanmar?
Then he realized, indeed, the current Myanmar is just a prefecture of the Dali kingdom, called Yongchang Prefecture. It is indeed correct to say that Jadeite is from the Dali kingdom now. Jade culture has been circulating in China for thousands of years.
There is a saying that a gentleman is like jade. For Chinese people, jade is not just a simple decoration, it has been given extraordinary significance. In comparison, jadeite is just a precious gemstone.
Zhou Taixiang took out a red brocade bag from the third grid. After opening it, he poured it into his palm. His palm immediately turned red. 4 pieces of blood red, irregular stones fell into his palm, some large and some small.
The small ones the size of peanuts and the large ones like marbles. Qin Guan looked at it and tentatively asked, "This is ruby." Zhou Taixiang smiled and said, "Young Master Qin has good eyes. These are raw rubies. As long as they are polished,
they can become the best decorations, adding luster when inlaid on jewelry. These rubies also came from the Dali kingdom. They are expensive. I used some of the smaller ones to make jewelry. I kept these larger ones."
Last time young Master Qin said he wanted to buy gemstones, I thought of them. Qin Guan remembered. Myanmar is famous for rubies in addition to jadeite. Most of the world's top rubies come from Myanmar. However, the value of rubies also varies greatly.
The main difference lies in the color. For example, the ruby in Zhou Taixiang's hand, the size of a marble, is estimated to be 20 carats. The ones with poor color are worth only a few 100,000 yuan.
But the ones with good color are priceless and can easily sell for tens of millions. How much are these rubies? Qin Guan asked. This bag of rubies, the total price is 800 strings of cash. What does young Master Qin think? To be honest, Qin Guan said.
I have no concept of the value of this thing. Besides, gems themselves are hard to price. If you like them, they are priceless. If you don't, they're just a stone. Qin Guan didn't haggle. 800 strings of cash. Okay. Anyway, it was trading glass for gem.
No matter how he calculated it. The smile on Zhou Taixiang's face grew even wider. It seemed this deal was almost done. He had a fourth item, even more valuable. He believed this young Master Qin would definitely like it.
This trip could earn him another fortune from Qin Guan. Zhou Taixiang packed away the other items on the table and said to Qin Guan, "Young Master Qin, please wait a moment. I have a good item to show you. You will absolutely love it." Qin Guan was puzzled.
Wondering what this old Zhou was up to, Zhou Taixiang got up and closed the windows, darkening the room. He returned to the table, reached into the treasure chest, and took out a small box. Then he said to Qin Guan, "Young Master Qin,
This is a legendary treasure. I don't know if you've ever seen one before." As he spoke, he opened the small box in his hand. Immediately a hazy green light appeared in the small box. It was a glowing pearl, about the size of a paintball. Seeing this light,
Qin Guan was startled and immediately stood up, trying to get away from it. Qin Guan's action surprised Zhou Taixiang, who asked in confusion, "Young Master Qin, what's wrong?" "This is a luminous pearl from the western regions, priceless." Qin Guan's mouth twitched.
He thought to himself, I wonder if this thing has strong radiation. He knew about luminous pearls. They were usually fluorite minerals, containing some rare elements that would glow under certain conditions. Moreover,
Some luminous pearls contain radiation harmful to the human body. This was not something to play with casually. Qin Guan asked, "How much is this luminous pearl worth?" Zhou Taixiang said 2,000 strings of cash, mainly because this luminous pearl is too small.
I know that the wealthy Pan in Suzhou has a luminous pearl the size of a walnut, which shines brightly at night and can be used to see. That is a real treasure. He cherishes it and takes it out to admire at night.
It is said that the pearl is worth tens of thousands of strings of cash. Zhou Taixiang smacked his lips after speaking. Qin Guan cursed in his heart. hoping that wealthy Pan will be killed by the radiation. Does young Master Qin like this luminous pearl?
Zhou Taxiang looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's eyes darted around. He felt like he had found another way to make money. A smile appeared on his face as he said, I have even better luminous pearls than this one. This one, shopkeeper Zhou.
Chapter 44. The big deal is settled. Xuanhuan's answer slightly surprised Zhou Taxiang. But then he understood. His father is a secretary of the Ministry of Revenue. It's not strange for him to have some good treasures at home.
But Zhou Taxiang disappointedly put the luminous pearl back into the box and opened the window. Young Master Qin, jade bracelets, emerald bracelets, plus these ruby rough stones, total 600 strings of cash.
Our original agreement was for 3,000 strings. If young Master Qin doesn't like anything else, I can supplement you with 400 strings of cash. What do you think? Qin Guan smiled and pressed down on Zhou Taxiang's hand. Boss Zhou, don't rush.
I have something else in my hand. Take a look at its value. As Qin Guan spoke, he shook his sleeves and revealed a string of beads on his left wrist. Qin Guan took off the bracelet and handed it to Zhou Taxiang. Zhou Taxiang's spirits lifted.
And he took it to examine it carefully. Then his eyes widened. Zhou Taxiang's hand holding the bracelet trembled slightly. He asked in a shocked tone, Young Master Qin, each of these glass beads has a Buddha head inside, and the shapes are different.
How is this done? Qin Guan spread his hands. This is a treasure from overseas. As for the specific production method, I don't know either, but it certainly isn't simple. What do you say? Zhou Taxiang nodded. Yes. Yes.
This craft is the same as the unicorn glass pendant. Ingenious, it's just a little pity. Qin Guan was stunned. Pity about what? I see that these Buddha heads should be the heads of the 18 arhats. Each arhat has a face. But there are only 12 beads here.
6 short. If we could gather all 18 arhats, the price could go up another level, as expected of a merchant. So quickly shifting his focus from the shock just now to the value. Boss Zhou, give me a price for this bracelet first, Qin Guan asked.
Zhou Taxiang pondered for a long time before saying, if young Master Qin sells it to me, I am willing to offer 4,000 strings of cash. If I can gather all 18, I am willing to offer 6,000 strings. What do you think?
Qin Guan knew that Zhou Taxiang's price wasn't high. Last time, if it hadn't been in the casino, with the appraiser Lao Kai calling out a price of 3,000 strings for the unicorn glass pendant, Zhou Taxiang would never have offered that much.
Qin Guan also knew this principle. After all, merchants pursue profit. It's understandable. It seems Boss Zhou has made a lot of money recently. Last time when you bought the glass pendant,
you couldn't even come up with 3,000 strings, Qin Guan said. Zhou Taxiang showed a bitter smile. Young Master Qin is joking, I still don't have money. But this bracelet of young Master Qin's is truly a treasure. I couldn't resist.
I was just thinking about mortgaging one of my villas by West Lake. Qin Guan waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. Upon hearing this, Zhou Taxiang recalled their previous trading method and a look of surprise appeared on his face.
Could it be that young Master Qin still wants to barter for something he likes here? Qin Guan shook his head and smiled. Boss Zhou, we can actually adopt another way to cooperate. Zhou Taxiang was taken aback, not understanding what Qin Guan meant.
But he still respectfully said, cooperate, young Master Qin, please elaborate. You bought this string of beads not to play with or collect, but definitely to sell for profit. Am I right? Qin Guan said,
I have a way that doesn't require you to put up capital, yet you can profit from it, and I can save myself some trouble. It's a win-win situation. Young Master Qin, please tell me. Zhou Taxiang leaned forward slightly. Consignment, first.
Give the item a basic price, and then use your business acumen to sell this bracelet. You take 10% of the profit. The more expensive it sells, the higher your income. You don't need to tie up any capital and you can still make a profit. How about that?
Zhou Taxiang's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was indeed a good idea. Zhou Taxiang thought for a moment and said, young Master Qin, can you trust Zhou's reputation? Both of them were smart people, even if a basic price was set.
If Zhou Taxiang intentionally sold it cheaply or concealed the final price, Qin Guan would be the one to suffer the loss. This required a degree of trust. Qin Guan tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, since we're cooperating,
I will choose to trust you, but let me make one thing clear first. If I ever find out that you're cheating me, I will make you suffer consequences you cannot bear. Zhou Taxiang swallowed and nodded. Young Master Qin, please rest assured, Lo Zhou.
Won't take a penny of money I shouldn't earn. Qin Guan had many such high-priced items, but if he wanted to convert them into money, he needed to find an agent. He couldn't possibly sell them himself.
The main reason for choosing Zhou Taxiang was that Qin Guan didn't have many options. Qin Guan couldn't trust him completely. However, ancient merchants generally valued integrity, at least more so than officials. The two quickly drafted an agreement
and stamped it with their fingerprints. Qin Guan instructed Zhou Taxiang that their agreement should be kept secret. Even if people from the Qin residence inquire, they are not to reveal anything.
Zhou Taixiang thought to himself that Xuanhuan was a scholar who didn't want to get involved in the vulgar pursuit of wealth. Moreover, he intended to take the imperial examinations and enter officialdom.
And he didn't want others to know that he was doing business. As for the origin of these glass items, it was impossible for Zhou Taixiang not to be curious. However, he really didn't dare to delve into it too deeply.
Because he knew that some things were beyond the knowledge of a small merchant like him, it was best to just honestly do business. With the agreement reached, the string of Buddha head beads was handed over to Zhou Taixiang. The base price was set at 5.
From then on, the two could be considered partners. Old Zhou, continue to acquire Hetian jade, jadeite, and gemstones for me. The quantity can be larger. But of course, only the finest quality will do.
It doesn't necessarily have to be bracelets, ornaments, jade pendants, raw stones, anything is fine. Prepare more gemstones, especially those with large sizes and good colors. After selling this string of beads,
I'll prepare another exquisite piece of glass for you. As long as you have the ability, I guarantee you'll have endless money to earn. Didn't you say that luminous pearls are very valuable? Oh, right, advance me
1,000 strings of cash from the account for my personal expenses. Zhou Taixiang went to prepare the money. Qin Guan stood up and wandered around the second floor, looking at the fine products for sale on the curio shelves. To be honest,
Qin Guan took a liking to a few items. Zhou Taixiang quickly returned and handed a stack of money to Qin Guan. Qin Guan unceremoniously took it and stuffed it into his sleeve. He then pointed to a few items on the curio shelf and said to Zhou Taixiang,
"This should be Tianhuang stone, right?" "Yes, young Master Qin. This is Tianhuang stone. It is said to be produced in the fields of the southwestern countryside. Because the stone is of good quality, some people also use it to make seals. The price is not."
"If young Master Qin likes it, feel free to take it," Zhou Taixiang said. Tianhuang stone is not yet famous. It won't be valued until the Ming dynasty and will reach its peak in the Qing dynasty. With the saying, an ounce of Tianhuang, an ounce of gold.
There are 4 stones here, all of them top quality Tianhuang. Qin Guan didn't stand on ceremony and directly took them. In the end, he didn't forget to instruct Zhou Taixiang to acquire a large quantity of Tianhuang stone in the future.
I have a use for it. These are all small matters. Zhou Taixiang naturally agreed. Chapter 45. Qin Zhang's unbelievable surprise. Qin Guan pointed to a set of jewelry and said, "These are very beautiful. They should be a set." "Right."
"Is there any significance to them?" Zhou Taixiang said. "This is a set of head ornaments consisting of 7 pieces, a hairpin, a bokin, a hair clasp, a hair ornament, a dangling ornament, a comb, and a diadem."
Then Zhou Taixiang lowered his voice slightly and said, "This set of gold jewelry was made according to the specifications of a princess of our great Zhao kingdom. Made according to princess specifications, isn't that exceeding the regulations?"
"Does the government not care?" Qin Guan asked with slight surprise. Zhou Taixiang smiled. "Some small changes, for example, the 9-tailed phoenix hairpin changed to 3 tails, for example, the pearls inlaid on it changed to sapphires and the like. Moreover,
The officials are close to the people and do not manage this area strictly. The government will not interfere much. Besides, this is used for the wedding. Women may only wear it once in their lifetime, so no one will investigate." With this explanation,
Qin Guan understood this set of jewelry is indeed very beautiful. Qin Guan thought about buying it back for Xu Qinglan. The money Xu Qinglan lent him was painstakingly coaxed from her father. Qin Guan remembered this favor. He couldn't just repay the money.
he had to prepare a gift. He thought this set of jewelry was pretty good. "How much is this set of jewelry?" Qin Guan asked. 688 strings of cash. "The amount is quite auspicious. Get me a nice box to pack it in."
"Deduct the money from the account," Qin Guan said. Zhou Taixiang responded with a smile. He wasn't afraid of Qin Guan taking things now. Everything he sold was profit. Qin Guan also asked Zhou Taixiang to pack each bracelet in a separate box.
Using high-quality sandalwood boxes. Zhou Taixiang thought it was for convenience to give as gifts. The set of jewelry was also packed in a separate small box. A very exquisite sandalwood jewelry box, with everything ready.
Qin Guan and Zhou Taixiang went downstairs. Bao had been waiting downstairs for Qin Guan. Seeing the young master come down, he hurried over. Zhou Taixiang called over a burly bodyguard to escort Qin Guan back.
The things he had taken today were worth 3,000 or 4,000 strings of cash. He was afraid of any mishaps along the way. The bodyguard carried the large box. Bao carried the jewelry box, and Qin Guan waved his folding fan.
Bidding farewell to Zhou Taixiang. While passing a stationery shop, Qin Guan remembered that if he wanted to write after returning to modern times, he would have to buy brushes, ink, paper and inkstones, since he wasn't carrying much this time.
He might as well buy them here and take them back. Moreover, he felt that the ancient brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones seemed to be better than the modern ones. Qin Guan selected a she inkstone at the best stationery shop on the street.
One of the 4 famous inkstones. King Guan had also heard of it. A set of Huzhou brushes, 5 sticks of high-quality pine soot ink, and 2 reams of fine Xuan paper. It said that studying is not easy.
Just these things cost Qin Guan nearly 200 strings of not cheap at all. Actually, it was mainly the Shi inkstone that was more expensive. The owner said it was a top-quality Shi inkstone, priced at 180 strings as soon as he returned home.
Servants delivered several invitation cards. Qin Guan was curious who had sent him the invitation cards. He opened them and saw that they were all from classmates or acquaintances, scholars and students, inviting him to participate in poetry gatherings.
There were also invitations to join certain academies. Qin Guan of the past had never enjoyed such treatment. In the past, if he wanted to get into literary circles, he had to find 1 or 2 acquaintances to take him in. Unlike now,
people have already started sending invitations. This shows one thing. Qin Guan is now somewhat famous in Hangzhou. His 3 poems really had quite an impact. His reputation as a playboy has also greatly improved, in fact, throughout history.
there have been many dissolute people, like Liu Yang, who failed in the imperial examinations and spent his days in brothels, relying on women to support him. He still became a great poet and was sought after by many people at the time. So it is said.
A knowledgeable person is not afraid of being unrestrained. That's called a refined and unconventional scholar. An incompetent person being unrestrained is called ignorant, dissolute, and a profligate son. In ancient times,
Talent and poetic reputation were very important. Even if others don't know you, knowing your poems will naturally make them treat you as an honored guest. You are popular and respected everywhere, even more impressive than modern-day celebrities. However,
Qin Guan was determined not to easily participate in these poetry gatherings, mainly because he knew his own situation. Although he had many poems from later generations in his phone, these poetry gatherings were too hardcore.
they might just come up with a theme poem, a follow-up poem, or a connected poem, or someone gives the first half of a sentence and asks you to give the second half. These are all literary games, but Qin Guan really couldn't play them.
Qin Guan instructed that when replying to these posts, say that the young master is preparing to participate in the autumn imperial examination in August and is studying hard in seclusion, so he doesn't have time to participate in poetry gatherings.
If anyone sends such invitations in the future, just reply like this directly. The servant quickly agreed. When Madame Qun learned of Qin Guan's reply, she was very happy. She put her hands together and prayed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you."
Guana has really become enlightened and sensible. He knows to study hard. Well, in a few days, I will go to Bopudao Temple again and offer another incense donation to Taoist ancestor. At this time, Qin Zhang, far away in Jingling City,
Also received a letter from his home. After he opened the letter and read it, his first reaction was disbelief. He looked at the handwriting carefully again. It was indeed written by his wife. Qin Zhang murmured, "How could Guiner possibly pass the county exam?"
Could it be that my wife has also gone crazy? Qin Zhang loudly ordered a servant to call Chun and send someone to invite the eldest young master. Qin Wei entered the room before he could ask his father why he had called him. Qin Shi arrived right after him.
After bowing, he asked, "Master, what are your orders for me?" Qin Zhang said sternly, "Let me ask you, is everything at home well? How are the old lady, the madam, and the second young master?" Qin Shi quickly replied, reporting to the master.
The old lady is doing well. She can still walk around the yard a few times every day. The first madam and the second madam are both fine. The second young master is also in good health. Qin Zhang frowned. Did the first madam hand this letter to you personally?
The first madam handed it to me personally. Qin Wei looked at his father, feeling that he was acting strangely today, always asking such nonsensical questions. He wondered if something had happened at home and became a little nervous. Finally,
Qin Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Is there any news about Guana's participation in the imperial examination?" Hearing this, Qin Shi's face immediately lit up with joy and he said, "Master, the second young master has passed the Xukai examination."
Qin Si has already cowed to the madam and received the congratulatory money. Qin Zhang's expression changed, alternating between joy and disbelief. Finally, he asked again, "So, what the madam said in the letter, that Guiner passed the Xukai examination?"
Is true. Of course it's true. I was the one who drove the carriage to take the young master to see the results that day. You don't know how lively it was. Chapter 46. As for Qin Guan's autumn provincial examination,
Second brother passed the Xukai examination. Qin Wei asked his father. Qin Zhang in disbelief. Qin Zhang handed him Madame Qun's letter. Qin Wei quickly read it and a look of surprise appeared on his face.
second brother is truly remarkable, actually passing on his first try. If it's just the last place, what's there to be happy about? Qin Zhang snorted, seemingly dissatisfied. However, Qin Wei saw an undisguised joy in his father's eyes.
Second brother has always been carefree since he was a child, spoiled by grandmother and mother. Father had already lost faith in him. only hoping that he would be able to support himself in the future.
And repeatedly told me to take care of my younger brother in the future. Who would have thought that second brother would actually pass the Xuanhuan examination? Qin Wei passed the Xuanhuan examination the year before last.
He naturally knew that although it was only the prefectural examination, it was still quite difficult. He also participated in 2 sessions before passing the Xuanhuan examination, based on his younger brother's previous performance.
There was no way he could have passed. Qin Zhang looked at Qunxi and asked. The madam said in the letter that Guana is now a famous talent in Hangzhou, and several of his poems have been widely circulated. The madam didn't explain in detail in the letter.
Can you tell me what happened? Although Qing had never been to school, he was particularly clever. He remembered all of Qin Guan's poems. He immediately told the whole story and recited Qin Guan's poems to the master and the eldest young master.
Qin Zhang and Qin Wei listened to the 3 poems with their mouths wide open. To be honest, they were both shocked by the 3 poems. Qin Zhang asked in disbelief, did Guana really write these? Can he write such inspired poems? Why?
Can you write such poems? Qin Wei shook his head. Son cannot. Such poems are indeed worth being circulated. But how could Guana write them? Didn't second brother say that he was blessed by the Taoist ancestor and opened his spiritual Ta?
Could it be related to this? That kid has a knack for crooked ways, but to say he has such talent, this old man doesn't believe it. Maybe he just bought the poems from somewhere. Qin Zhang saw right through his son. Qin Wei shook his head. Father.
The imperial examination. The academic administrator set the questions on the spot. How could second brother prepare poems in advance? I do believe that second brother has indeed become enlightened. Qin Zhang then looked at Chunji and asked.
The madam said in her letter that the 2 brothers from the Qian family falsely accused Guana of cheating in the imperial examination, and then the academic administrator found out and stripped them of their titles. Tell me the details.
Qin Si was there at the time, and with his good eloquence, he carefully recounted what happened that day. Qin Zhang's face grew darker as he listened. When Qin Shi mentioned the Qian brothers calling out for Lu Su to save them, Qin Zhang snorted coldly.
That Lu Su is Lu Yun's son, right? His father is an imperial censor who makes a living by suing people. He dares to show his claws without learning even 10% of his father's skills. He really overestimates himself.
The ways of this officialdom are not something a greenhorn like him can understand. It's also that he wasn't stupid enough to go into battle himself, knowing to instigate others to accuse Guaner. Otherwise, he would have implicated himself.
Cheating in the imperial examination is a taboo that even the emperor doesn't dare to touch casually. Stability is the most important thing. Without evidence, how can it be easily overturned with just 1 sentence? If he were to overturn it,
it would inevitably involve countless officials. A small scholar dares to accuse such a major case of cheating without any evidence. I think academic administrator Q's judgment was too lenient. He should have been directly imprisoned and questioned.
As for someone accusing his son, Qin Zhang naturally understood the reason behind it. Most likely it was aimed at the Qun family at him, but seeing how clumsy this method is, it should be that Lu Yuan instructed it in advance.
It's probably his son's own impromptu rebellion. It can only be said that Lu Su is still very immature, thinking that he could make things happen by making a fuss, but ended up taking a tumble. After dismissing Xun to rest,
Qin Zhang thought for a moment and said to his eldest son, the autumn examination is approaching, and the provincial examination will be held in Hangzhou. Now that your younger brother has also passed the scholar examination,
he can participate in this year's autumn examination. I think you should prepare and return home soon. You brothers can study and review together. You can also tutor your younger brother in the aspects of the imperial examination, of course.
I am already surprised that Guana was able to pass the scholar examination. As for passing the autumn provincial examination, I don't have any expectations. It's you who have been preparing for 2 years, and it's time to soar.
You must do your best in this examination. Yes. Father, Qinwei was also very happy to be able to go home. Since passing the scholar examination, he had been brought by Qin Zhang's side, and the requirements for his studies were extremely strict. Fortunately,
quiet, and loved to read. If it were Qin Guan, it would probably be more uncomfortable than being in prison. 2 days later, Qin Shi drove a carriage, taking the eldest young master Qunwei back to Hangzhou from Jinling.
As they left the gate of Jinling City, they passed by another carriage. But they didn't know that this carriage had just rushed from Hangzhou, covered in dust. All the way, Lu Su had a stern face without a trace of a smile.
He knew that his father had summoned him to Jinling City not to praise him. His father, Lu Yuan, had already scolded him in letters. This time, he was probably going to be lectured in person. He had always looked down on Qin Guan,
whom he considered unlearned and incompetent. Lu Su had never considered him a rival and had always seen him as someone to be trifled with. Previously, with just a few minor tricks,
he had spread Qin Guan's reputation as a dandy good for-nothing son of a wealthy family throughout Hangzhou. But who would have thought that he would almost be overturned in the gutter this time? The Qian brothers were Lucius lackeys.
Liu Su naturally didn't want to see them jumping into the lake after losing a bet. In the heat of the moment, he thought of reporting the exam cheating.
But he didn't expect that the outcome would be the Qian brothers being stripped of their scholarly titles and flogged 30 times. After the Qian brothers were stripped of their titles, they actually harbored resentment towards him.
They even declared to the outside world that he had incited them to report Xuanhuan for cheating and then abandoned them. Thinking about it, he was really annoyed. How come he hadn't realized before that the Qian brothers were so brainless and petty?
In the past few days, he had clearly felt that the classmates who used to surround him were intentionally distancing themselves from him. This feeling was really uncomfortable. It also made him hate Xuanhuan even more.
Liu Su's carriage entered a street in the south of Jinling City that was not very wide. It stopped in front of a slightly dilapidated courtyard gate. Liu Su got out of the carriage. He had arrived at the Liu family's residence in Jinling.
This was just an ordinary 3-courtyard residence. It was much inferior to the high walls and large tiles next door. But Liu Su knew that his father was cautious and would never be criticized in these aspects. Walking into the courtyard,
the servant told Liu Su that his father, Li Wan, was waiting for him in the study. Walking into the study, there were only simple tables, chairs, and a few bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with books,
which showed that the owner was very diligent in reading. Liu Su stood in front of Li Wan, his head lowered. He no longer had the elegant and handsome appearance of the pure-hearted young master he usually had. Chapter 47.
I want to expand the APP. Li Wan was slightly thin. He looked up at his son and said faintly, "Have you figured anything out on this trip?" Liu Su's head was lowered even further.
Son knows that this time he acted too rashly and did not follow his father's teaching of planning before acting. Liu Wan put down his book and said, "If you're only thinking about this, it means you haven't grasped the essence of the problem.
You've always been proud and arrogant, never taking Xuanhuan seriously. You thought he was just a playboy to be manipulated at will. But through recent events, you've realized that he has moved beyond your expectations and control. That's why you're anxious."
Acting rashly and making a series of wrong decisions, ultimately leading to an irreversible situation. From beginning to end, you never treated Xuanhuan as a real opponent. That's your biggest problem.
Do you know why the surveillance sensors don't easily take action against so many corrupt officials? I'll tell you. Nothing in this world can be underestimated or taken lightly. A little carelessness and you'll suffer a backlash.
That's why I taught you to plan before you act. Liu Su lowered his head and replied, "Yes, father. Are you still upset about sacrificing the Qian brothers? There's been some unfavorable feedback about you lately too," Liu An asked. Liu Su nodded.
In the way of officialdom, you must know how to manipulate and how to make trade-offs. Don't be afraid of being alone. As long as you succeed, countless people will naturally gather around you. Liu Su secretly resolved to trample that playboy into the mud.
After the imperial examination, Xuanhuan stayed in the ancient world for a few more days. Feeling it was about time, he prepared to travel back to modern times tonight. He had a sandalwood box in each hand. He placed the mutton fat jade bracelet,
jewelry box, and even writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in one box. The other box was filled with books. He also brought both mobile phones. With everything ready, Xuanhuan called out to the system, "Moonlight,
prepare to travel home. Host, you sure you want to travel now? Travel." With a whoosh, Xuanhuan opened his eyes again and found himself back in his modern home, putting down the boxes and sitting on the sofa. Xuanhuan felt a slight sense of unfamiliarity.
Like returning home after traveling for 2 months. Actually, home was still home. The time difference between now and when he had just traveled to the ancient world was negligible. What had changed was Xuanhuan's state of mind. What should I do now?
Coming home. It seems I just called my parents. They're both not in Hangzhou. Xuanhuan picked up his phone and started scrolling through his contacts. He quickly found a familiar name. Lin Taisheng of Lanko Technology. Beep, beep, beep. The call.
Manager Lin says that Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? It seems the other party still has his number saved. Xuanhuan relaxes, leans back on the sofa and says, "Manager Lin,
I hope Lanko Company will continue to expand the database for my Imperial Examination APP. Lin Taisheng is taken aback, thinking, this spendthrift young master doesn't think he's wasting enough money.
Does he still fantasize about his things succeeding in the market? But business is business." He immediately says, "Sure, what kind of content are you planning to expand, Mr. Qin?" "Mainly, I have some classics, historical text,
and commentaries by famous scholars that I want to record in electronic form for easy searching. Also, I want you to continue collecting content related to the Imperial examinations. This time, it's more targeted. How about we talk in person?"
"Okay, you're welcome to come over, Mr. Qin," Lin Taisheng says. Qin Guan puts the box containing the jade and jewelry in the corner of the inner room and carries the box full of books downstairs.
He gets into his Audi CC and heads straight for Langkou Technology. During the last exam, Qin Guan discovered a problem. Although there were many classics in his mobile app, they were not necessarily comprehensive.
And there were also subtle differences in some places. After all, thousands of years have passed, and there may naturally be some changes during that time. Although not many. If it really came up on the exam, it would be wrong, even more seriously.
One book was not included at all. Fortunately, he took a picture with his phone at the time, but flipping through photos is very troublesome, definitely not as convenient as searching.
Qin Guan accepted the system task of passing the provincial examination to become a juror, and he began to prepare for it. This time, Qin Guan brought back all the classics and commentaries that would be used in the provincial examination,
as well as some past examination essays. These were available for sale on the street, and he intended to have Langkou Technology input them directly for future use. 20 minutes later, the car stops downstairs at Langkou Technology.
Qin Guan arrives at Lin Taisheng's office and finds the planner, Zhu, whom he had met before, is also there. It seems that the other party has made some preparations. Qin Guan puts the box on the table and says, "Gentlemen,
these are the classics that need to be entered this time." Planner Zhu is a scholar. Seeing the box, his eyes light up. He comes over, touches it, smells it, and then says in surprise, "This box is actually made of Xuanhuan wood."
The box alone is worth tens of thousands of yuan, Mr. Qin. What good things are in here? Could they be rare ancient books from the Song and Ming dynasties? Qin Guan opens the box, revealing the brand new books inside. Zhu hesitated for a moment.
Not daring to reach out, he looked at Qin Guan, who gestured for him to take a look himself. Only then did Zhu cautiously take out the top book, after flipping through it a few times. Zhu blankly said to Qin Guan, "These books, they all seem to be new."
Qin Guan said with a smile, "It's all new anyway." Zhu rolled his eyes in annoyance. He had been so careful just now, thinking it was some kind of treasure. Who knew it was just a pile of new books?
"Turn these into document versions for easy searching and reference," Qin Guan requested. Lin Taisheng said, "That's simple, no problem." Qin Guan continued,
"Then I'd like to ask your company to continue collecting information from the Imperial Examination APP. This time, I need something more targeted. This time,
I only want examination questions from the Song Dynasty regarding Confucian classics and policy questions." The Song Dynasty. Yes, the Song Dynasty. After several months of contact,
Qin Guan discovered that although the ancient world was called the Great Zhou Kingdom, apart from the cultural aspects, its era, social structure, and surrounding environment were extremely similar to the Great Song Dynasty.
Even the imperial examinations had many similarities. He accepted the system's mission to obtain the title of recommended scholar and researched the examination methods of the provincial examination.
The provincial examination still tested the memorization of classics, the interpretation of classics, and poetry composition. However, the number of questions was greater, and the difficulty was higher. Additionally, a section on Confucian classics was added.
Confucian classics were the focus of the provincial examination. When it came to the metropolitan examination, the content changed again. With the addition of policy questions, the exam tested poetry composition, Confucian classics, and policy questions.
Policy questions were the focus, and in the palace examination, only 2 sections were tested: poetry composition and policy questions. So this time, Qin Guan wanted to collect as many questions as possible about Confucian classics and policy questions.
Just in case, Chapter 48 Top Quality Tianhuang Jellystone. By observing the 2 main quests released by the system, Qin Guan understood that the system was definitely preparing him to go all the way with the imperial examinations.
He estimated that after the provincial examination, there would be a metropolitan examination, and after the metropolitan examination, there would be a palace examination. To complete the mission, he had to prepare as much as possible now.
Casting a wide net to catch more fish. If he really couldn't pass the exam, then he would really have to become an ancient person. To become ancient, isn't that just dying?
Qin Guan told Lin Taisheng that this time they needed to put a lot of effort into collecting exam questions and answers. He would give them 2.5 months this time. No matter how much they collected by then, it must be stopped. Then,
the database would be loaded into the original database. Seeing the money involved in Qin Guan's request, Lin Taisheng readily agreed. After Qin Guan left, Lin Taisheng and Zhu Planning glanced at each other. Lin Taisheng curled his lips and said,
"With a brain like that, no matter how much money the family has, it will be squandered." Zhu Planning patted the Xuanhuan wooden box and said with a smile, "This is persistence, you know. Like those who dedicate themselves to art, they have lofty sentiments."
"Do you believe that?" Zhu Planning spread his hands. "I don't believe it. But the people who say these things, they believe it themselves." Leaving Langkou Technology, Qin Guan looked at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After thinking for a while,
He called Han Hong, the owner of Fuchan auction house. Uncle Han, it's Qin Guan, sorry to bother you. Hearing that it was Qin Guan's call, Han Hong was very enthusiastic. Xuanhuan, how do you have time to call your uncle? Uncle Han.
I have something I'd like you to take a look at, Qin Guan said. Han Hong choked. He asked tentatively, Xuanhuan, it's not another antique, is it? Last time Qin Guan brought 2 fake porcelain vases for appraisal. Han Hong was worried for Qin Guan.
He called Qin Han and told him about it. After all, I couldn't just stand by and say nothing while watching my old friend's child get scammed. It just wouldn't be right. But after the last antique incident,
Han Hong had a clear understanding of Qin Guan's level in playing with antiques. Han Hong's advice was, it's best not to dabble in it. Qin Guan quickly replied, I'm not playing with that anymore. This time it's stones. Alright, I'm at the auction house now.
Come over, and I'll take a look at the stones. Han Hong didn't ask too much. They could talk in person. Qin Guan drove back home, opened the sandalwood box containing his treasures, and picked out 2 smaller Xuanhuan stones to avoid any bumps.
He wanted to wrap them in something, but couldn't find anything suitable. In the end, he simply used a pack of heart-to-heart tissues and stuffed them into his pocket. He drove to the Fuchan auction house and went straight to Han Hong's general manager's office.
With the place, Uncle Han Hong stood up. Xiao Qin, you're here. Come. Sit down. What did you bring this time? Qin Guan didn't stand on ceremony. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 wads of paper, placing them on the table.
Han Hong stared blankly at the 2 crumpled tissue papers, his lips twitching slightly. If he weren't the son of an old friend, he might have kicked him out already. What are these? They look like used tissue papers. Han Hong lost the desire to open them.
But annoyingly, Qin Guan didn't open them himself, but rather watched Han Hong expectantly, saying, Uncle Han, I think they're good stuff. Open them and see for yourself. Han Hong frowned slightly, pinched the ends of the tissues with 2 fingers,
and slowly pulled them open. The contents inside instantly made his eyes light up.
This is Tianhuang stone.
Han Hong naturally recognized the origin of the stone at a glance. Qin Guan nodded. Han Hong impatiently opened the other tissue paper.
Inside was another Tianhuang stone. Looking at the 2 Tianhuang stones, one was the size of a duck egg, and the other was the size of a goose egg. Both stones were completely clear and transparent, like solidified honey, incomparably moist and lustrous.
Han Hong was also from an appraiser background. His eyesight was naturally good. With just a glance, he could tell that both were Tianhuang jelly stones, the highest grade of Tianhuang stones. Nowadays, Tianhuang stones are highly sought after.
Such Tianhuang jelly stones are definitely rare and wonderful items. Seeing these 2 beautiful little fellows, Han Hong was a little excited. He took out a box from somewhere and placed the 2 Tianhuang stones inside.
Disgustedly throwing the 2 wads of tissue into the trash can, he pressed the phone on the desk and said, Ask old Lu to come to my office. Okay, the secretary replied. Not long after, old Lu knocked on the door and entered.
Seeing a young man sitting on the sofa. Although old Lu was old, his memory was good. He recognized at a glance that this was the young man who had brought 2 new porcelain vases last time. He thought to himself,
this little guy wouldn't be bringing some new goods to test my eyesight again, would he? Old Lu, come here. Take a look at the quality of these 2 items. Han Hong excitedly called old Lu over. Old Lu walked to the desk, and his eyes lit up at first glance.
He leaned closer involuntarily, observing carefully. Then, he picked up one and gently stroked it to feel it. After a while, he picked up the other one and did the same. After about 10 minutes, old Lu put down the stones and said with some reluctance,
They are smooth to the touch with an only color is bright yellow, like honey. These are truly 2 wonderful items, top-grade Tianhuang jelly stones. Although they can't be made into ornaments, they are excellent for making seals. Are you sure?
Han Hong asked. Old Lu nodded affirmatively. There's definitely no mistake. Before leaving, old Lu glanced at Qin Guan again. It seemed that these 2 items were brought by this little guy again. After old Lu left,
Han Hong walked to Qin Guan with a smile and said, Little Guan, where did you get these good things? A friend's. He asked me to help ask around. Qin Guan lied directly. Han Hong didn't mind. He had seen many such things in this business.
Many people who come to auction items say they are selling them on behalf of others. Has your friend said how he plans to deal with these 2 items? This was what Han Hong was most concerned about. Qin Guan pondered for a moment and said,
He is planning to sell them. Han Hong clapped his thigh and said with a smile, When it comes to auctions, although my Fuchan auction house is nothing in the whole country, and not even the biggest in Jiangnan, it can still rank among the top 3 in Hangzhou.
It still has some strength. If your friend wants to auction them, he can definitely place them with our Fuchan. Of course, if he wants to auction them elsewhere, we can also introduce him to Sotheby's, Christie's, Hanai and others.
We also have dealings with them. Now he's promoting his business. Han Hong sat down across from Qin Guan, placed the box in his hand, picked up one of the pieces and slowly caressed it, looking very pleased. He said, I have another suggestion.
If your friend agrees, I would like to purchase these 2 Tianhuang stones in my personal name. Xuanhuan, see if you can talk to your friend and arrange a meeting to discuss it. What do you think? Chapter 49. A friendly price, let's say 20 million.
Qin Guan could tell from Han Hong's expression that he really liked these 2 stones. Uncle Han, what is the approximate value of these 2 Tianhuang stones? Qin Guan asked. Han Hong pondered for a moment, arranged the Tianhuang stones in front of him,
and began to explain to Qin Guan. Tianhuang stone is classified as a type of Shaoshan stone. It has been known as the emperor of stones since ancient times, and there has long been a saying that it is 3 times the value of gold.
It was favored by several Qing emperors, and in addition, it is only produced in an area of less than 1 square kilometer in Shaoshan village. After hundreds of years of continuous excavation,
the paddy fields in Shaoshan village have been dug countless times and are now almost completely exhausted. Therefore, the price of Tianhuang stone in the market is very high. The best Tianhuang stones are extremely sought after, however.
Tianhuang stones also vary in quality. Tianhuang dong is the best of the Tianhuang stones. There are also silver wrapped gold, white Tian stone, gold wrapped silver, chicken, fat yellow, orange, peel yellow, black skin yellow, and so on. The more impurity,
the lower the price. These 2 of yours are genuine Tianhuang dong stones, the best of the Tianhuang stones. Naturally, the price is also the highest. There are people outside who are wildly inflating the price, saying 100,000 yuan per gram.
But the real market price is about 50,000 yuan per gram. Hearing the price of 50,000 yuan per gram, even Qin Guan was a bit taken aback. Qin Guan didn't know much about Tianhuang stones before. He only knew that they were very expensive.
But he didn't expect them to be so expensive. In the past it was 3 times the value of gold. Now, it's 200 times the value of gold. Han Hong continued. Uncle really likes these 2 Tianhuang stones. They are top-notch, hard to come by. What do you say?
Xiaoguan, help uncle ask the other party. Qin Guan said, Uncle Han, there's no need to ask. I can make the decision on these 2 stones. If you want them, I can make the decision to sell them to you. Han Hong was overjoyed. Really? Xiaoguan, no kidding.
Of course, no kidding. Since I can bring them here, I can naturally make the decision. Qin Guan said affirmatively. Han Hong thought that was indeed the case. Maybe these 2 stones belong to Qin Guan otherwise.
Qin Guan wouldn't have brought them to him alone. Han Hong carefully held the box and went to the inspection area upstairs to have the staff weigh them. The smaller one weighed 142 grams, and the larger one weighed 263 grams.
That the calculated that the total weight was 4 to 5 grams. At 50,000 yuan per gram, the total price would be 25 million yuan. Qin Guan smiled and said to Han Hong, Uncle Han, I'll give you a friendly price. Let's say 20 million.
Han Hong had to appreciate this favor. After all, the other person was selling them to him. Han Hong was making an investment that would definitely earn money in the future, even if he operated it now.
He might be able to earn an extra 3 to 5 million if he put it up for auction. Of course, Qin Guan didn't really lose out either. The price of 50,000 isn't low in the market. Plus, he saved the time of waiting for an auction.
And he didn't have to pay auction fees. Saved a lot of trouble. 20 million in hand, a notification from the bank. Seeing that long string of zeros, Qin Guan suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment.
Casually picking up a few of the most inconspicuous stones at Taixiyang Jinyulo and selling them for 20 million. What about the Hetian jade bracelets, jadeite bracelets, and rubies at home? More importantly, there's the plane behind me.
So it turns out that the most profitable business isn't drugs, arms, or internet companies, it's plane smuggling. Qin Guan suddenly had an idea. When he returned to the ancient world,
should he send someone to buy those hundreds of acres of land by the stream in Shaoshan village, Fujian? Then he could slowly dig it up himself and become the biggest Tianhuang stone tycoon in China. He could hoard a large amount of Tianhuang stone,
then come back and continue to speculate, raise the price, and then release it through various channels, thereby making a lot of money. Just thinking about it was exciting. Looking at the time, it wasn't too late. Qin Guan called Xu Qinglan.
The phone. Xu Qinglan's happy voice came from the other end. Second brother, you're calling me. Where are you? Qinglan, Qin Guan asked. I'm at home. The home Xu Qinglan was referring to was her house outside the school.
She lived here with her best friend, Anyi. Qin Guan said, that's right, the money I borrowed from you is back. I'll transfer it to you in a bit. Second brother, I'm not in a hurry to use it, it's already been used up, thank you. Qinglan, Qin Guan thank.
On the other end of the phone, Xu Qinglan was still pouting, seemingly a little unhappy that Qin Guan was returning the money so quickly. However, Xu Qinglan immediately became happy with Qin Guan's next sentence. By the way, to thank you,
I've prepared a gift for you. Ah, there's a gift too. You helped me so much, of course I need to thank you. I'll send it over to you now, Qin Guan said. After hanging up the phone, Xu Qinglan jumped up and ran to the living room, shouting at Anyi. Anyi!
Qin Guan is coming over in a bit. It would be so embarrassing if he saw the house so messy. and Yi was curled up on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Xu Qinglin jump over, she giggled and said, "Authenticity is the most beautiful."
I think it's very cozy. Believe it or not, I'll stuff you in the trash can too, Xu Qinglin said angrily. Okay, look at how anxious you are. I don't know what you're so nervous about, and Li said helplessly, getting up to help tidy the room.
Qin Guan drove home, took the gift and drove to the residential complex where Xu Qinglin lived. He rang the doorbell, and the door quickly opened, revealing Xu Qinglin's pretty face with a sweet smile. "Second brother, you're here. Please come in."
Qin Guan looked at his shoes. Should I change them? No need. Xu Qinglin took Qin Guan's hand and led him inside. Seeing Li in the living room, Qin Guan greeted her hello, and Li as Xu Qinglin's best friend and roommate. Qin Guan had met Yi a few times.
"Hello, Qin Guan," and Yi said, giving Xu Qinglin a meaningful look before turning and returning to her room. "Second brother, have a seat. What would you like to drink?" Xu Qinglin happily pressed Qin Guan onto the sofa and asked.
Qin Guan smiled. No need. I have something else to do and can't stay long. I just came to give you a gift. As he spoke, he placed the small sandalwood box he was holding on the coffee table.
Xu Qinglin looked at the antique wooden box on the table and asked curiously, "What is it?" Qin Guan smiled. "Open it and see for yourself later." "Oh, did you receive the money?" Qin Guan asked. "I saw the message," Xu Qinglin said. Qin Guan stood up. "All right.
I have something else to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Qin Guan didn't want to linger in a den of women. More importantly, Qin Guan knew that Xu Qinglin had feelings for him, but Qin Guan didn't have any romantic ideas about Xu Qinglin at the moment.
He didn't want to get too involved with her. As a friend, she helped him, and he gave her a gift as a thank you. That's perfectly normal. As for anything else, Qin Guan didn't want to think about it for the time being. Xu Qinglin sent Qin Guan to the elevator.
Seeing the elevator doors close, the smile on her face slowly faded away. She pouted her lips. Back home, Xu Qinglin saw Li in the living room, circling the wooden box Qin Guan had placed on the coffee table, and Yi's hand was already reaching for it. Stop it.
Chapter 50. The thinking of young people is just so full of fantasy. Stop it, that's a gift from my Qin Guan brother. I'm just looking. That's only if I go first. Does it make a difference? It all has to be opened anyway. My gift, I'll unwrap it myself. Alright.
Alright. Seeing Xu Qinglin hugging the wooden box tightly, and Yi finally retreated, the beautiful wooden box was placed on the coffee table. It had a delicate copper button on it. Xu Qinglin gently turned it. With a click, the box opened a crack.
Opening the box comments made both women exclaim in surprise. "Wow, how beautiful. It's really exquisite. Women love exquisite items. And this set of jewelry that Qin Guan sent is enough to attract the attention of all women."
Xu Qinglin and Yi were no exception. The two took out the jewelry one by one. Made of pure gold, adorned with various jade and gemstones, it was luxurious, gorgeous and breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment,
Xu Qinglin's eyes were full of excited little stars. Not because this set of ornaments is luxurious and beautiful, but because it was given by Qin Guan. And Yi said, "This set of jewelry is so beautiful, it should be ornaments used by ancient ladies."
I only know about the golden hairpin and phoenix hairpin. I don't know about the others. This should be a set, right? Xu Qinglin picked up a phoenix hairpin and compared it to her head, as if she wanted to comb a special hairstyle.
"We don't know how to do it either." And Yi smiled. "We need to find someone who knows about these things." "Wait a minute. I have a friend who knows something about this." She immediately took a photo and sent it to her friend. After a while, the friend replied.
And Yi and Xu Qinglin huddled together to look at the reply. This should be a Tang and Song dynasty style set of headdress worn by princesses. Although it's just a photo, you can see that it was really well made.
"The craftsmanship is meticulous and the design is beautiful. If the gemstones on the jewelry are real, I estimate this set of jewelry should be worth about $1 million. "Wow," and Yi exclaimed. "Your Qin Guan is so generous, directly giving you $1 million gift."
I remember you borrowed $3 million from him, and you paid it back in just over 2 months, and he gave you $1 million gift. You're making a fortune. And Yi leaned closer to Xu Qinglin and teased. Ask Qin Guan if he's still lending money.
"I have some here too. Just use your standards." Xu Qinglin pushed her away and said with a little pride. "When I borrowed money, you said the money was going down the drain. Now you're thinking about borrowing money from him. Besides,
do you think this jewelry has anything to do with borrowing money? This is friendship." Taking a mirror, Xu Qinglin held the jewelry and compared it to her head, liking it more and more as she looked at it. Suddenly she said,
"What do you think about wearing this set of jewelry for my birthday in 2 months?" And Yi clapped her hands. Of course, that would definitely shock everyone. After thinking for a moment,
"But this jewelry set really only looks good with ancient costumes." Xu Qinglin suddenly had an idea. "What do you think about throwing an ancient costume-themed birthday party? Birthday parties are held every year, and they've lost their novelty."
But Xu Qinglin thought that if she threw an ancient costume-themed birthday party, It would definitely be interesting. You're planning to have an ancient costume party at home. The environment isn't right, and it'll be such a hassle, and Yi said.
Then let's have it at a film studio, Xu Qinglan suddenly suggested. Having a birthday party at a film studio, only you could think of that. But this idea is actually pretty good, and he also suddenly thought the suggestion was great.
The two of them got more and more carried away, and because of a set of jewelry, they thought of having an ancient costume-themed birthday party at a film studio. The thinking of young people is just so full of fantasy. After eating dinner out,
Qingguan returned home, lay on the sofa, and began to think about what to do next. He opened the system panel. Qingguan, level, mortal, skills, calligraphy equipment, none, pet, reward item, vomiting talisman. Below was a new system task.
Obtain the title of Juren. Although Qingguan didn't know how this system appeared, the system's appearance had indeed changed his life, making it more colorful. Moreover, Qingguan was now gradually feeling a sense of urgency.
He knew that system tasks would definitely become more difficult. He might not be able to rely solely on a mobile phone to cheat and easily pass tasks, as he had done before. Effort was essential.
Seeing the countdown timer for transmigrating on the system panel, although he had 3 months, he couldn't afford to waste them. That's why he started working non-stop as soon as he returned. The next day, Qingguan took a plane to Hong Kong.
Qingguan already had a Hong Kong and Macau travel permit. Booking the ticket online was easy. 2 hours later, Qingguan was already on the streets of Hong Kong. He took a taxi straight to Christie's Hong Kong, located in Central Alexandra House.
This was Christie's Hong Kong headquarters building. Qingguan walked in, and the receptionist asked him, "Sir, what can I do for you? I have a few items that I'd like to auction through Christie's." Sid?
The receptionist was very polite and contacted a business manager to come over. She was a woman in her 30s, surnamed Zhang. She looked quite ordinary, but her demeanor and speech were very appropriate.
The cliché of arrogance and looking down on people did not occur. In a VP room, Qingguan opened the suitcase he had brought and took out a jewelry box, placing it on the coffee table and pushing it towards Miss Zhang. Manager Zhang opened the jewelry box,
Took a look, and said, "What beautiful bracelets, these should be made of white jade, right? Mutton fat jade," Qingguan said casually. Manager Zhang looked at them, put the jewelry box down, and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin,
"Are you planning to auction these with us?" "Yes, if you auction with us, we don't charge appraisal fees, Mr. Qin. I'll go get our appraiser to come over. Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, Manager Zhang came in with a middle-aged man in his 40s.
Manager Zhang introduced him. "This is one of the 3 jade appraisers at Christie's headquarters, surnamed Su." Qingguan shook hands with the appraiser, who sat down and opened a small briefcase.
He took out a piece of flannel and spread it on the coffee table to avoid bumps. He also took out a small desk lamp, a magnifying glass and other items. Putting on gloves, he opened the jewelry box and took out the 2 bracelets inside.
After touching and shining the light on them for a while, the appraiser looked up and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, these bracelets are in really good condition. Genuine Haitian jade mutton fat jade bracelets. Such bracelets are definitely top-notch."
Unlike the bluish-white jade bracelets on the market, Qingguan was confident in his bracelets. "Can you give me an estimate?" The appraiser thought for a moment and said, "I remember that we had a jade and jewelry auction last summer.
"We had a pair of mutton fat jade bracelets with a similar quality to yours. The auction price at that time was 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Of course, our valuation will be a bit lower. I think the price for this pair of bracelets should be around 7 to 7.
Manager Zhang had a smile on his face as he said, "Mr. Qin, your pair of bracelets is qualified to participate in the auction. We can sign an auction contract. We charge a 10% commission. What do you think?" "No rush, I have something else to appraise." The audiobook readings for chapters 6 through 50 of this issue have concluded. Please subscribe to this channel, turn on notifications, and share. Additionally, leave your comments. I will continue to update with further content.